I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth, I'm the best.
Hello and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. The dust has settled after our first round of matches between our 8 remaining teams in this competition. Yesterday we had multiple upsets, dodgy drafts, and of course, Spooky Spike causing havoc in the studio. So it goes without saying that nobody is safe in this competition. And of course, anything can happen. So with that being said, welcome to day 2 of the Brawl Stars Challenge season.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Yes, once again, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host. And joining me in this sparkling studio, looks absolutely fantastic, a lot less spooky than yesterday, is, of course, Trav, Kenny, and Ark. Gentlemen, we've had one day of competition so far. I'd like to get, all of your opinions on how we're feeling about yesterday. So, Kenny, why don't we start with you? How was yesterday for you?
I mean, yesterday was about as good as it gets, right? I mean, all of the matches felt very close, very competitive. It kind of met the expectation that I had, and I think the biggest takeaway for me is we already knew this region was competitive, but we had so many upsets yesterday, so I'm kind of on watch today to see if we return to normalcy a little bit or if it just explodes again.
Yeah, Ark, you're not going to get trailed by Spike, hopefully, today. He might be lingering somewhere, but hopefully not. So for you, did day 1 meet your expectations?
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, it's like kind of, for me, the best way to start off a season is to take those expectations and just throw them away into the sidelines. And I think that's a great thing for the competition. You never know what you're going to get with the SPS as it is anyway. And I think coming into Season 4, I mean, what better way to go about it? Having the underdogs be on top and see whether those that are the fan favorites can turn things around and thrive.
Trav, you're upset that we didn't get to dress up today, aren't you? Where's the shorts?
Yeah, I had to cover up my legs. I couldn't keep on giving that away for free. Some things are going to be paid for, and that's one of them. But it's nice to see us all back in our own clothing. Except for Mark, obviously, who's still cosplaying a moron.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see how it is.
We went there. We went
Nice,
there.
okay.
We went
Horrors continue from yesterday. Okay, I see how it's going to be. Ark's going to be cooking something up in his brain, for sure.
Don't you worry.
Now, right before we get into all of the action, we need to make sure that you are at home are all staying up to date with everything Snapdragon Pro Series, and to make sure that you are following all of your favorite teams. So make sure that you follow us on socials. Down on the lower third of your screen, you're going to see all of the social media platforms. Pick your poison, and then you can choose the variation of @ESL Mobile. Gentlemen, I'm very excited for what's coming next, because for those of you who may have missed yesterday, we need to talk about the journey of how we got here, right? Now, if you missed any of those matches, we need a quick recap of the tournament, its structure maybe. So Ark, why don't you take us from the journey from the very beginning up to this point and beyond?
Yeah, very simply put, there's 2 stages of the qualifying process through various cups. We have split 1, and there'll be 6 cup qualifying stages, and the points are then tallied. Those teams will then go off into the open finals and face off against each other in a double elimination bracket. Out of that upper and lower stage, we'll have 4 teams, and then do the whole entire process for a second time. Out of that, we have then our 8 teams that make it to the challenge season, and that is where we are currently today into day 2. We had day 1 yesterday, of course, and over the course of the next few weeks, we'll determine who is going to be making it to those all-important challenge finals.
Yes, you are right. Yesterday was jam-packed with drama as well, and I'm hoping that it's going to continue. I hope it wasn't just a one-off because, you know, it was our Halloween episode. We had a lot of fun. But, you know, what is a Brawl Stars esports tournament without its prize pool? Trav, why don't you take us through what our players are going to be competing for and what's it looking like?
Well, I mean, we already gave 10 grand away in those open finals, so the teams will be pleased to have received that. But throughout this challenge season, we're also giving away some cash. $2,250 for the first place, $2,000 for second, $1,750 for third, $1,500 for fourth, and then all the way down. Even if you come last, even if you lose all 7 games, you're still taking away $500. Then the top 4 teams will not only secure this cash, but they'll be fighting out for another 39 grand as well.
Ooh, that's right. The further you go in this competition, the more is at stake, the more money is on the line. And of course, that's when experience comes into play, because that's when the people can keep our cool head when the dial is turning up. That heat is turning up. So we're going to look at our schedule very briefly as well, because today we've got 4 matches and we've done a little switcheroo, and a lot of them are going to be spicy. Kenny, I want you to tell us which are looking the spiciest.
I think it's hard for me not to look at match number 2. You know, a storyline coming out of yesterday that Reply Totem and SK both lost. These were teams that we talked about a lot in the pre-show. SK was the team that I called the new hotness, the team that might be the best. Trav called them arguably the best in the world right now. And there's a chance they go 0-2. I mean, this schedule is looking awesome as well. Match number 1, VN and Humble, going to be a great one as well. I think Foot versus Zeta, the rivalry there, a little bit of a pure taste of last season as well. We had them in the grand finals, so I think Foot have had their eye on this one for a long time, and I'm expecting fireworks.
Ark, who's going to be climbing the biggest mountain today, do you think?
Well, this is the question, isn't it? Because ultimately, we saw Zeta, we expected a bit more from them yesterday. And again, Foot Esports went the whole distance with Team Casso, whereas in the last season, it was much more convincing win, 3-0 in favor of Foot Esports. I think that one I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to occur. But also for match number 1, I really quite like the look of those 2 teams simply because they both came out on top yesterday. VN Esporting and Humble, again, goes back to that split 2 open finals, doesn't it? Where it was Humble, that 3-1 victory over them, putting VN Esporting down into that lower bracket, and they had to then claw their way through in order to qualify. And we saw yesterday, didn't we, with Humble, that same kind of grudge match from that same open finals, and they were able to get the win over Reply Totem and able to do it again, actually, yesterday. So I'm curious to see which of those 2 teams is going to be making it a 2-0.
Ooh, exactly. Well, we got a little recap showing on our screens. Trav, I want you to talk us through it, but also I want you to talk about a possible resurgence today, because yesterday we talked a little bit about a grace period, but none of these teams want to go an 0-2, do they? Right at the beginning of the challenge season.
I mean, to be honest, I don't really believe in a grace period at all, to be honest. I feel like you've got to come out and you've got to start swinging early on. And, you know, as Kenny said, for 2 of our teams, Reply Totem and SK Gaming, nobody expects either of them to be 0-2 at the start of the challenge season, and one of them is going to be. So we had some very back and forward games throughout the entirety of yesterday, but Humble did manage to come out on top against Reply Totem to kick things off, and it was such a close game, but Humble just played it perfectly in my eyes.
Yeah, I think I was really impressed by both Humble and VN Esporting. I mean, off the rip, we're going to get the 2 teams that are punishing SK and Totem. And these are 2 teams that we talked up. It's not that we felt like they wouldn't be strong coming into this competition, but more or less, there's somebody that we didn't necessarily expect to be top dogs. I mean, one of these guys is going to be 2-0, which if you get the schedules that they have and you're telling me that you can go 2-0, that's the dream.
Absolutely. So, you know, it just shows again how the competition is kind of evolving before our very eyes. You know, for me, I thought SK would maybe bring it back a little bit more than they did against VN Esporting. And we saw, didn't we, that kind of thing happen with Zeta and Nouns. And Nouns had a complete stormer. First 2 sets went their way in a convincing fashion. The first set of Brawl Ball was pretty much over in a matter of seconds, didn't it? I mean, Zeta then started to bring things back, and it went all the way to the 5th and final set. And that's where Nouns and I believe it was Bounty really started to recollect themselves. And, you know, those back lines especially showed us, didn't they, just how well prepared they were for some really aggressive pushes.
Quite an integral part of our discussion yesterday was also draft picks. That was a really big a big element that a lot of people were faltering on, maybe not picking the safe picks, which was something that we were expecting coming into this competition, especially at the beginning of the challenge season. So for you guys, who did you notice most of, maybe the most brawlers that were chosen? I mean, especially we were keeping our eyes on the hypercharged ones, weren't we, Trav?
Yeah, I mean, you can see in some of these replays that you see on your screen, Bull has been so good over that past day. It was really incredible to see it played out. I was kind of questioning a bit at the start, you know, especially in that safe zone. I was like, Daryl's usually a better pick, get super without really having to do anything. You don't even have to hit, you don't even have to get hit to be able to get super as a Daryl. But Bull, it seemed a bit different. But at the same time, that is the brawler I'm going to have my eyes on for pretty much the rest of the challenge season entirely, because it proved itself so heavily yesterday.
Do you feel like Reply Totem can, you know, reclaim their dominance later on today? Because it feel like their backs are up against the wall right now, Mark, aren't they?
Yeah, it's very unusual to see them in this spot, and actually Alice on Twitter did say, you know, this is not Reply Totem. Currently, we know that we need to do better, and I really like that, taking, you know, some responsibility for things not being perfect. I think that, you know, looking back to yesterday, that was a matchup that really Reply Totem should have won for all intensive purposes. It does say a great deal as well about Humble and how much they've developed as a squad. LCQ certainly, despite not coming out into the World Finals from that event, it certainly did a lot for their confidence, didn't it? And today I think it's going to be a little bit of a make or break for Reply Totem. We saw, didn't we, last season for esports, you know, getting those 2 losses in the first 2 opening challenge days, were able to claw it back, but it takes so much in order to do that. And, you know, you'd prefer to have a bit of a second chance for later in the competition as opposed to that first week.
And today we're going to have a little bit of a pass the parcel scenario. Kenny, for those of you, you may not know about pass the parcel. Did you play it when you were a kid?
I did not.
Oh,
okay.
Americans, Americans, honestly, what is going on?
You haven't lived.
What's going on?
Essentially, the person with the biggest issue or the biggest, you know, failure when it comes to our prediction situation in this broadcast is going to be given the frame of shame. Oh, look at this. Oh, it's a lovely little frame, isn't it?
It's a beautiful picture.
It's a beautiful picture.
Oh, there's no shame inside that frame, I'll tell you that. Look at that.
No shame inside that frame. So the frame of shame is going to start off on today's broadcast in the hands of Trav, my friend, the SK Gaming, the best team in the world. And what happened, Dark? Go on, talk us through it.
Didn't appear that way to me, for all intents and purposes. At least as far as yesterday's concerned, didn't strike me as the best team in the world, I've got to say.
I feel a bit betrayed by SK, I will say. You know, like,
yeah.
A lot of the time, you know, I've said some stuff about them that, you know, they probably won't have enjoyed. You know, throughout the year, they haven't had the best performances. And then as soon as I start believing in them, they rip that belief away from me. And that is not what I expected yesterday.
Perks of being a broadcast talent. You can kind of voice your opinion and no repercussions for the time being. But the repercussions right now is that you get the frame of shame, my friend. Okay, now that I got that off my chest, we actually had a very nice catch-up with one of our players who's going to be competing very shortly here on the Brawl Stars Challenge season. We had a catch-up with Rama from VN Esporting, and here's what he had to say about his upcoming matches in the Challenge season.
My name is Rama, I am captain of VN Esporting, and I am from Poland, and I have 19 years old. I think our main key will be just playing aggro, and because it's the best game style, and I think we'll play like this all the season. Our biggest strength will be our synergy playing against teams like Foot. I think the 4 teams will be VN Sport, Zeta, SK, and Foot. Our team is only aggro. That's it. I think we got a new player like 2 days before the finals or 1 day, so basically we had no time to play ourselves to have this synergy like we used to with Nob. I think 1 week and we would win every team in these finals, so at least we won in our bracket, and hope we're gonna prove this in Challenge Season Finals. I mean, I was upset by this because I think I was better by skill against these teams, but the drafts were not good, so I think that's why we lost 3-2 against these teams. And they were, I think, the best by skill by that time. So that's why I was upset. This got me just more motivation to be here in Challenge Season Finals. My tips will be just to respect yourself and respect your teammates, and your time will come soon. Thank you everyone for support, and y'all just come to watch me against Foot, so we're gonna make everything possible to destroy them. Thank you.
Brahma from VN Esporting. 2 words, Ark, aggro and aggro. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, it is still a play style, to be fair. I mean, I was expecting a bit more from Roma. He's always got so much to say on social media, you know, like it just, he felt like he was being quite reserved, actually, you know, and the charisma was lacking a little bit for Roma. But obviously, you know, I think it's kind of a better way to go into the competition, you know, not being too cocky with things, just kind of being a little bit reserved and then making the plays count through the thumbs, you know.
8 best teams in Europe and MENA at this stage. You can't really be you can't be too brazen, let's just say, when it comes to being actually on screen for this, because we've got our first match coming up very, very shortly. We've got VN Esporting taking on Humble. Initial thoughts looking at this, Trav?
Oh, the amount of faith I had in Humble yesterday, I think it's hard to rip it away from them so fast, but VN Esporting played brilliantly yesterday, even with the roster change. Then again, you know, Humble had more of the same. They were playing Filippo as well. So, you know, if it lines up the exact same and Filippo comes back and plays, I've kind of got my eyes on VN Esporting. But if they go with that normal roster, then I think Humble might be able to take this one.
I agree. I think that VN, you know, I think we have to look at this off the fact that they're off the back of 2 very strong victories for both of them. The expectation, let's say, wasn't really there from us. And, you know, we got our predictions. We got pied in the face, didn't we? VN over SK Gaming, Humble over Reply Totem. So who's coming in with an edge, just essentially off the back of that comment, Kenny?
I think it's tough to call. I mean, both of these teams got some serious victories yesterday, and one thing that stood out to me about VN Esporting is, well, like Rama said there, they brought in a brand new player just moments before the competition. That's pretty insane if you think about it. And to get a win over a team that they commented on being some of their strongest competition, it might indicate that they've got even better days ahead for them here. And Humble obviously played well too. You know, there is a little bit of roster changing, what we saw yesterday as well, but I do think both of these teams have a legitimate argument to win this.
Notoriously, the scorelines have always been pretty close with these 2 teams as well. You know, going back to the BSC monthly finals in July, you know, Humble did get the victory there, 3-2, and I think there's got to be something said for that in its terms of rivalry. They do know each other pretty well, and for VN Esporting, I think as well, looking back at yesterday, I mean, we all praised, didn't we, just how much we expected SK to really come through, and you know, that does say a great deal about where VN Esporting are at in terms of their mentality. For Humble as well, I mean, I kind of did expect that Reply Totem would return in kind by, you know, getting their revenge arc in, you know, regards to those qualifying stages where Humble came out on top, and it didn't happen. Humble stayed firm, and as we said coming into that matchup, they've looked the best they've ever looked. So both of these 2 teams at the moment are really quite neck and neck.
Yeah, Humble, the old Dogster Lobster roster arc. Exactly, he loves it. If you're unfamiliar, you know, the Brits regrouping after going down early against Reply Totem yesterday as well was a really good show of mental. I know, Kenny, you like to talk about that as well. I think that, you know, Bounty being their turning point, and then the momentum that they gathered to then overwhelm Totem and then just continue with that was really impressive to see. I've got to say, like, Kenny, what do you feel is, you know, their biggest strength? Is it literally just like I was about to say the aggro, but the aggro is what VM are talking about. So what's Humble's biggest strength?
I mean, it might be the aggro too. You're going to see a good example there in that last Brawl Ball game. They utilized one of the newer brawlers, and I think that was kind of the first moment on the desk for us where we were like, man, Bull is, you know, seen a ton in scrims, but we haven't seen the real deal yet, not in competition. And that, they weren't afraid. They were going to go with their strategy. They went with their gut, and it paid off. And sometimes you just got to call your shot, right? It's a new meta, a lot of balance changes, and you're facing some of the best in the world. Sometimes you just got to go with your gut and play the strategy that you want to play. I think utilizing Bull and just kind of being fearless is what I feel like Humble was going with yesterday. And I want to see both of these teams kind of embrace the aggro and kind of inflict themselves on the other team, you know, put themselves in positions they want to be in, be confident, don't give the other team too much. You know, you want to respect your opponent, but I think you got to stay confident the whole time.
Speaking of aggro, you know, we talk about play style a fair bit here as well, and Ark has actually mentioned in previous broadcasts that VN, they like to play distance. So if you're looking with respect to Humble, do you feel like they need to get in VN's face and just try to make them force mistakes, Trav?
To be honest, I feel like Humble just needs to play their own game. I think they just can't get in their own heads about, you know, how aggressive we're going to be seeing VN Esporting play. When Humble play their own game and they stay composed, that's when they're at the best, not really trying to play into their opponent's hands. And I think that's, you know, exactly what Humble need to do. They play range, they play control. That's how it works for Humble, and I think that's the only way they can really win here.
In terms of the 4 of us in the studio, let's be honest, you're probably the one with the most experience in competitive. So how I know.
Oh wow, really? You want to call 0 monthly final appearances, you know, experience as a pro player? I mean, that's all you, Max. That's all you, mate.
I'd have qualified like 4 if it was 18 minutes, all right? If it was 18, back in my day, it was
not a single monthly final appearance.
Come on.
Don't want to hear it.
Well, how much of the, how much of the practice, how much of the strategy that goes into one of these in this stage in the challenge season, how much of it comes from strategizing against your opponent or playing your own game? Because, what do you feel like they have more of a tendency to do? The Humble side.
I mean, I think you've always got to play your own game, right? In a league season, especially when you're playing games back-to-back, day-to-day, you don't really have that much time to adjust your playstyle to a different opponent. They come in yesterday, they play against Home. They come in today, they play against VN Esports. Seems like a couple of very different playstyles to me, and only having one day to adjust wouldn't be the best thing. So I think you've kind of got to have that overall, just kind of play your playstyle throughout the entire thing and just hope it works against the opponents you face with on the day.
Okay. Shifting once again over to the frame of shame that is firmly planted in Trav's lap right now. Make no mistake, the frame of shame could end up on yours as well. So, with that being said, we're going to kick things off with some predictions for VN Esporting versus Humble. Ark, I'm going to start with you. We're going to come towards me this time. Who are you going to go with? And what's the scoreline, my friend?
3-1 in favor of VN. I'll tell you why.
Nice.
I mean, if Humble do get the victory, I'll happily take that frame of shame. No doubt about it, because it would have been absolutely thoroughly deserved. I think for me, VN at the moment have just got that little edge when it comes to experience. They are the #1 seed, remember, from Season 3 going into those challenge finals. And had they had their own roster in those challenge finals, I think we would have seen a much different approach and results as far as that's concerned. 3-1, VN, but I'm actually kind of rooting for Humble.
We're going to have to be quicker. Kenny, let's go, because we've got the draft happening on our screens.
I'm leaning VN as well to get different from Ark. 3-2. Give me VN.
Cool. I'm writing these down, Go on, Trav.
Oh, no.
I'm taking a 3-1 Humble.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Go against
It's either going to be staying with me or Humble are going to clutch up.
Okay, well, let's talk about this draft. For now, obviously, I'm going to start with you, Trav. You can kick us off until we get towards the end of the draft, and then the other two can go flying across into the caster room.
Yeah, well, we got the bands of 8-Bit Eve and Bonnie on the side of VN Esporting, Daryl, Gray, and Cordelius on the side of Humble. And then obviously we see that Nanny as the first pick, very, very strong in safe zone. The range that it provides is really, really solid. Meg, I'm not the biggest fan of Meg anywhere, to be honest with you, but it does work. You've got to realize that. And then Brock is going to be the one joining that as well. But I really do like VN's bands, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, Cordelius is one that after yesterday was a big takeaway for me. He wasn't on the playing field the whole time, but he was all over that band stage. I think Cordelius is a legitimate brawler. I think it's somebody that teams are keeping their eye on, especially in a more tanky meta. You're going to see some of those in the band stage, but there's just so many good ones right now that I think those anti-tank kind of brawlers need to show up here, and that's why Cordelius is going to enter the band stage so much today.
For me, I quite like, the Bull. We saw Lenan bring it in on safe zone yesterday. It was just so oppressive. We mentioned at the beginning of the show that Daryl's been kind of replaced now with Bull and the hypercharge being as dominant as it is Shelly. I think you've got to pick up a spike here for me, for VN, just simply to have some defensive purposes.
Okay, well, gentlemen, that is time to go. We are about to kick off our first match of the challenge season of day 2. That's all right, up you go, up you go. Make moves, make moves. I'm trying to, okay, this isn't working. I've got a little remote control car here I'm trying to use. And it's supposed to, there we go. And he died instantly. Thanks a lot, guys.
I don't know what Banks is doing, but it sounds great. I mean, Shelly and Bull says to me a lot. They're preparing for the eventuality of something. I didn't think Surge was it. It's a very defensive brawler. We've seen Surge being played out a great deal in Heist in the past, but certainly not what I was feeling. In all honesty, it's going to get a lot of stacks, but is it really going to have enough to really pack the punch against the Bull coming in? Hypercharge makes him literally invincible. I don't know whether that's going to really scratch the surface.
Yeah, the one thing when I look at this composition and I'm immediately fearful of is you have a ton of HP, you have a Nani on your team, and you have 2 hypercharges. And Surge does well into those brawlers. He's going to be able to charge up a ton of supers. I respect that. But in Heist, not necessarily his mode. He's a great brawler into these 2. But is it going to get the job done? And is the 2 hypercharges still going to overwhelm them? I think we're going to have to find out here as we kick off game day number 2. Mebius going to be piloting the Surge here as Meg takes off to the mid. The rookie for VN Esporting got his first dub yesterday, but immediately has been knocked out of mech as a trade goes down in the mid, and Humble trying to position themselves for some damage.
Well, let's go back in mech form. Maybe it's going to have the speed now as a result of getting super quite quickly off the back of his gadget, so I don't necessarily mind it, and it did keep Filippo in play, but 88 to 81% currently. It's definitely going to be Humble that are taking a better role in terms of the mid. Rubber breaks as Filippo goes in, gets some good damage for his time as well, and already a hypercharge for Luki. Look at this popping off as well, and a good amount of damage that saves down to 31% already.
And this is the concern that I had. I mean, they're just going to be able to rotate hypercharges, and Shelly and Bull pack quite the punch. I think Surge is a great counter, but how quickly can he address those brawlers after they pummel the ice save for 25-30% apiece? As Master Oogway gets a nice takedown there. The Nani being piloted, Buzzco gonna just tank that one for now, as all 3 members of the red roster are still standing tall and strong right now. BB is finally picking up one, as Filippo, I think, is just going to be looking to charge up a super, does have a hypercharge ready to go, and they're just moments away from getting a nice push to seal the deal. VN Esporting going to have to play a perfect defense and now offense too.
I think they can do it. I mean, Memphis is absolutely tapping on the left-hand side, connecting with everything, and it's really just going to come down to how much pressure Humble can keep rotating into play. Felipe's going to be on the safe now. That's going to be very bad news, and with Cyclone as well, this could very well be it. 2% is all that is left. Cyclone should be able to get it. 38 HP on the safe. There's the final blow. First game will go the way of Humble.
Yeah, I think that was a good effort there towards the end. I think VN Esporting had a chance, like you mentioned, but I think the damage was already done. You know, this composition that we see on the red roster for Humble, it's one that can get it done in 1 to 2 pushes. They don't need to be there a lot. You can approach it with just cycling the 2 shotgun brawlers in and out, and even Nani can just teleport over there. I mean, they have so many options. I feel like this is not only 3 great brawlers, but it's just 3 good ones for the game mode too.
Maybe he was popping that early gadget, but not going to get much value for it. Maybe at the end, just about. Gets super for his time, so he'll come back in with that. Filippo low HP, going to stay alive, though, as Lukey just lurking in that mid. Low HP for himself, and Rommel will seal that one. So now VN coming in a good spot. Filippo's going to just go straight down the middle, though, and that's going to place him on the safe quite quickly.
Yeah, and even though he's likely going to go down here, damage already done. Cyclone being forced away as well, so VN Esporting's defense holds. 40% damage already dealt, though. I mean, Humble are just piecing this safe up one at a time, as Filippo's going to be the meat shield for now, running forward, not getting a lot done. So VN Esporting, once again with mid-control, and I feel like in terms of control, they've had a good possession throughout the entire duration of this match so far, but it hasn't equated to damage as much.
This is the problem. You know, Filippo is going to go down, and the time for damage on the side of VN was really prior to his respawn. That's where they've got to capitalize and be able to bring things back, and at the moment, they're going to be struggling with the amount of hypercharges now cycling in. Luka, though, not connecting as well as he probably could have done with that one. The last shot missed, though, by Mavis. It's going to leave him on the safe. Damage gear rolling in as well. Humble are going to be able to get continuation damage now.
Yeah, this is a problem to his Cyclone approaches as well. A respawn from Buzzco, a nice swipe, but with only a few percentage points remaining. It's easy money here for Humble. Double hypercharge combination paves the way for a nice win there. Sometimes, Ark, you just don't have to overthink it. Just pick the really good brawlers with a shiny new toy, and it's an easy win.
They just drafted it better. You know, VN Esporting did not have the best of responses. I mean, Mavis played a fantastic surge, but you can just see it kind of just scratch the surface. When you need a Bull to come in with hypercharge and just bring back the flow of the action, the Nani as well was their first pick, and it's a really smart one. It just has so much damage and that pushback potential. I just didn't really feel like VN Esporting had a bit of a contingency plan when it came down to those brawler picks.
Yeah, Nani is just provides so much flexibility, especially in this game mode. I mean, it's great for dishing out damage. It's got the long range, and it can teleport to the other side of the map. You can either go for damage if you want to hit an enemy brawler, get a nice elimination, or you just send it, get some extra chip shots on the safe. Bull obviously can charge in a hypercharge from Shelly. The shotgun also can go at long range with the gadget. I felt like there were just so many tools for Humble to win that, and I'm really impressed with how they played it too. I mean, they took advantage of the draft, and they used it quite well.
You know, Shelly, I said yesterday, right, kind of needs to be very highly considered as a ban. I mean, you know, we had, yeah, a little bit of a nerf from the speed from very fast to fast, but nothing else aside from that has really affected her that much. I think that it was always one of the best brawlers in the meta. I think you've got to just consider it quite carefully. So, as we go into out in the open for knockout, the bans for VN Esporting, Meg, the Nani, and the Buster. I love those 3. They are a team which love to gravitate towards the Meg, as we already said. Meg, Eve, and Nani for Humble. And the first draft is going to be going the way of Piper. I don't necessarily mind it in out in the open, especially as the Eve ban is there. That would be a bit of a concern for me if it wasn't. But, I mean, again, you know, it's certainly a risky brawler at such an early stage in the draft.
Yeah, I like Piper too, and I think when we think of iconic sharpshooters and Brawl stars, it's one of the first that comes to my mind at least. But we still have Mr. P on the table as well. That's somebody I'm going to keep my eye on. Yeah. And the problem with drafting Piper early is you kind of set up the board for them to take that later, unless they want to steal the Mr. P and grab it for themselves just so they're not counted. countered, it's one of those things that you still have to look out for. One of the reasons that Mr. P does so well is similar to Eve, right? It's the spawners that give Piper a real problem. So I think that's something to keep in mind. I'll also be looking out for some general brawlers like Feng, who did get a damage reduction in the recent balance change, but he has been practiced here a lot still. I wore him yesterday. I was hoping to see him at least once, but maybe we'll see it here today.
Hopefully no Gal. Brock, though, absolutely get that one. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, Rocket, you know, through the mid, the Rocket Fuel, just to really open things up to get that early start into the mid. I think it makes a great deal of sense for me. But, you know, you're right. The aggressive brawlers can certainly have a good place here. It doesn't necessarily have to always be the sharpshooters. Bonnie is available here. That's always a great one to have, to really just get behind his back lines and jump in, get those assassination attempts going. I mean, certainly some aggressive brawlers, but there's a risk in knockouts. Staying on your feet is really what it's all about. So if you take that longer ranged approach, brawlers like Bell as well can really kind of add to that equation. But in this particular map, a thrower isn't the worst of ideas in those last pick stages, because ultimately, if you're pushed back into your own spawn, very difficult to get out.
Yeah, it looks like Bonnie's even going to be a selection here too. Pam's another one I'm going to keep my eyes out as well. It's somebody that we don't see all the time, but on this map, it makes a lot of sense. You see the Piper on the other end. And think of those in-game scenarios too. I mean, Pam can do so much work between the Scrap Sucker, the healing station. She's already tanky as it is. I mean, she can provide utility for the teammates through all of that and damage of her own. It just makes a lot of sense, especially into some of these single-shot brawlers where they're not going to be as strong into somebody like her.
We'll have to see, but normally if the API is just a question mark, it could be a newer brawler, so maybe, I'm not too sure on the dates specifically, but Chuck could be on the cards here today. We'll have to check with the admin team, but ultimately the third and final pick, the Gene is going to be providing a lot of healing qualities, and I think therefore everyone's going to be hunkered down together. I think maybe a Ruffs wouldn't be the worst of ideas, but it's definitely going to lack a bit of range. You see, Mandy, I'm still not sold on. It's definitely one of her better maps for me. I mean, especially when you look at the spawn and the way things are laid out, gaining a super off that initial starting point can connect a little bit better in a map like out in the open, but it's still very hit or miss, and we saw yesterday that, you know, the teams that picked it, I mean, Nouns specifically, they missed a great deal of those connecting shots. I think it does need a bit of a tweak in terms of the balancings, maybe to have a little bit less time before it kind of goes out, because at this level of pro play, it's very kind of easy to communicate effectively and dodge that kind of mechanic. So yes, it's very devastating, but connecting it, a different story.
Yeah, and I mean, it's nice when you charge up a super and go into the next one with it. Obviously, Mandy's is lethal, but you have to connect it. Pearl, another one that I would consider here, maybe being the option for that new brawler, and it looks like that's what we're going to see. I think Chuck may be in play here soon, maybe even today, but we'll definitely get word on that a little later on. I think the tankiness of Pearl is kind of similar to why we would like to see it like we did Pam. However, she just got eliminated pretty quick.
Not a good start by any means, still for Humble. Just everything came crashing down so quickly, and for VN, especially when you consider that first set, they need something like that to really get things going here early round their way. It's fantastic stuff, good connections from Rama, and already that was a beautiful gadget from Basco there. The Vengeful Spirits sealing things off as the Sugar Rush from Mavis will just keep the aggression going. Cyclone under a lot of scrutiny here. Mavis can actually jump back if he needs to, and he's going to do just that. Perfect play, and I think the right call there.
Yeah, no need to force it, right? I mean, you got the 3v2 advantage. They're already on their back wall. A nice little shot from Rama, and the damage just keeps piling up. Nowhere for Pearl to run, and a swift takedown here by VN Esporting. I mean, that was a very fast game. I mean, I liked their draft, but they just played that so well. Incredible stuff coming in from them early, and a nice bounce back compared to the set we just saw.
Certainly, it was the most important game so far for VN to be able to establish, but now securing this set has got to be their top priority to be able to even things out and really make this a match to remember. Oh, that was a beautiful rocket. It really, really was from Cyclone, and then Rama just surviving on. If Rama had gone down, definitely would have been catastrophic. Felipe now in a much better role on the left-hand side, but did concede a tap there from Rama. Gonna have to heal up, but if he gets to a good spot, that will be certainly a way to push in. There's a nice connection there for the Mandy. Finally gonna make it that 3 versus 2 the Humble we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, they had enough shots from Brock, and Mandy was ready to go with an all-out super there too. There was no chance at survival for Bonnie here. So now the red roster, first opportunity to position themselves to try and win a round here. It was beautiful from VN Esporting that first go-round, but they've got a lot of work cut out for them. Winning these first rounds is also so crucial because you can build out those extra supers. Going into round 2, Rama was able to just deploy his super, open up those walls, and the sharpshooter could do even more work. Big taps coming in from Mandy here too. A nice follow-through shot and some easy lineups there onto the solo brawler in Buzzco. Nice round from Humble.
great to see Pearl, because ultimately we didn't see much. Obviously, that's the super I'm talking about on the way in from the Mandy. Did it connect? It did seem to connect with Rama there, so just a bit of a close shave for VN Esporting there, but no cycling. If Luka was able to connect with 2 players, he'd be getting super back immediately, and that's where an early start can certainly go their way. The Pearl for me going back that is simply one of those brawlers that left if over time. There you can see already the amount of damage output that Felipe is going to have can be so much more devastating in a sort of stalemate beginning of a match. It's only going to go the way of Humble's advantage.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for those in-game scenario, going to be looking to play patient, or he can just play crowd control, keep the enemy back. And again, Piper, Gene, Bonnie, none of them are going to be able to take that brawler out very quickly. It's going to take a full team effort if they want to get the job done there. Mandy super going down, connects onto Bonnie, but it's not quite enough for a kill. So it's all good for now. They're going to heal off the natural healer, plus Gene grouping up with them. Looks like they're going to change the way they lay out here too. They need to be careful as well. Mebius looking like he's going to go for this launch pad.
Going in there, super aggressive with no super. I'm not sure about that. He just able to get one off the back of it immediately, eradicated. Basco just going to keep it super surely for the next round here, but there won't be a next round unless he can take both players down, in which he can't. That's going to be Humble, bringing things back, leveling things out in this set, and that was now a very important time to do so, because VN Esporting really just came out of the gates flying. Humble now bringing down the pace.
Yeah, Humble right back what we saw them in set number 1. I mean, VN Esporting, very convincing first game in this set. However, Humble just looking strong. I mean, imagine if some of those Mandy snoopers even connect for more kills. I mean, they could have had even more value out of the situation. They're going to open up those walls instantly. Another rocket going down too, just to remove some of the hiding spots that VN Esporting could have. As Filippo once again holding strong to the left-hand side, going to be trying to burn down Rama a little bit, as Mebius needs to be very careful here. So all of VN Esporting going to be grouping up here, and Humble taking advantage and grabbing positioning.
I do feel like that's the play for VN Esporting. Go a bit more on the aggressive, keep Filippo shooting at the very least, and keeping that damage output as low as possible by doing so. But it's going to be calculated aggression at the same time. Maybe it's going in very aggressive on the left-hand side here. Low HP Filippo though, with the super just in the nick of time. I thought maybe it's had that, wasn't to be. Now it's 3 versus 2, and Humble are in a great spot. They're low HP though. As the gas comes in, maybe they'll be able to get a couple of kills along the way from VN side.
Those are the little interactions that can go a long way. And now Luki lining up shots. Rama with 1, but he needs 2 more on top of that. He's going to recover for now, but the sharpshooter is getting closed in by the fog. It's only going to get more difficult. And a nice tag there from Mandy. And once again, Humble, 2 games in a row, going to take the first round here.
The way that Humble respond to pressure this season, it really is something to be marveled at. Basco there slowed and now back in play, but the shield of Rama is going to be quite crucial here, especially if he keeps taking shots from the Luki of Mandy there. Super's going to miss. However, maybe it's pushing forwards. He might be left alone if he's not careful, and Basco there going to come in for the heals. This is a much better shot for VN Esporting, but they can't choke this now. They've really got to land the mark and bring back around, because they've got another one to have to achieve off the back of that to gain this set.
And Rama going to have to get out of dodge quickly. It's going to be a duel on the top as well. This time it's going to be Mebius winning. 3v2 situation for the blue team. Filippo, Mandy, going to start running out of leg room very quickly here once this fog starts to close in. Supers can be utilized, but I don't think are going to be necessary here for VN Esporting. So going into this next round is going to be quite nice for them. They're going to have a dive in. They're going to have a pull opportunity, and now in a much better position to try and take this set.
The most important round now for VN Esporting. They cannot miss their shots. Humble are about to potentially go 2 sets ahead if they do. So everyone now with Super Rubber has that escape mechanism, and with Luki with having no super at the moment, it's certainly one where they can go a bit more on the aggressive. Maybe it's again in that right-hand side, as it paid off very nicely last time. Basco going to go for the pull. He does manage to get it. Luki goes down, but in the meanwhile, there's a bit of a trade. It's a 2 versus 2 now. 2 versus 1, as now it's just the Pearl versus 2 on the side of VN Esporting. It's Filippo versus the world, and VN with the best possible chance of tying this one up.
He's going to have to dance around the entire enemy team. I mean, this is going to take some serious perfection here, but he is just aggressing, running at them, knows that he has to use his HP to his advantage. Rama, though, trying to keep the distance. Mebius back in the cannon form with Clyde. They can now play the long-range game, and they're just going to be eating up bullets here. Get the job done, and VN Esporting in a close one takes set number 2 to tie things up.
I'll admit I was a bit worried for VN there because Pearl is actually not the worst of brawlers to have in that kind of scenario, especially with the shielding as well. I think that Rama and his teammate there really did know that they had to just ensure it to be able to tie up these sets. But I mean, Humble though, I mean, considering how quickly the first few rounds went the way of VN Esporting to gain that first game, I think that they did respond very nicely actually and just made it just a singular round that was all between them and going 2 sets ahead. I mean, certainly for my predictions, I'm kind of grateful that VN brought it back, I'll be honest. But I'm really enjoying what we're seeing from both sides. I think the Mandy did have some moments, but still that same idea for me that I just can't quite get my head around for competitive. I think it just has a few too many weaknesses at the moment. The Pearl, though, I think kind of worked out pretty well there.
Yeah, it kind of got at some of what I like about Pam, you know, minus the healing, but it has way more offensive pressure. I mean, we saw at the end there, give us a little bit of a scare. I thought Pearl might have had a chance with winning that, to be honest with you. Piper went down to 400-ish HP. And I was like, man, maybe he does clutch this out, because if it's a lone Bonnie, especially with the shield, all the time that he builds up healing and then it does more damage. I mean, Pearl could have cooked a few fools and we were that close. I think in another universe, Humble may have even ended up winning that. So a much more competitive set as well. First one, it didn't look like VN Esporting really got that draft down, and I'm glad in the second one, they got it fixed. They played well enough, and I think they're just gonna have to play to perfection here. I mean, Humble, 2 straight sets of them looking very good.
I mean, yeah, I mean, certainly with Pearl as well, getting hypercharge at just the right time, that speed buff would have been literally the end of the end there. It was very, very close to call. I think that additional shielding, like I said before as well, really could have come in quite clutch. So I think that, you know, when we saw Rama just connecting those shots, he knew he kind of had to in that moment, because ultimately that could have been the difference between being 2 sets down or tying everything up. So certainly a better draft for VN. I think in that first set, that was where they were kind of lacking a little bit. Maybe that Surge was more of a panic pick. Certainly maybe this is a fantastic Surge, no doubt about that. But I think in regards to what they were facing into, not the greatest of ideas. For me though, Humble are drafting better for the most part and standing up to the heat, which is something that we couldn't really say last season to the same extent. I think that they were showing more signs of nerves last season and definitely looked a bit more on the weaker side this time round. I mean, I said it coming onto the set, I would be so happy if they were to get this victory and be 2-0 by the end of today, because I think that the way they're playing, it could be very likely to happen, but VN needed that set. They were able to gain it. The question is, will they be able to turn things around, or will they go back to their old ways?
Yeah, I mean, Humble's a great storyline. VN Esporting coming in with a new player as well. I mean, no matter how you spin it, one of these 2 teams are going to have a great story at going 2-0. And I think Humble too. I mean, a big story arc for them last season when we were here. They went 2-5 and they had 5 3-2 matches. I mean, that's brutal ways to lose all of your matches. That's got to hurt. That's got to stay with you. That's got to linger. And I mean, to come in day 1, beat such a good team, and now be competitive with the #1 seed from last season, they got to be telling themselves, man, we can do this thing.
It really would be such a great story, wouldn't it, if they're able to, on day 1, take down the Mobile Masters champions, and then day 2, the #1 seed last season. I mean, that is going to put them very much on the map. And I think coming into the competition, many were not necessarily looking at Humble as being the biggest of competitors in this competition. And they've already proved in this early stage that they can absolutely hang with the best. And it's just a question now as to whether they can keep their composure to bring things back ahead. Because when you look at just how convincing Safe Zone was for them, they nailed it. They really, really did. And I think that Mandy pick, again, like for me, just wasn't quite it as we go into split for Hot Zone next. The bands are in Grey, Dynamite, and Barley for VN Esporting. For Humble, the Tara, the Spike, and the Gene. Certainly Split is more of those troublesome maps that you kind of tend to see in Hot Zone that can have a lot of choke points. So bringing in the Shelly, I think can open up some walls, can certainly take down some of the tankier options that might just try to overthrow the zone with HP. But I mean, you know, Split is a notoriously difficult map to get that control and also maintain it.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 2 hot zones, it just doubles the trouble, right? It's very difficult to maintain both. There's a lot of different strategies for when you should send 2 brawlers one direction, when you should let a solo brawler go. Should you draft a thrower here? I mean, there is a lot of chess being played in these drafts, and even within the matches too. I've always felt like this is one of the most difficult to get a win on, because it can get out of hand so quickly. Things can go really well for you or just completely crumble. And I think Cordelius makes a lot of sense to me here. It's a brawler I talked about in the pre-show as somebody that haunted the ban phase all day yesterday, got some playing time as well. And going into Shelly, it's nice, not only because it answers really well into some of those tankier brawlers, but you can also remove an enemy from play. If you throw that super and remove them from the Shadow Realm, they're no longer getting percentage points on the hot zone. So you can get some cheeky plays with that.
And jumps straight onto the zone as well. And there is a brawler which I'm sure you'll be pleased to see. Gale going to come in, but ultimately with the wall break, I just kind of wonder whether you're going to get as much value from Twister. I think they're probably going to bring the spring jump into the map and probably have that on like the right-hand side and bring in something of a tankier option. Yes, there is the Shelly, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be always having to evade it. They can just keep swapping lanes. El Primo's always had a good time on this map, but I think it does tell me something about that Gale pick. They want to get something quickly onto the zone, and HP is always a good thing to have. But certainly I think I prefer the Shelly over the Cordelius a little bit more. Willow going to come in, and certainly that's kind of a similar approach to the Cordelius, having that ability to have the mind control, taking someone away from the objective, certainly going to be quite key. But I think towards the end of the draft, I think that VN have got a great shot at picking a Sprout and really focusing their time on those side lanes and just avoiding the Shelly, feeding into that and keeping those walls up primarily. But you know, if the Will is on the cards, ideally a throw would be the best way to go about that when the draft comes back around.
Yeah, and I think we're really starting to see how strategy can be so important in the draft stage. Sometimes the order of operation is a really important thing too. We saw the Shelly go first, and yesterday one of the biggest problems was Bull was that he just kind of could run rampant depending on the counter comp that went against him. The only time we saw Bull not really be as much of a threat is if they doubled down on stopping him. And I think Gale, this is one of the better maps for him. He's not the best brawler in the world. I do love the guy, but as unbiased as I can be, it's not always the right fit. We didn't see him have a perfect day yesterday, but Cordelius and him together, along with that spring ejector, they could go for a thrower like you were saying. They get the Willow, that's going to do really well in the Gale. That's going to do really well in the Cordelius, just lobbing shots over those walls. They pair that with Stu, who can be aggressive, who can add in a wall break there as well if they want, or if they just want to get speed zone, they can go for that as well. But I think they go with that tankier option like you mentioned, and it looks like that choice is going to be Buster.
Yeah, I think when the Willow showed its face, I was thinking, oh, they're going to stick to their original plan, or are they going to deviate at this point in time? And Buster's in such a great place. I think the Stu as the final picker for Humble is a bit of a miss. I mean, you know, Willow's already going to be doing a little bit less in terms of that damage output. Certainly has the ability to, you know, sort of play around the objective somewhat. But Stu, it's going to be an aggressive idea, but you kind of have to have something a bit more bold, for me at least, when it comes to split. And I mean, if the Shelly can open things up a bit more and have, you know, space to maneuver and work with, that maybe will bring in something. But, you know, I think the Dynamite ban as well, just to bring it back around to the side of VN, was quite smart, because Humble and Lukey, he'll be a fantastic Dynamite to have in this scenario. So it kind of forced out the Willow somewhat. Not sure whether that was Humble's first choice. We'll see how they fare, as already Busker going to be going immediately in. And you can already see, you know, with that amount of HP, he will go down there. But over time, when he gets to super, that might be the very thing that he can have to his advantage to stay on the zone.
Yeah, this is a pretty classic layout for this map. You're going to see 2 go right, 1 go left, both sides mirror matching there. The objective for Buzzco is just to get a few percentage points at a time in, and the other side is trying to prevent the enemy from walking forward as the big snow blast goes down there from Rama. But Cyclone wreaking havoc now as Buzzco once again back in action. Going to be a great matchup into Lukey. There has a super available, but Filippo already taking advantage of the hypercharge. Mebius removing Cyclone from the mix. So on our side of the world, it's just going to be Rama and Filippo, and Filippo's going to retreat.
I like the patience there from Buzzco just to ensure that he didn't waste his super, because he's taken a while to earn it. Surely the Will is the best place to be staying on Buzzco, but in the meanwhile, you know, that's a solid defense on the right-hand side. Rama going to be able to heal up as well, and Buzzco getting some good offensive taps there onto Filippo. He's going to pop the clay pigeons and will actually get the takedown. That's going to bring things into a much closer affair, as both sides now capped, and you know, you're going to see Cyclone just dipping his foot there onto the right-hand side zone, as Mavis and Buzzco are going to try and overthrow this left-hand side.
And now we're going to see another jump in, an immediate pop of that super, but Filippo with the shotgun in the face can do some work there. A nice pull as Master Uguay or Lukey is going to have to go underground. It's neck and neck right now, but now red side owns both. Sniper Shellys on the loose, hypercharge inbound as well, and they're sending all forces right-hand side to try and close this out.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of a miscommunication there between Buzzco and Mabius, didn't it? Because Buzzco certainly would have had a better, you know, time, you know, being able to shield against the Shelly, not the Willow. But in the meanwhile, Humble are really getting some good time on this zone. Mabius will force then Lukey into the zone, but it's Filippo and Cyclone to stay firmly put. 20 HP is above Cyclone's head. He's staying alive, and Filippo as well on full HP is a problem that VN have got to deal with before they can even look at the left-hand side zone.
Yeah, this is going to take some perfect effort here from VN Esporting. A jump in, a jump out, as Lukey is now looking to put the pressure down. Going to take advantage of the gadget and survive a little longer. So 3 brawlers now standing, another hypercharge inbound. Buzzco gets cleaned up. The blustery blow coming in from Rama, but simply not enough. The entire side of Humble stays strong, and they will take advantage here in set number 3.
It felt to me like VN had the better start, but then Humble started to respond, and the Shelly was played fantastically well. I mean, that's really where VN Esporting have got to work on in terms of their countering, and just Felipe was getting just too much value for me. I think that Willow pick is probably the weakest of the three, and if they can focus on eradicating that, the Buster will have a much better time. That's probably, Buster's, oh, that's not the best of jumps into the map, and it's going to slow down VN Esporting in that early stage as well. So now it's better, and the connection is going to be there, but ultimately, yeah, I mean, 14% though, Mavis and Rama did their work on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it kind of revealed their hand, right? So now Humble can immediately make an adjustment. They swap their lanes. And of course, the pickup of a kill there too is going to change how they do things. Immediately, they open up this map and Cyclone is let loose, skating down the map now. Some shots going down for both sides as Filippo is just establishing control, not worrying about that hot zone yet. I think Rama's just going to jump in as a result, going to be closing in that gap there. Rama barely staying alive. The pushback, enough for Mebius to get the kill, but costs Gale his life. Meanwhile, on the other end, Buzzco putting in work. A nice dodge there, but Mebius still going to get the job done. All blue for now as they're well over 60.
Lovely dive there for the Willow, and maybe it's actually wasted super, but again, does still win the side lane, but Rama now surely going to be going down here as a result of these connections between Luki and Cyclone. Took a while though for it to happen, and Buzzco immediately in to more damage being dealt. So VN Esporting are in the lead, but they are also a bit to the slavery of what Humble are throwing out, and as time goes on, I feel like they might be able to bring this one back around. Maybe it's going to have to be able to connect a lot with Cyclone on his right-hand side, but he will go down, and that's going to be not necessarily the best of things. In the meanwhile, though, Buzzco and his teammates should be able to be doing pretty well on that left-hand side. 5% is all that's needed, but they do need to ensure it.
Yeah, and enough launch pads in, they should be able to take care of business here. Buzzco going to play a little bit of the mind games, not going to take the pad, going to trigger it, and now just walk it forward. Little shield, enough HP, a mind control, not enough. 100% to 81. They managed to get it done. And once again, we have another close set on our hands. And this is set number 3. It's 1-1 on each side. And this is to start the season 2-0. We talk about that magic number being 5-2. Both of these sides have some history against each other. They've both beaten some of the titans of this region. Now they have an opportunity to take a huge advantage. It may only be one set, but it is arguably the biggest one.
Ooh, Buzzco went quickly down. Felipe taking no chances there, popping the Clay Pigeon's gadgets and using it again onto Rama very quickly. So, such an important game now. Again, as we saw in the previous set, just what happened there. Will it be Humble this time round who can return the favor? Buzzco there. Oh, he just went down using super as well. That's going to be a waste for him. And Humble are getting their feet stuck in firmly. A much better start as they approach now 40% on both sides. That's not where you want to be at such an early stage on a map like Split.
That was a brutal start for VN Esporting. I mean, this is really going poorly for them. They've established so much control on both sides, and now Filippo even has a hypercharge. Gale, typically a tank counter, can't do anything. Another brawler going down for VN and hopping right into a shot from Cyclone. They're well over 75% now. It's time to play damage control a little bit. Rama doing what he can, and finally they have at least a little bit of percentage on both sides, but they have got so much work cut out for them.
Humble are just getting the trays every time, and they're just always staying on that zone. And as they approach now 90%, Luki is now the person to get taken care of. He's actually managed to find Mabius, forcing Rama over from the left-hand side to come in and do something about it. It's going to be too little, too late. Humble are running away with it. They take the set 2-1 now, and increasing that pressure pot. VN Esporting now cannot miss a beat.
I feel like with Humble, considering this season, we've really started to see the ceiling outcomes for them. That game right there, it's going to be tough for anybody in the world to beat that. That was just dominance. I think in the big moments, we've had instances where last season, they would fall in those 3-2 settings. And I think with all the variants considered last season, this time around, it's going the other way. Humble really starting to put on a show for us. I feel like we haven't quite seen that from VN Esporting, at least today. And we're going to need those big pop-off moments if they want to get a dub against Humble here. So Humble going to take the lead here at 2-1.
We are going to need those big moments, because ultimately I just don't think that can handle the ego of Trav coming back around and just bragging about that prediction being a 3-1 in Humble's favor, as it looks like it could be going that way. For VN Esporting, certainly, so some of these drafts are just not really landing the mark, and going into a Shelly time and time again, on that map is just not great, no matter what way you look at it. There's so much time to prepare if you're Humble. You just got like so much space to work with, and when that brawler lands, you're just going to annihilate it. You're not going to be able to come on top of that interaction time and time again. I think that, from the outset, VN Esporting looked the weaker in terms of their strategy, just kind of throwing things at the wall and just seeing what was going to stick, and it just wasn't working at all. They had to go back to the drawing board earlier and just kind of think their way through. That surely needs to be banned, in my opinion. But as we go into double swoosh for Gem Grab, the Squeak banned the Sandy and the Amber there for VN Esporting in the first pick of Tara. I mean, if Trevor were here, he'd be loving that, but maybe not if he was predicting the 1-3 scoreline in favor of Humble. The Crow, the Shelly, and the Sandy banned by Humble. I think the Shelly ban definitely had to be there for that side, because that probably would have been the first pick for VN Esporting had that not been on their side. Going to go with the M's as well, which I think is a pretty sort of pair of hands to start.
Yeah, and I mean, we see the double Sandy ban come through here too. And I mean, historically, Sandy's been great on double swoosh, but especially with the recent balance changes to the mythical gear as well. I mean, I think Sandy's going to gain even more relevance, got some playing time yesterday, and I think this would be a very deadly map to have Sandy in play. So it seems both teams are really valuing that, and I completely understand eliminating that. I think Ims and Tara, about as safe as starts as you can get. I think Tara's super has so much dynamic force to it. You can really make a big pop-off play, and sometimes the key with Gem Grab is you don't have to play the best for the entire duration. You just have to get one big pop-off play, steal all the gems, and walk away, and Tara's very good at doing that.
Very good as well. And also with that Buster-Tara interaction, I mean, Tara can do pretty well in that regard, but the Buster is a very, very good pick. We've seen it time and time again, you know, really since the kind of LCQ kind of meta formation there. And it really has been brought into the meta more forefront, so as a result of some favorable balance changes as well. But for VN Esporting, surely got to be considering a little bit of tanks here, I'd imagine. I mean, ultimately, you know, the Buster's going to be pretty good against some of them and being able to keep some of them at bay, but Stu, that's surely going to be Rama on that particular Brawl as a mid-controller, bringing in the speed zone as well. You know, it's always been a very good strategy to have in double swoosh. I don't necessarily mind it at all. And, you know, I think that's a brawler which he plays really, really well. And I think going back to some of their kind of classic styles of play and some of their favorite brawlers might not be the worst of ideas for VN Esporting. It's, you know, definitely going to be a tough thing to take down, but we haven't really seen anything from the Hypercharge side yet, as the Cordelis is going to come in for VN Esporting as a bit of an insurance policy.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Humble responds here, because Ims, while does show up a lot in this map, Buster the same, I wouldn't say they 100% play that mid. Stu is going to be that. I mean, Rama talked about it in the interview earlier. Aggression. I heard him say aggro at least 3 times. That's what they like to do, right? And I think when you play a comfort brawler and times are tough, you're down 2-1, it's to go 2-0, you know the other team in front of you is good. Sometimes you just got to go with all reliable, go with what's comfortable. So I respect that. Penny going to be the final pick here. That's an interesting one. It's been a while since we've seen Penny be really, really strong. So I'm kind of curious what the influence was there. I'm assuming it's more into the Tara pets. You can pierce through some of that stuff. It's a fine brawler, but it's nothing spectacular.
Yeah, we saw Humble utilizing yesterday, and it kind of definitely had a good place in terms of cancelling out the Carl, and I think it was Humble, at least it could have been another team, but ultimately that is kind of where I see Penny having a place still. Double swoosh, I've seen it being played and it can produce some results, but I think this is kind of better ideas that you can bring into the mix. I mean, Brawl wouldn't have been the worst of ideas even on this particular map, and just to go on the aggressive and hypercharge again. Spike as well was available. I think that Spike here has a pretty decent time of things, but I mean, let's see how things will fare. It's going to be an early Buster Super there from the side of Humble, as everyone just really putting themselves together to be able to aid that process. But swift takedown there of Filippo is going to bring things more in favor of VN Esporting. Nice from Mavis there to actually kind of bait out the shot of Lukey with the support from Beyond, not taking any chances to see how vigilant he was going to be in that regard. But it's going to be 3 gems to a piece as we go into the remainder of the match.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a really irregular start. You know, most of the times in Brawl Stars, we're used to seeing mid, left, right. You know, you got your 2 lanes and your mid brawler. Not this time. I mean, they're kind of grouping up together and just charging forward with the Buster, and it didn't work out as Buzzco, Rama can be able to piece together one there. Lukey, right-hand side, forced away as well, and now Buzzco's going to be lurking on the enemy bushes as well. Rama picking up a 6th as Cyclone looks to do the same, holding on to a super here, throwing it down, gets the capture, and Cyclone goes down as well. VN Esporting are continuing to pile up kills, and more importantly, grabbing these gems.
Yeah, Rama's doing a good job of holding on to them nicely there, and Buzzco going in on the aggressive onto Cyclone, but some good connections from Lukey. Those taps were on point and just at the right time for it, as now the gem's still so even in the scenario. 1 more spawning in now, should be going into the pocket of Humble to make it 7 apiece. Buzzco connects there to Filippo, surely a swift takedown, and it is, and that's exactly what you need to have, as maybe it's healing up, getting everyone back into play. This is quite a crucial moment in the game now, as anything can go wrong for either side. Aggressive side lane, Cyclone's going to win it. So close, honestly, so far.
Yeah, Mebius could have used a super there, elected not to. It's neck and neck right now. Gems for both sides. really starting to add on as we're going to get close to a countdown here. Luki in the mid, grabbing a 10th now. As Filippo looks to play defense. They can still get this, but they're going to have to be quick about it. They need to either look for a kill or go for the 11th, and that's exactly what Luki does. It's a big-time kill from Filippo as well, and there is simply nothing that Mebius can do without a super Humble. Some big-time kills towards the end there. They stayed in the game the whole time, and now they're rewarded with match point.
Yeah, the Kevlar Vest there as well on the bus was such a great choice of star power. You're not going to be able to really connect with that when the Super's in play with Tara, and it's going to be cancelling it out there for, and you've got to time that kind of a bit better in that regard, but it has shown the cards. Humble with one game away from actually taking this series, and for VN Esporting, it was their mistake. I mean, it was very close the entire way through, and just a little bit of a slip up as Mavis and Buzzco went down, leaving Rama alone, and Rama just got a bit overzealous, and you can't really do that because you can rekindle those situations with a bit of communication, but it wasn't to be, and Humble now got to be feeling very, very confident going into this next match, this next game.
Now another instance of why the penny pick makes a little more sense to me. The salty barrel going down is going to be a great way to kind of prevent those single shots from Stu. It's going to take him at least a couple to get through that. So a nice little body block there. And I think one more reason for why these guys are thinking outside the box. Very close right now. 2-4 as Buzzco looks to get aggressive here, popping the gadget, looking for the first kill as Ims rushes away, and the extra distance and the perfume spray gets a takedown there. 3-4, make it a 5th now for Humble.
I mean, Buzzco could have supered there and just kind of taken some time to heal himself up and just kind of eradicate someone from the board while staying in play, but he chose not to. Gonna be gadgeting in there and goes immediately down. It's a 3 versus 1 yet again. Rama staying alive, but his teammates have got to go on the aggressive a bit better and come out more in terms of these trades because Humble is running away. 7 gems now to the 3 only of EN Esporting. Buzzco wins that left-hand side there, but misses the super. You can't make these kinds of mistakes at this moment in the series.
Big moment right there. I mean, that would have been a big game changer, and Rama is just forced away once again. When your mid's playing lane or running away from the enemy, it's getting tougher and tougher as 3 red brawlers are marching down the map. Penny turret established. The pull won't matter. Rama only 4 in his hands, and now a red team countdown on top of it.
It's got to be a takedown for VN Esporting. Well, this one is over, and it can only be Luki. Cycling there with the shielding, forcing everyone into a position which they're not going to be able to get themselves out of. Rama and Mavis don't really know where Luki is. He's right in the middle of the map. I don't know why they're wasting time there, but it's going to be over. Humble are taking this one and going 2-0 at the end of the challenge day 2.
Who would have thunk it, Ark? 2-0 for Humble. They took down Masters champions, and now they get a win over the previous #1 seed. And you know who I know is going to be happy about that, Arc? It's none other than, he was our friend, but he said some mean things to us today. But Trav, how are we feeling?
I mean, how are you guys feeling? That's the question I should be asking, really. How are you feeling about being so stupid?
Okay.
Someone mute his mic.
I don't know what we're expecting, guys. I just know. I mean, Humble played amazingly. They really did. And I mean, not that VN didn't, because I thought they played really well as well across the board. Both of the teams made such big impacts. But I think Humble in that last set especially, I don't think they really had the better comp definitively. But Cyclone on that Buster was just running it down, getting so many good kills onto the Tara. And there just wasn't a good opportunity for Mebius to use that pull. And I think that's something that that just needed to be a bit more ironed out. They just needed a bit more control over the map. But
oh, we said it. Our first match of day 2 is over. Humble take the win. They've got off to an incredible start of their journey. 2-0 in the challenge season. Absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately for VN, they're going to have to take the L with that one, but it's okay. They both started off pretty strong, didn't they? And I feel like we're going to see a lot more of them throughout the challenge season. A lot more victories, that is for sure. Trav, yeah, we're going to say it. Congratulations. Congratulations on your prediction victory, let's call it. So you can hand it over to Kenny. It is indeed Kenny, the 3-2. How are you feeling, Kenny, about receiving the frame of shame?
You know, it's a really cute picture that I have between a father and son. It honestly warms my heart a little bit, so I'm going to hold this with pride. I will accept defeat, and for once, maybe the first time ever, I can say, Trav, you were right.
Oh. I hope that felt good, Trav. I really hope they do. Let's bring it back to the beginning of that map, of that match in particular. Ark, I'm going to come over to you. Yeah, not so Humble over here on my left. I'm going to come over to you, Ark, right? Because, you know, Humble, they opened up really, really strong, didn't they? And I've got to say, though, why not ban Bull on Heist after everything that we've seen so far, managed to use it? I mean, what do you think the mindset is behind that?
I mean, just dropping the ball. That's the only mindset that makes sense to me. I mean, when you look at Lennart playing yesterday, surely that is enough of a surefire thing to say that's got to be a given. I mean, there's not really many ways when a map really suits to play a ball. It's just you've got to have a response for it. And I mean, looking back at the scoreline for Gem Group, it was actually very close in terms of damage output. I mean, the gems that were dropped...
gems dropped, though.
Yeah, ultimately. But, I mean, that was realistically where it was 1 versus 3, and Rama just kind of got a bit overzealous. But, I mean, when you look at actually the way the damage was being distributed, it wasn't actually that much difference. But Humble were by far the more confident team. It kind of was very apparent to me. And, I mean, deserving of the win, 100%.
I think you're definitely right with the confidence side of things as well, because one thing that we were noticing here, being on the other side of the studio, watching it on the screen, we were noticing that one of the best things that Humble seemed to display there was their ability to change their pace, to their confidence in holding back a little bit, because, you know, we've even seen in our previous VT before we went into that match that Rama was saying aggression, aggression, aggression. Humble probably knew that as well, and they were comfortable changing pace. We saw it initially in Knockout and then in Hot Zone as well. They were happy taking it, weren't they, Kenny?
Yeah, I think I was pretty impressed, and I think to your comments before the match, they kind of just played their game, right? I don't think they overthought it. I think they knew what to expect with the VN. I mean, they've played enough this time of the year at this point. I mean, we're in November, Brawl Stars now, the biggest month of the year for Brawl Stars. You know, a lot of experience. I think these guys have come a long way, and some of the variants that we had through that last season where they were losing so many 3-2 matches, things are starting to fall their way, and I think they're gaining that very necessary confidence. And I mean, I think, Trav, it might have even been you who said this could be a top 4 team going into the postseason. You very well
doesn't surprise anybody that was right.
I think I said that, actually. Yeah.
It was me. What is this guy saying?
I'll go back and check the VOD. I'll check the VOD.
Well, Kenny, I'm smelling what you're selling. We've got 3 more matches today on day 2 of the challenge season. It's only going to get spicier. We've got Reply Totem going up against SK Gaming after this very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Barney, and I'm joined by Ark, Kenny, and Trav here in the studio. And gentlemen, the next match has, I would say, seemed to be elevated quite a bit since yesterday. Okay, let's put this into context for our viewers. These next two teams were essentially favorites for our predictions going into each of their respective matches yesterday, and they both ended up losing, meaning one of these teams is going to go 0-2 at the beginning of the season, something that none of us expected. Drama, Ark. So we have the reigning Mobile Masters champions, Reply Totem, and they're going to be going up against arguably the best team in the world, Trav, SK Gaming. So, Ark, penny for your thoughts. Let's go.
I mean, when you think about it, going back to Season 2 and Season 1, these were the favourites in the competition from the entirety all the way through till the very end. I mean, challenge, finals. How often was it Reply Totem and SK Gaming going head-to-head? I mean, it was the matchup that we all looked forward to, and we still look forward to. But who would have thought that on Challenge Day 2 that both would be in the position that they are in? It's very unusual stuff, and I mean, with that in mind, I don't know who's going to come out on top of this one. I mean, I would favour more towards SK, but I mean, Reply Totem know that they have got to make some changes. They've got to be able to up themselves, because at the moment, they are falling behind the competition.
Yeah, I agree. We're looking at a replay of Reply Totem from yesterday. Their opening map from Gem Grab definitely made them look like the Totem of old, for sure. We all agreed that they looked like they're back on form, and then the ground started crumbling beneath their feet. What happened, Kenny?
It's hard to point at one moment. It just didn't feel like the full Reply Totem that we've been used to seeing in the past, the one that we saw at Mobile Masters. I think Reply Totem, that first set, we started to feel it. They're back. And all of a sudden after that, I mean, and clearly after today too, Humble are a very good team. Maybe Humble's just that team right now, but I do think we need to see some Reply Totem stepping up. We talked about the tweet earlier as well. I mean, Reply Totem isn't feeling like Reply Totem. Today is a must win. Things can really get out of hand if you start going 0-2. And like we always talk about, 5-2 is that magic number in the regular season. If they start the season off 0-2, they pretty much have to play perfectly the rest of the way.
Exactly. I was about to say the exact same thing. Maybe they were complacent, but let's assume that they don't get complacent. What kind of approach are they going to need to take in order to capitalize against a team like SK Gaming, Trav?
Honestly, I don't really know, because you know how I think SK are incredibly strong at the moment. I think they're heavy favourites coming into this one, because Alice said it himself. Reply Totem aren't Reply Totem at the moment, and I think that's worrying, for themselves. Never mind facing off against a team as good as SK Gaming. So I think SK are quite heavy favourites coming into this one, but I don't really know what Reply Totem need to do to be able to win, because they just need to change everything that they've been doing. The drafts, the gameplay, how they're playing together. And their gameplay at the moment has just been so worrying for me, and I think unless they change something quick, as Kenny said, 0-2, they've pretty much got to be flawless, and it's not impossible to go flawless after that, but it's still very difficult.
But then focusing in on, SK Gaming, Ark, they slipped up against VN yesterday, losing 3-1. What were the main issues that you were identifying? We spoke a lot about the draft yesterday, but I mean, was there rotation issues? What could you identify?
Certainly SK Gaming today are a more aggressive team, but I think against a team like VN Esporting, they are the bigger aggressor. And I think that that's where they kind of tended to struggle a little bit. As VN got more confident in their approach, things started to spiral a bit out of control. I think that Reply Totem are a bit similar in that terms of playstyle to SK, so I think that that might not necessarily be as much of an issue for them. But I mean, certainly the confidence levels of Reply Totem have got to be pretty low at this present moment in time. I mean, going back to these two teams have actually faced up against each other very little this year. I mean, they had a clash in Split 1, Cup 3, and actually Reply Totem got the win, a 2-0 scoreline in the semi-finals. In other sort of competitions, it's only really been the BSC qualifiers in August where we saw them clash. So, I mean, they haven't had the most opportunities to really play off against each other in competitive. Certainly, though, in scrims, no doubt about that, they'll be doing their thing. But regardless, I mean, SK, I think, have got a better position going into this match.
Well, we got the draft appearing on the screen for the viewers at home and also for us. Kenny, while we start with the draft, I want your prediction as well. Quick, because I've got to write it down because you might be handing over the frame of shame.
Okay.
Maybe.
We're going to go 3-1 SK, and we're going to hope I don't hold this another time.
Okay. And what are you thinking about the draft as well, while Trav has a little think?
Well, while Triv's thinking, the prediction master ponders, I see the Dynamite. My heart is happy. He's a very explosive brawler, no pun intended, of course, but he is really, really solid on this map. I think Thrower almost necessary here to some degree. I think a lot of balanced compositions are going to show up when we get a map like this. Cordelius makes a lot of sense. Nita makes a lot of sense. Pretty textbook stuff so far, Trav.
Yeah, and I actually hate agreeing with people in predictions, but I'm going to go 3-1 SK as well. I think it's just the scoreline that I would provide. I'm going to go with Kenny. I'm not sure I'm allowed to do that, but I'm doing it anyway. I break the rules, all right? Mortis pick, though. I do like the Mortis pick, especially against the Dyna, so maybe I'll change it up.
Quick sticks, Ark, before I send these guys packing.
I was going to say 3-1 SK, but that's kind of boring now. I'm going to say 3-0 just to mix things up.
Yes, I like that. But heavily on the SK, let's go. Let's walk on over. You two, Trav and Kenny, I want you to boogie to the music as we go on over. And while I attempt a second time to chase you down, as you walk and strut. No, time again.
Oh no, it almost hit me, guys.
It's awful.
Wow.
It is. There's too much furniture in the way. There we go.
Crab, watch out. Oh no.
It seems to be going the wrong way.
Oh, nope, here it comes. Whoa, okay. I'm impressed.
I made it round.
I didn't think he was going to get around that corner. That's a tight corner, man. I didn't know if he was going to do it. Looks like after all said and done, though, we get the Mortis, we get the Gray. It's going to be an interesting one, to say the least here. I mean, we haven't seen this map yet this season, I don't think, so today's going to be opening day for the Canal. Always an interesting map, right? It makes me a little nervous because this is a very big map that is prone to spawn trapping.
Yeah, I think so as well. Obviously, the Gale behind you. I actually really like this reply totem comp, I will say. I think it's maybe that little bit stronger compared to the SK. SK, it just seems a bit of a throw together, you know? It doesn't really have much synergy at all. I like a thrower on this map, but I also kind of like Mortis into a thrower, you know? That kind of makes a lot of sense, right? So in my eyes, I'm kind of siding with that totem comp before we go in, but I think SK at the moment are definitely the favorites heading in, and clearly with all of our predictions.
Yeah, I'm curious how chat really feels about this. I mean, sound off in the chat of how you're thinking right now, but an early start here, it's going to be Joker making a nice pull. I think the Gray and the Mortis can be a great combination to try and deal with Dynamite, and I think they're going to put OP on this just to play a little defense, as Maru now diving in as well. OP dragging him to the Shadow Realm, though, as Mari duels up top with Chaos. They have to be careful here because they're going to get out from underneath. And it's another pickup there. A perfect Gale Tornado as well. It's going to be one of the biggest lines of defense that they have into that Brawler, but nonetheless, Totem Strike. 9-5, explosive start to this game.
He went for a little TP in there as well. Felt like it was a bit adventurous, kind of putting himself in harm's way. Eventually, we're going to see OP get Maru back into that Shadow Realm once more. He's just going to dash away. You know, why waste some stars and give them the lead when you can just run away in that scenario? And I think it's the smart thing to do. Joker's now going to TP over to the left. Got a nice teleport set up there for the future as well if Mortis does choose to go in. You know, if Nita wants to go in when he gets a bear, it becomes a lot easier with that TP set up. And now we're kind of playing a left to right battle instead of that top to bottom. And at the moment, Totem are on top, which makes it SK Gaming have to aggress.
Yeah, they're going to have to get a little uncomfortable here. It's only 3 stars, so not the end of the world, but they do have some good utility on their end between Joker with a TP, and they have Maru who can chain the bats as well. SK, however, don't have a way to drag them down to the Shadow Realm. No super for Yashi, no super for Dynamite. They're just going to have to start landing some shots, and Totem know this. They can play it patient. Now they get a little over-aggressive, have to be careful here, and they're going to have to time this just right if they want to be the final team to strike.
There we go. Now we got that blustery blow ready for Yoshi, and that means they can kind of push them out of that choke point and have the pathway through. But at the moment, nothing else really going for SK Gaming. They're going to need a pinch. OP's going to go for the jump over now. Surely wants to try and get something in this realm. Has it available. Gets Mortis in there, but can he even catch up to him? Up top, there's still some stuff going on. But at the moment, it's Totem coming out on top, and nothing is going to change that for the rest of this game. They take game number 1, but it wasn't that convincing despite the scoreline.
Yeah, a lot of those kills being piled up at the end there, but nonetheless, I think Totem with a job well done. They didn't need to force anything. When it was 11-8, they just got to tag some brawlers, chain the supers a little bit. Morris doing a lap around the map there at the end just to distract the other team. I mean, honestly, they did what they had to do. They weren't forced to do too much. So I think SK Gaming early on, the big key here is after you see Maru grab this blue star, you're gonna have to set yourselves up, get some map control, get a kill early, and just don't fall victim to an early deficit.
Yeah, OP looking for Maru here. He's going to go for the dash in, try and get some super of his own, and then the Walking King going to be missed by Joker, which would have allowed him to get that kill. Chaos versus Mori is a matchup that SK will not be complaining about. Can just sit in this grass, sit behind these walls, pepper him down, and get that super ready, which he does have now. But OP's here, he's waiting for Maru. Super comes down, but doesn't make any connections. But it's just very back and forward. Not much going on at the moment. The blue star remains with Totem.
And the first kill finally going down. Joker with a missed walking cane as well. Last time we had so much aggression off the get-go. This time, more calculated, patient. Both sides learning from their past. iChaos preemptively pops this gadget too. Gonna be lurking in the bushes looking for a shot. Connects to Mari as well. Boom goes the dynamite. Chaos with a big kill there and to take the lead.
Yeah, Maru's trying to find this entrance, but with all the control that SK have, it's just not really there. Nice blow there back from Yoshi. Gets the kill down. Maru now in a compromised position, and he does fall as well. This is SK domination. All they have to show for it is that 1 star, and that wasn't even from getting a kill. Chaos dominating. 10 stars now, and the knockbacks there as well. Drags him into the realm, because why not? It's 14-1, and Reply Totem could just stand and watch.
I mean, iChaos is just bullying poor Mari. 2 back-to-back kills, back-to-back stuns, and even a counterplay from Joker. Not enough there as Maru looks to flank. Another one. They're tallying the score. They're running away with it. They're even backing off to the other side of the map with confidence right now. Chaos standing behind the wall gets the chip shot necessary, and there's that ceiling gameplay from SK Gaming, Trav. These are moments where I get nervous for Totem. That game number 1, they weren't pushed to do too much, but game number 2, my goodness, SK Gaming looked like the team that you thought they were yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? If you get this mid control of both sides, it's so hard for a Mortis to push in, so hard for a Need to push in with such minimal range. They can't scout those bushes very well, and Joker's going to miss that early walking cane in game number 3 here of Canal Grande. I believe that was a gadget miss there by Chaos, but it doesn't really matter because the pinch is there anyway, and they get the early kill. Joker now in a bit of a tough position as Yoshi going towards him, but he does use that tornado. TP from Joker will give them back the lead, but Ope looking for a bit of revenge.
Great job from Joker, and I think a wasted super there as well. Another pickup here. Ooh, and Maru gonna go down. Could have gotten away with a huge pilot of stars there, pile of stars, and that would have been an insane play there. But you know what? 9-8, all is good. Still up 1, but now positioning for SK. So you gotta be a little nervous if you're Totem. They have some room to work with that TP on the right-hand side. Maru, of course, with the long dash can extend positioning as well, but Mari gonna have a really tough time here.
Yeah, well, Chaos actually choosing to stay over the side where the Mortis is, just to provide some help. You know, he's got Ope defending him, and if Mortis does go in, he's usually going to be able to get that Shadow Realm super, but going to see a TP there from Joker, and that's a bit bold in my opinion. Big Bomb comes down, doesn't actually hit anybody. Ope can surely get Maru here, as he's not going to have that escape. Could have stayed for Joker, but chose to retreat as he didn't have the ammo for that. Stun going to be there. The walking cane towards him, but Ope's there to clean up. Yoshi defending the right, and Maru's just stood watching. He can't push towards Ope here, who's just going to be able to jump away. Gets the bats and the chain across all 3. Full health again, but the blue star still with SK Gaming at 13-13.
And Joker with a nice teleport to the other end. There's so much to keep up with this Totem roster. Ope has to keep his eyes on the prize, though. Goes in, Mari gets an easy kill, and now it's charged up. Bruce the Bear as well. He's going to have a super to release if he wants. So Chaos, Yoshi, getting the band together for this last 15 seconds, 17-13. They need to pile up some kills quickly, and now rushing in with Bruce. They're going to be able to deal with that rather quickly. 1 star being the difference maker here, and now all the pressure lining up. They've got a blustery blow coming in. Mari gonna fall weak. Maru popping off, though. 19-19. Blue star with the other side, though. They run away with it. A buzzer beater, but it's SK Gaming, and that's only our first set.
They were chasing them down at the end, but they couldn't redeem what they had lost. Blue Star clutching it up for SK Gaming, and Totem could not do anything about it. The blustery blow on the right-hand side takes Nita out of the game, and from there, it's all SK Gaming in a 3v2. Great stuff from them, but not as convincing as I expected, I must admit.
Yeah, I think that was a really tight race at the end there, though. Totem put it together so close, but SK Gaming holding on there. And, you know, all things considered, it's Totem who always started those matches with the blue star. So the fact that SK were able to claim it, hold on to it, especially considering it's Dynamite. He's a squishy brawler. Sure, he keeps his distance, but Maru's going to be looking for that matchup the entire time. The stun going through from Yoshi, and Maru just simply out of striking distance. What a banger of a first set, Trav. We expected this match to be good, but I mean, so far, it could really feel like it might go the distance.
Yeah, and I actually didn't realize at the time, but that stun actually connected with 2 of them from the Gale there. You know, seeing your favorite brawler do so much, it must make you happy, Kenny. Once Gale actually showing his worth, but yeah, that stun at the end was really something. Got the knockback, got the stun, and then the Dynamite was able to finish that off, and, you know, Mortis just stood watching. It's a little bit of a tough one for Reply Totem to swallow early on, especially with how well they were playing, how good they had those blue stars, and how well that first game went for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard thing to get over, right? They were literally tied It was the same star count. It was just a pesky little blue star that got away from them. They played an excellent set there. I mean, it was neck and neck the whole way through, close call till the end, and that's gotta hurt. You gotta shake it off and move on to the next one, but it's the little moments like that that make a huge difference in the long run, and so SK are gonna profit off it, and they're gonna start here 1-0, which I think is a big deal considering how intense that was.
Yeah, it was such a big first set, and it means so much to both of these teams as well. Both of them 0-1, so this match really is gonna get one of them off that starting line, allow them to get that first win. Nobody wants to be 0-2, but 1-1 sounds just that little bit better, especially with SK obviously starting off against Nouns Esports, who might even be the strongest team in this league at the moment. We are going to start that picks and ban phase yet again. We're heading on to double swoosh. You're going to see the Shelly banned, no surprise there. Sandy and Buster are going to be banned out along with that for Reply Totem. SK going to ban out the Amber, the Gale, and the Buster. Horror is the first bit. You've had your fun with Gale.
All right.
Now it's my turn.
Yeah. I mean, my guy's so good to the point where they had to ban him, though, so I'm just going to say that, but whatever. Tara, another pick on double swoosh here. It makes sense, right? We saw it even earlier today between the two teams that beat these two teams yesterday. Tara and Ems, and still a lot of familiar faces, and it makes sense to me, too. I mean, I think both of those strategies ended working out. The Brawlers looked pretty good there, too. I mean, maybe this is just the EMEA meta right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Stu did look very good in that final set of the last game. It just didn't have the backup down those lanes. I feel like Buster was just a little bit too dominant when we did see it, and obviously SK Gaming banning it out of the way gives Stu a bit more free roam, not having to be too scared about being pulled back into that. But Ems, very, very solid pick. It can burn straight through those support from Beyonds quite easily and get some good control when the slow comes through as well. But Crow, I really do like that pick. Pretty much gives you the vision gear, but without really needing the vision gear. You can take a couple different gears instead and have the benefit of that. The slowing toxin and everything as well just makes it a very well-rounded brawler for this map.
Yeah, Crow's been around the meta all year long, right? And I was really curious to see with this balance change, would it affect them? Because the slowing toxin is part of what makes Crow Crow. And so when you take away a little bit at that, I think it makes it a little tougher to justify playing him. And yesterday, we really didn't see it that much. I think this is one of his best maps, though. And like you said, there's a lot of benefit to running him here. You can do a great job of doing a scouting report on that right-hand side there. You're going to look down the long lane, and you're going to throw down those daggers. If you make one little connection, now you can see where the enemy is for an extended period of time. So I think that's going to be a big deal as well. And pairing that with Otis, somebody that's going to work out for those lanes as well and really prevent any ideas of a tank coming through.
Yeah, no, I think the Otis is a really solid pick. The Mute's, amazing, and when you're vulnerable to a lot of those tanks, and even Mortis still being available as well, which, they can utilize extremely well for the side of Totem. They're going to get rid of that, but Penny's going to be returning once again. Not sure if we'll see that through the mid or down one of those lanes. I think with Stu there, you may have to run it down the lane, which I don't mind anyway, still placing that turret in a bit of a defensive position, and just standing with your salty barrel waiting for a bit more aggression to come through isn't too bad, and also with Tara's support from Beyond, you splash straight through that as well.
Yeah, and I think Penny's had moments this year where she has played that lane. We've had several compositions that have come through this year where B and Penny have been paired together, and they're completely comfortable with putting one of them in the lane. I think the mortar, a big deal. Having that salty barrel last time was another reminder to me of why Penny can work out into the Stu, so I think it definitely has its perks, little extra area control as well, and especially on a map like this where you're trying to push them off a certain point on the map, that being the mid where all the gyms spawn, it can really help you out. So we're going to see how all these teams line up here. It's going to be Maru taking the lane like we mentioned, Chaos in the mid as Otis, Joker fulfilling his role as a fat splatter goes down, a little speed zone as well to try and give an extra benefit to the team. Maru, of course, going to have a nice lane here if they have any Tara pets, so I think that could go well, but Ope might have elected to go for the other gadget just considering that.
Yeah, he did. We just saw it straight off the start. Psychic Enhance was what he brought in, and I mean, I still don't think that's the best decision. If you're against the Stu in a 1v1, if you've won your lane, those support from Beyond can still be very, very solid, but I can understand why he brings that in, and Chaos starting off with 4 gems, clearly benefiting off how strong Otis is through this mid here in comparison to Joker. Fat Splatter does go down, blocks off that avenue, but he's still got a safe retreat down the left.
Joker just going to go ahead and drop a speed zone here too. It's Chaos. Does take some shots, but will be able to slowly back away with 5 in his pocket. Joker needs to be careful here too. He is muted, but does extend for that gem. Gets a little risky with it. Less than 2k HP as Maru stuffs Ope on the left-hand side. Goodness gracious, Maru wanting the smoke here finally goes down, but as a result, Mari's going to win that right-hand lane as well, and it's a little bit more control for Totem here.
Yeah, well, the Psychic Enhance comes down, reveals where Mori is, and forces him to back off. And I mean, Yoshi coming back down that lane would have done the same thing anyway, but I think Ope actually got one-shotted by the shot through the salty barrel on the left-hand side just prior to this death. The jump available now from Crow. Should be able to clean up Mori quite nicely here. Does go in. Oh, misses that friend zoner as well. Misses the knockback. But these gems counts are getting a bit closer. Pull now available for OP as well, which is going to be huge for him on this left-hand side. But Joker obviously still going to be able to dash out the way if it does come to that. So he needs to be a bit cautious about wasting that now. But Yoshi dominating the right-hand side, and obviously Maru can't really push the left, which should give SK a bit of a better position through this mid.
Yeah, turret now being established as well. Jim spawning on the side of Totem. Next one will go to SK, and if they get a 10th, that's where things really start to get hairy here for Totem. Yoshi not forcing anything. Ope holding on to that super. Chaos has one of his own as well. He's going to get aggressive for this Jim. Now 10 in his pocket. He is falling a little weak, though, as Joker looks to focus the left-hand side. Ope throwing down that super. Not going to do enough, though. One going to be spawning the mid, and Joker has to claim this. Chaos, the only man standing, as Mari forces them away with a super, and now it's Totem with complete control of the map.
It was a great bait, I will say, there from Chaos to get that super out the way from M. Should allow Yoshi a bit of a better push-up now, but still not able to do it. Countdown now starts for Reply Totem, even though SK have been dominating the majority of the game. Nice mute out there onto Joker, but 3v1 in this mid. Chaos is going to fall down. Mori should be able to clean up these gems. Yoshi going on aggressive, trying to take down Joker, but at that point, I don't think it'd really matter. Two of them there to defend it. And Reply Totem take game number 1 of set number 2.
Big plays there for Reply Totem, especially when things started to look a little scary for them. They didn't necessarily have that map control, and then they picked up some big-time lane kills. It's all about getting those matchups, especially at a professional level. You don't have to over-aggress sometimes. Sometimes you gotta play the moment right, and especially just more than anything, you wanna win your lane, but just don't lose it, because once you lose that positioning, the other team can approach, can start to force you out of the mid, and in Gym Grab, that's everything. And once Totem picked up a couple very crucial kills, they were able to just scale up, move towards the map, and SK just had no walking space at all. Little change up here as well, as it's going to be Maru in the mid. They're looking for that Tara matchup, I think, as Joker is going to be facing off against Chaos. It's going to be a trade, and ultimately going to result in an SK advantage. They're going to have 3 gems to the 0 of Totem.
I was going to say, this is very weird, but seeing Tara through mid, it's not something I would usually expect, but it's actually kind of working so far. 5 gems in their hands and 0 on the side of Reply Totem. Chaos getting some nice positioning on the left here. Salty Barrel placed down, but doesn't really have enough range when splashing through that for Mara to do that much work. Chaos trying to find him again. Salty Barrel, another one used, but does eventually get that mortar. 6 gems to 1 now as SK start to pull ahead. Oh,
nice kill there, too. That's a big one to Jim spill out, but Yoshi's able to collect them as Joker looking for blood. They're going to be moving up the map, and this is looking a little scary, just like it did towards the end of game number 1. Totem has positioning. Mari is going to be the one to claim all these gems. I think that's good in the sense that Joker can now be more aggressive. They can let him loose, one of his most iconic brawlers as well, and they're certainly going to want him, but he is down for now. However, Totem able to collect plenty of gems here. SK getting back to the established control that they need. OP holding on to a super here too, as Maru needs to be very careful, but at least Totem were able to climb back just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why people say Chaos is one of the best players in the world, and he's shown it on the left-hand side there, dominating not only 1, but 2 of them as well, bringing Mori quite low, and Yoshi following up with some more shots. Ope snuck into a nice position here on the right, waiting for Joker to step out of line, but did eventually realize that maybe he'd overstayed his welcome, stepped out of position a bit too much, and did have to back off. But he can even just solo pull Maru here to take him out of the mix and allow Yoshi to stay in a comfortable position. Maru now going to be using that beautiful mute there from Chaos to be able to bring Joker low and keep Yoshi out of harm's way. Down one goes, and down another as well. Just Mori remaining, and this is what we expected from SK in that previous game. They started so strong, but this time they're able to remain on top of those gems.
Well played from SK, and again, this match just living up to the expectations that we wanted. We've seen it from Totem, we've seen it from SK. Sure, they didn't have the strongest start yesterday, but we know what these teams are able to accomplish, and it's just been back and forth the whole way through. And once again, it's going to be a 1-1 kind of scenario. This is a must-win moment for Reply Totem. Going down 2-0 to SK Gaming, one of the strongest teams in the region, one of the finest looking in the world right now, would be nearly impossible to come back from. So this game number 3 is everything right now for Totem.
Yeah, Mori grabs number 3, but kind of losing control of the mid in the process. OP's going to go a bit aggressive now. Try bait out this friend zone of Mori, and not going to be able to bait it out because it does get you successfully onto him. Yoshi now resuming his position in this mid, and Chaos trying to make the move down the right-hand side, but not really getting too far. Obviously taking control of the bush because that's on their side, but Maru doing the exact same on the left, and this is with Maru with 4 gems over his head. Psychic Enhancer used once more to get vision of his bust, and he actually he wastes 2 shots there, and Joker cleans him up nicely. Reply Totem looking in a very, very good position early game.
Joker still celebrating Halloween, a little spooky season shenanigans, and he's unfortunately going to go down there. SK now with an opportunity to reclaim the mid. iKaos really positioning himself to give Mari some trouble. Mari having to juggle multiple brawlers, pops the super as well, and Chaos is going to fall. The speed zone contributing here as well. So Pei's getting sneaky on this right-hand side. They need to be careful here, or else somebody's going to get claimed. It looks like it's going to be Maru. Not enough up close damage that time. Yashi has a super here too. Something they have to be cognizant of, have to be careful of. And for now, it's going to be a tie game as SK, the red roster, continues to take control.
Yeah, I mean, Chaos coming forward again, gets the mute onto Maru and actually misses his salty barrel. Perfect for him, but still a little bit of help from Mori along to get that takedown. Waste of a super yet again from Mori. That's 2 now that he hasn't really got value off, but the mortar being established on this left-hand side, helping them out massively. Mori still got a couple of friend zoners in hand, but pull available for OPE once more. If they step out of line, even the tiniest bit, they're going to be punished.
8-8, and a missed pull. Joker maneuvers around it, and also a death for Tara. That is huge. Joker now picking up a 9th, Crow forced away, and more importantly, that's a wasted super they won't have anymore. 9-9, SK back in the mid once again, and this next gym spawning on Totem side, they have to grab it. They force the countdown, but it's going to be SK prime position to just tie things up here and make it 10-10.
Well, Joker going forward, so 2v1 position. Chaos has to move to the side and tank for Yoshi. It is 10-10, but Totem back in control. They're in a bit of a tough position to be splashed through as well by Penny on this left-hand side. Mortar still giving them some trouble, but all 3 of them moving over to this SK side. If OPE gets super now, this could be dangerous for them, staying alive, and Totem are all low. Maru might burn down there. Chaos getting in a good position to take down this mortar, but the countdown now starts for SK. OPE trying to find Maru, and he gets his pull. There it is as well, but the gem carrier on SK side falls. Chaos is low, and Maru gets the takedown, and OPE doesn't have the super anymore. 14 gems, not going to be able to even it out from the mid here. I don't believe it's 11, and Totem should surely secure this. Down Yoshi goes, and that is going to be a set to Totem.
Wow. All came down to that 1 kill. Otis had to make a tough call there, right? He's weak. He knows the enemy's kind of weakish, knows it may be lurking in those bushes somewhere, and they just had to step out for him, knowing that if even 1 gem slipped from that pile, it would all be likely over. They pick up enough to get themselves to 14, and at that point, you no longer have to worry about them claiming enough from the mid. All of the other brawlers are eliminated. A tough beat there for SK Gaming, and again, it's the little moments when 2 teams are so evenly matched, when 2 teams are playing so darn well. It's a big deal. Another small mistake there as well, and that small mistake is a bigger deal along the way, because look at that chain reaction. Tara missing a super, goes down. Now Crow has to use his super just to jump away, and then the big kill from Mari here. Tough stuff here for SK Gaming. That one's got to hurt similarly to how Totem felt in that very first set.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it's not that much of a small mistake. Missing a Tara super is, you know, it's so influential on the greater game. And I think, as you said, it just starts a chain reaction where everything starts to fall apart for SK Gaming there. It's tough, you know, it's a tough decision to choose to whether to go for those gems, whether to just try and defend them. I think in the moment he chose the wrong decision, especially as, you know, a few flurry shots from the bushes when you know, Totem tried to go for those gems. It would have been a little bit better than going for them himself. But at the same time, you know, it's a decision that has to happen in that moment. Split decision, and, you know, he chose wrong. But at the end of the day, it was a very, very close set once more, and you know, there's not really much between these 2 teams.
Yeah, decision making very important, and I think that small instance really reflected an entire set loss at the end of the day. I mean, that's hard to believe that 1 missed pull. If I miss a pull on ladder, I can recover, but these guys will punish you if you make a single bad action. It's really crazy. I mean, in terms of just competition, yesterday we had some fantastic matches. Today we already started off with a really good one. This one feels the most tense to me. Both of these teams are in a must-win situation in my mind. Every match is a must-win situation, right? But especially now, especially when you bring the math even into it, you need to go 5-2. These teams have been great. They were really solid in the past. Masters champion, SK with a strong showing. LCQ, they look so darn good. But now they are in a tough situation. It's 1-1. It's set 3. You can take advantage right here, right now. I talk about it all the time. Set 3 is so important because it's a lot better going into a set 3, going up 2-1, and not having to feel like you have to play a perfect win. At least you get 2 tries of redemption.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these 2 teams really can't be separated that much. It seems like, you know, either of these sets could have gone either way. It could have quite easily been to 2-0 to either of these teams at this point if things lined up a little bit better for them. But at the end of the day, they just haven't, and mistakes are being made, and they are being punished as well. Both these teams teams. You know, I think they've kind of both definitely adapted to more aggressive playstyle this year. SK certainly, after they made that roster change with OP moving in, it just forced them to go aggressive, and I think Pedro realized that as well. I was watching, I think, some video where he said, you know, we're adapting to a bit more of an aggressive playstyle, and clearly it's been working for them throughout the later portions of this year. But the thing is, with aggressive playstyles, more mistakes are there. If you're going to go aggressive, you're going to be punished.
Yeah, and I think I respect that a lot, especially considering in the past, I think they've been known as a team that's been coached to kind of play area control, calculated, one kill at a time, do it as a unit, and the meta has just changed entirely this year. It's been a way more aggressive, way more healthier brawlers, tankier brawlers, up close fist fights, and I think SK's done a great job of adjusting to that. So I think in terms of coaching, in terms of play style, that can be a really tough thing to do, and I think they're doing an excellent job at it. And here we go, Split. Again, very tough map. And at the end of the day, Shelly is still going to somehow slip by the ban stage. I mean, it's tough though, right? Like, I look at these 6 bans, all unique bans, and I totally understand all of them. And somehow Shelly is still not included. I think it just goes to show this meta is a tough one to maneuver.
Well, I think it was Filippo who played it in that last game, right? And he played it so well. When that hypercharge came through, and it came through a lot as well, bear in mind, because of how aggressive you have to be on this map. If you're moving towards a Shelly, you're going to be going towards one of those zones. And if the Shelly's still in the zone, you've got to face it. And that's going to provide a lot of supers, a lot of hypercharge. And I think it's a lot more influential on this map to have those supercharges, and it's a lot easier to get them as well. Rico going to be coming through from SK Gaming. I think that's a good defensive measure. You can keep that range, stay out of the way of Shelly. And with the walls, Clay Pigeon is not going to be as dangerous in the face of that, but Rico definitely should be sliding over that right-hand side and stopping people from coming through. No Gale means no launch pad as well, so there's no real way around it.
Not to mention SK Gaming, that's got to be a comfort pick as well, right? It's something that they have played a lot historically, and they do a pretty darn good job at. Cordelius coming in as well, and again, this is somebody that we've seen a lot in the past couple of days. Cordelius is just a good answer to some of those aggressive brawlers, because it can remove somebody entirely from the playing field, and also as a way to kind of mute, similar to how Otis does with his own kit, and you don't even have to charge it up. It's a really solid brawler right now. It addresses a lot of things in the meta. I think it makes sense to me, especially in this game mode and this map.
Yeah, no, I do think that as well. I think Cordelius is definitely a solid shout against the Shelly. You know, 1v1 is going to be a lot easier when you can't use super and stuff as well. Willow's going to come in as the next pick from Reply Totem. I do like that. Gives a bit more of a 1v1 battle against that Rico. Allows him to shoot over the walls instead of having to go through that choke point. So I think that's a very solid shout from Reply Totem. And we've seen them use it pretty successfully in the past as well. So that bringing in that throw is definitely a smart call. But we can't forget that SK Gaming does have a last pick. So they've got to choose something that's going to be good against, you know, something that can go quite aggressive against that Willow, and they're going to go with the Stu. He's going to be dashing a bit back and forward. We've seen this already on this map as well, and it worked pretty well when it was played.
Yeah, we've seen similar packages, and similar to how I felt about the last draft too. We saw that Shelly pick, they pick a Rico, which is just a general good brawler in this map and one that they're very established with. They get Cordelius to kind of address the Shelly, and then as a countermeasure, it's right back to Willow. I mean, we see throwers on this map a good bit. They pair it with Stu. This is clearly a package that they like. It makes sense to me. I think Willow, somebody, especially with that mind control too, can be really lethal. But we get our good friend Dynamite in the mix. Talk about explosive brawlers, Trap. This guy can really make some big pop-off plays. We see what the stun can do. We saw it even earlier today. Dynamite, one of those brawlers that if you can utilize very well, it's going to go your way. You're going to be able to make some huge plays for your team and contribute right off the bat. Willow does damage, has the nice mind control, but Dynamite can be that potential top fragger that I think SK might need in this spot.
But this is the thing now, which one does IKEOS play? There's 2 picks for IKEOS. Does he go Rico? Does he go Dynamite? He's incredible on both, and that's the issue. Who's going to be hopping onto one of those brawls, and will it be the right decision in the moment? That is the question. We'll find out very, very shortly as we get into set number 3. He's going to go with the Rico, which I definitely understand considering how strong he is on that brawler.
Interesting start. It's going to be 2 on the left-hand side. Mari going to go solo here. And traditionally, you're going to see a 2-1 split. 2 on the right, 1 on the left. And they elect to go a little bit differently here, trusting Mari with that, at least to play enough defense. But it's going to be SK getting a very nice win on the left-hand side, and Yashi even dipping his toes into the right. The more that SK can kind of just dip in and dip out of that hot zone, the better, because that's your home side court trap. If you own the right-hand side, at least from Totem's perspective, or the left from SK, that's the easier one. So getting the extra percentage points on the other end is what makes all the difference in that total score.
Yeah, OP in a good position there as well. Oh, great super coming in from Chaos, brings both of them low, and Maru's going to fall as well. Did get his super, but the thrower battle on this right-hand side seems to be going Mori's way, but not without Yoshi getting his fair share of percentage. He gets the kill and dives as well, but misses the mind control, which should allow OP to be able to take a 1v1 here, possibly against Joker to push forwards, but choosing to just wait out a little bit. Hypercharges there as well, gives a bit more speed to Maru, and the Clay Pigeon was activated as well. Bouncy Castle used on the defensive side by Chaos to get some heals back, but during that, SK are dominating the right, and now Chaos wins the left too.
Traditionally, Joker as the Stew is going to be a great counter option to somebody like Dynamite, but without a super, without a wall broken down there, Dynamite retreats, lobs some shots over the wall, and Mari just not able to claim enough kills in this spot right now. It's close, but complete control on the left-hand side for SK, so defense is holding strong. They're just going to rely on Yoshi to kind of go in and out here. And he's going to be falling weak here as Mari gets the pivotal pickup. OP dragging Mari to the Shadow Realm and now going down over the other end. Going to be getting a major takedown, and now it's neck and neck right now as both sides are so close. 10% away each. A nice pickup there. A stun going down as well as Maru falls. OP still right hand in. It's just a lone Mari, and it's enough for now. 99%. They have to find a way to dip their toes on this. Ooh, and they get there just in time. I got a little nervous there towards the end, Trav. But ultimately in a close one, SK Gaming prevail.
I mean, Mori had to dive at the end there. Could have used his mind control maybe to get him out of the way, but he wasn't sure where he was in that bush, and that's the issue. Chose to dive down into the depths and avoid some of those shots instead, which allowed SK to get their toes on that zone and take the win of game number 1 in this split matchup. We'll see if that's more of the same and they take the set, or if Reply Totem will choose, well, not choose, will try and drag it back.
Wall break, I think, going to be a huge feature here as well. Once Maru opened that up, it makes those angles a little tougher for iChaos. You know, he's relying on this left-hand end wall to bounce shots into the grass, and Maru said, enough's enough. I'm going to let Joker do his thing, and a nice play there. Barely holding on, 40 HP. A pickup for Maru on the right as well. It's just a lone Yoshi for now. And all of the Totem Brawlers standing strong right now. These extra percentage points on both ends are going to compile very quickly. The long dash, some nice dodges. Maru getting the shot off just in time, I think, but OP still remaining victorious here. And in a 2v1 setting, SK get the W, but a huge super not going to be enough here. Tough situation, and a mind control for Mari to stay alive. Big cheeky play right there. Walks him right into the shotgun as well. Major pop-off from Totem right now.
I mean, that was beautiful from Mori there, putting him in a tough position as well. Just bring him straight back out of that realm, straight into Maru's shotgun is not something that he will have wanted, but a 1v1 now in the realm between OP and Maru. This time he does win it, and it is SK Gaming who take the lead now, with Yoshi just dipping himself onto that right-hand zone. Joker can't really find the angle. Mori not having the easiest of times in that 1v1 matchup. Bounce Castle going to be coming out super towards OP there to get the shots in. But Chaos just doing such a good defensive job. Super goes down, but OP's going to jump over. Should be able to get Mori, but he dives down and gets a shot on OP, but OP still gets him. He's playing this beautifully, brings Joker into the realm, and now it's just a free walk on for Yoshi, but he's going to be back into a tough spot.
It's back and forth right now. The left side established. It's all down to the right-hand end, and it's SK standing on it for now. Over 90%, 2v1 scenario. A big buck blast goes down, and Maru holds strong. Mari able to stand on the hot zone all by himself. 192 back-to-back games of it coming down to the wire. And I've said it once, I've said it twice. Why not a third? 1-1 once again.
Yeah, even Stevens now, sets and games. This is going to be a big one for whoever wins this. Will go ahead 2-1 and heading into the next set with the chance of closing it out in 4. Reply Totem take this win, but still one more for them to go to be in the lead. Yoshi going to take a different approach, move to his left-hand side, but it is just Shelly there, so chooses to go back to the right.
And then adjustment once again, 2 on the right this time for them. Maru going to be taking to the left. Again, I felt like once they got that wall break on the left-hand end, Maru was able to do a lot better. It's just advantage Chaos, and they even have OP to back him up here as well. He's just going to be standing here. He doesn't have to do much. He's just going to be passively aggressive. And now iChaos, he's going to have his super charged up. Maru can't do a thing. Not close to his super, I don't think. Not a lot of shots added up there, and this is just easy pickings on the left. As they try and work on the right-hand side, though, it's just Totem kind of doing more or less the same thing. Dynamite really not able to progress up the map. Another easy pickup on the Maru, and it's the same thing over and over again right now, Trav.
I mean, this is the thing. It was last time it was Yoshi who fed that shot to Joker, allowed him to get the super and allowed him to get the break. But this time he's not doing the same. He's avoiding Joker on that side. And obviously Maru can't get a super without getting the shots. And he's not finding any so far. Super comes down once again, brings him quite low, but not the biggest amount of value. I'm sure he'll be a little bit sad about wasting that. Now the super's there for Maru. But is it going to do much at this point in the game? We're going to see the drag into the realm there by OP, not find too many shots on Joker. But he does find them now. And it's Maru being left in a tough spot. If they get this kill, it's going to be terrible for a reply totem as SK are in the lead, but they're on the opponent's side, and how long can they hold it for?
Both sides have claimed home court. Now it's about the away matchup here. It's only a few percentage points making the difference. Maru on offense on the left hand in. Ope trying to play defense as Joker claims one on the right. iChaos left all alone. Ope dragging him to the Shadow Realm. Joker progresses up the map. A nice dodge, but can he keep it up? And it's a nice play there. Few percentage points now advantage, and Mari has some established defense as well. Joker juggling, moving throughout this map, dancing through all the enemy foes. And it's going to add up to be at least a 10% lead for Totem.
Yeah, what a super there coming in from Chaos, and he needs to do more. Super hits yet again, but he's slowed down. Joker going to dash forwards, can't get him taken down, and that means they are still in the lead. Ope's going to look to drag him into the realm, and he dashes straight into it. But Maru's got a free run straight to the zone now, and this is going to be a reply totem set as all three of them close onto that left-hand side. 2-1 to reply totem, and SK fall behind.
Reply totem even throwing down a couple SK pins in there. I think the mind games are beginning. I love a little trash talk, Trav. This is about as intense as it gets right here. Back-to-back opening games where it comes down to roughly 190 some odd %. And you know what? Game number 3, it's worked for both sides at some point. They changed it up entirely. We're going to go home. We're going to claim our right-hand side from our perspective, and then we're going to work from there. They established defense and did their best, and it all came down to who ended up getting the more important kills, and that time it ended up being Totem. But I mean, this is mid-match. It's back and forth, 1-1, and look, it's 71 to 69 right there. Within 10% here as well. I mean, even Totem just had to work so darn hard for this set win, and it will be rewarded handsomely as they take a 2-1 lead.
The thing is, Kenny, in other news, all three of us have got our prediction wrong. But the good news is neither of us are going to have the frame of shame because Ark's already further gone. He did predict a 3-0, so I mean, we're going to be handing that over there, and I mean, we're going to be feeling a lot better about it, but I'm not sure SK are in this position. Need 2 in a row now to be able to bring this one back and win 3-2, but Reply Totem only need 1 more, which isn't that much of a tough ask at this point with how well they're playing.
Yeah, it feels like it's basically been a coin toss every set, right? They just need to win the coin toss one darn time. But you know what? SK are that kind of team that have the capability of getting through this. It's 2-1, but truly, it's felt so evenly matched here. I mean, we had a great set of 3-2 matches yesterday, but this might be the most intense one. It just means more at this point, right? We got past the first day. We're now on day number 2. And again, going 0-2. So bad for a start for either of these teams, especially considering what they've done in the past. As we move into out in the open, Squeak, Bell, Meg, Piper, Nani, Shelly, 6 unique brawlers, and 6 that all make complete sense to me.
Well, the first pick was Eve for Reply Totem here, and then SK going to return pick Brock. They do have another one in a row, but that Eve is obviously going to be able to walk straight across that side. The thing is, with Brock, they're going to be able to do the same thing. That's the issue. You're going to break it up, move through that way, whether that be the far left-hand side or a little bit of that mid as well. But Eve definitely going to have the freer walk onto the map, and now Pam is going to be the pick from SK Gaming. Haven't really seen too much Pam on this map, I feel. Obviously, it's still pretty good, got a decent amount of HP, has a good spray, but doesn't have the most range. You know, it's not that impactful at range.
Yeah, at range, I don't think it's going to make as much of a difference, right? But I think Pam's perk here is more towards the later stages of those rounds. You get the healing station down, you have Scrap Sucker, which can siphon away shots from the enemy side. And I think this is a little bit of a control piece for what the other side can draft here, right? You can't really go the likes of Piper and some of these more single-shot brawlers because they just won't be able to take down Pam very easily. Regardless, though, RT, Bonnie being drafted. They're both, you know, kind of single-shot brawlers, like I said. But I do think it's going to be very tough to bring down Pam. I think it's going to take multiple shots here. But hey, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as you said it, 2 single-shot brawls came through. I was like, well, he's been proved a little bit wrong here. But no, I did agree with you. It was definitely going to be a bit of an issue for them with those single shots. But it takes Pam a while to get the turret. It's going to take some serious late game for her to be able to build it up quite quickly. It's going to be Mandy as the last pick. We've seen this slotting in quite a bit more as of recent. It definitely wasn't the most impactful when it came out. People were even saying it was the worst brawler in the game when she came out. But now it's starting to come a bit further back in when you need that range. Personally, I prefer SK's comp all in all. But Reply Totem definitely can't count them out because they've got a couple of very solid picks. The aggression of Bonnie jumping in, and obviously RT hacking those brawlers, taking them down with the gadget is definitely a big thing as well.
Yeah, both sides kind of have an option to get to the mid a little quicker too, right? I mean, we have Eve who can traverse over water like you mentioned earlier, but Brock also has a gadget that can break off those spawn side walls, which is a huge deal and something that a lot of teams are going to be looking for here. So a very crucial one here. Some must-watch Brawl Stars going down. Reply Totem up 2-1 here as we kick off set number 4.
Yeah, it was choose. Oh. iChaos did choose to break that far right-hand side to give Mandy a bit of a quicker route through instead of that mid where they could all get through. But it is, so far, looking like a Totem game with a bit more damage on their side, but Maru receives a couple of shots to the face with Chaos raining down some thunder on that left-hand side. Joker now taking some Pam shots, going to feed him quite a bit of that turret, and that turret's definitely going to be very influential in this game. Mori getting some movement down this right-hand side, getting a few shots in, and he hits that shot, gets the mark onto him, and Joker will finish it off.
This SK composition is not one that can pop off the first round. They need to build up those supers, that utility, the Mandy super being so crucial. And I think Yashi just diving in, trying to get one of his own. Didn't really have a chance into a 2v1 as Totem cleaned things up here. They keep it simple. They get a triple kill, and Totem take advantage. Not what we're used to seeing from SK here, and they still don't have that Mandy super. But on the bright side, Brock's got some stuff going for him. Pam can establish some control with the healing station, but it's still going to be an uphill battle here.
A little bit of a break there coming in from Brock. Seems a bit premature, or not premature. Seems like it's come down a bit too late. Jump coming in from Joker, but he does get traded out, raining down some lightning on the left-hand side. Chaos gets some damage in, but the Eve super coming through. The babies are going to be pushing them back. They do have this healing station, though, which definitely is going to help them out, but as soon as that gas starts to close in, it's going to be taken down.
2v2 setting, and those quadruplets, like you said, can get really annoying to deal with, especially into a single-shot brawler like iChaos. At least he has the Incendiary to help out a little bit there. But I think this is going to come down to who duels a little bit better. Pam really not going to have much of an advantage here outside the HP until this storm starts to close in. So it's just going to be a back and forth right now. I think both sides just going to try and land as many tags early as they can to build up some super. And here comes the Lord of Lightning as well. Mari going to be falling weak. Maru forced to the left-hand in, drops a super of his own, and it's going to be destroyed. Tough beat right now as Yashi actually ends up falling down. It was advantage iChaos and his team, but now with a jump in, they're going to own control. Mari stamping his feet in the ground, and now Reply Totem are going to be on match point.
I mean, that is a good position for them, but I thought SK had the leg up there, but I mean, he just took too much fire. The Pam went down without being able to place the turret and heal himself up, and then it kind of just ended up being, you know, Brock in a 2v1. Can't beat an Eve, can't beat that RT when the legs dropped. It's just a losing moment for them, and now Reply Totem heading to match point. Only 2 rounds stand between them and taking this win against SK.
They talked about on Twitter how things were going to change before World Finals. Well, today might be that day. They now are on match point advantage against a powerhouse in SK Gaming. Chaos, Maru once again dueling here. It's advantage iChaos. The jump away as Joker gets the win on the other end, and getting a kill there, very pivotal onto Pam. But Chaos tapping right now. And now he's got a super of his own. Maru going to be forced to use another gadget here. Joker, Maru, forced to the back lines as the long-distance brawlers are going to take mid-control.
Yeah, he gets back in his cannon form, though, which is going to help him out, allow him to have a bit more range, and Chaos definitely doesn't have the easiest time. There's a wasted super as well from Ope, getting hit quite hard as well there by Joker. Now it's the opposite situation. It's Totem in the spawn of SK Gaming. Gadget going to be missed by Ope once more. And now Joker moving forward has a bit more HP than those on the side of SK Gaming. And Ope taking some fire yet again. Has to stand still to get the range, but that puts him in a worse position. Backed up against the smoke. Now the gas is going to be taking them. If he doesn't make a move, he makes the move, but nobody stays alive. Reply Totem, match point, and they've got a round ahead.
Reply Totem, opportunity to close out right here, right now. They got a very big pickup there early in the last round against Pam, and now the Sugar Rush. They're looking for more aggression. Joker points out the weak one in the pack, gets a kill, a takedown, and walks away. Easy pickings here for Reply Totem, as now it's a 3v2, and here come the SK pins from both sides. Yashi falling weak, goes down here. SK Gaming throwing in the towel, and for the first time in the long time, Reply Totem with a big win here for our ESL series.
I mean, I think at that point it was deserved. After that first set, we thought SK Gaming might take another dominating performance, but at this point, just did not seem like it's going to go their way. 0-2 now, as Reply Totem move their overall leaderboard position to a 1-1.
Insane plays overall, and I'm wondering, after my heart was racing that whole time, how Arc is feeling after such a good match.
What a match that really was. Very much back and forth. It could have gone either way in that first set, couldn't it? But Reply Totem, you've got to hand it to them, have got a bit of fight still left in the tank. And, you know, SK as well, just a few small mistakes. They were very minor ones that were actually quite costly ones as well. I mean, in gem grab, you know, that one penny turret just connecting, and the timing just wasn't great for the pickup of the gem. So, I mean, you know, I think the scoreline doesn't really reflect it. And just to put it to rest before you go and give me some grief, we're all wrong. We're all wrong.
Who was the most wrong?
Who's more wrong? It doesn't matter who's more wrong. We're all wrong.
Kenny, you can do the honours. While I say that the Mobile Masters champions, they seem like they're back. They went up against the Titans that were SK.
Enjoy it.
For revenge. I've got to say, SK were looking for revenge after 2 losses against Totem leading into this competition. This was their chance to push back. And it just seems like Totem have their number, Trav.
It really does, and I mean, it has in all of SPS competitions where Reply Totem have showed their face, right? They beat them in Season 1 in the finals, they beat them in Season 2 in the finals, they outdid them at Masters by getting a higher position than SK, and now back again in Season 4 after missing the entirety of Season 3. Reply Totem showing their worth once again.
Kenny, you were also right. I felt the tension. You kept saying, you know, after the third map, you were saying the tension in this match is palpable. We can feel it. We can feel that they're desperate to not go 0-2. And would you believe it? It's SK that have gone 0-2 in the challenge season. What is that about, Kenny?
It's hard to believe, right? I mean, I think we were riding high off their performance from LCQ. Obviously, a great season last go around. I mean, they had some of the biggest wins in the regular season, pretty solid showing at the LAN event, and now here we are with an 0-2 start. I mean, despite that being a 3-1, I did feel like that was the most intense match. I mean, I just felt like it meant more to these teams. It was so close the whole way through, and outside of that last set, there were really, every one of them, kind of close calls, right? I mean, I didn't know who was going to win at any given moment.
Well, Kenny and Trav, do you feel like Arc should take the frame of shame with him to the telestration, or do you feel like he should leave it in its place in the chair?
I reckon he can leave it. He's having a hard enough time as it is, I think. So
Holding on to it, yeah, terribly.
A hard enough time with, you know, predictions and getting stuff right, being knowledgeable about the game. You know, it must be taking a bit of a toll on you, so you can. You know.
Certainly, you know, all the prep that I've done for today, just very tiring stuff. How was your prep today, Trav?
You can shimmy on over to the telestrator. You got some nice tunes to accompany you, and while you do that, can you hear that?
I can, yeah.
Shimmy. Give us a shimmy. I'll tell you what, while you do that, Trav, I've got to say, upon being victorious in the first prediction, got some Halloween candy that I got trick-or-treating. There you go, my friend. That was a left-handed throw. Don't judge me. I was about to say Trav. Sorry, Arc, take it away, my friend.
Indeed I will. Right, well this was the point in time that for me, it really could have gone either way because Reply Totem are in the lead by a pretty decent margin. And, you know, let's just take a look first and foremost at iChaos because he has got the blue star above his head. That was obviously very crucial in these final moments as well. So in this moment here, as well, Yoshi at the top part of the map is going to make a interesting path thing that actually proves to be very, very crucial in the later stages. Just watch this go through for just a moment, and you can see iChaos is going to be tapping their Mari on the bottom left, and that takedown really did help out massively. So is this pathing though here from Yoshi, which is quite key because coming forwards here and just blocking off Mari from being able to escape up the map, and being a Gale, he's the perfect brawler to do just that. He'll continue on down this kind of pathing later on, and we'll see just exactly how that fares for him. But iChaos there gets a big bomb to Mari. He goes down 17-16 on the scoreline, but the blue star here is still with then SK Gaming. This super from Yoshi is so good. I've got to illustrate it here. If you look at the snowball there, that one just on the left-hand side is what connects with Joker, and the spread is perfect. Mari's coming out of invincibility here, so to get the timing pinpoint on that, it really was going to maximize his chances of just getting at least one of the two, and the rest is history. So Joker's stunned there. The shots from Chaos land every single time, 19-19, but that blue star again, the difference maker there, and that's what gave SK Gaming the first sign of a lead, and could have gone over 2-0 into gem grab, let's be honest. It wasn't the case. Reply didn't fall back, but nonetheless, a very clutch ending to a very interesting start.
Thank you so much, Arc. Spot on as always. I jumped on there a little bit prematurely and I was fixated on what you were doing, so you were doing an extremely good job. So you can make your way back over to the sofa if you like, my friend. I have to say, it's kind of at this point of the day, this point of, you know, post-match sequence that we do, that we kind of talk a little bit about, you know, individuals who have shone in that match. maybe an MVP, if you will. For me, I have to say, watching that entirety, especially towards the end, I was saying it to Ark as well while we were sat here watching the screen, Joker is ridiculous. Trav, back me up here.
I do think Joker played very, very well. I think overall that all three of the players on Totem can be the explosive player at certain points. You know, throughout a lot of other competitions, Maury's made the plays, Maro have made the plays, but I think it's fair to say that Joker was the main man there.
Also, I think, Kenny, we were talking about small margins a lot. Every single kind of win, every single victory in every map was done by small margins. The Al Pacino speech was going on in my head from Any Given Sunday. It's won with inches. And I was actually loving it because you were setting the scene. Good job, Kenny. I liked it. Right, after the break, we are going to have our next match of the day, our third of the Challenge Season Day 2. And it's going to be an absolute banger because we've got Team Queso, who... let's face it, desperate need of a win. Up against the Titans from LATAM, it is Nouns Esports. We'll see you very shortly.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Day 2 of the Brawl Stars Challenge season continues with 2 more matches left to go today. And this next match is set to be a bit of has all the potential of a tidal shift in our leaderboard, because on one hand, we have a team who are desperately needing to change their fortune after a pretty devastating loss in the final map. And then on the other hand, we have a team who is just batting away everything that's thrown at them like the 300 Spartans of old. Did I pick that up a little bit too much? It's Nouns Esports taking on Team Queso, guys. Kenny, how are we feeling going into this match? Because I feel like for the mental game, as we like to talk about, seems like Queso need this one.
Queso need this one. Yeah, it's pretty simple, right? You know, don't want to get yourself in a hole like you did last season. They didn't have the strongest performance, I believe, finishing at 6th last season, or maybe even, no, 7th. They finished 7th. Yeah, they only won, as Ark reminded us very kindly yesterday, our top Queso stats tracker, they've only won 1 game, and it's been a hot second since they've gotten that win. So I think today they're going to be tasked with going against a very difficult team, but nonetheless, give them credit, right? Foot Esports, the team they got swept by last season. They kept it 3-2. Tiny mistakes, I feel like, held them back here, but they could have won this one.
It's not just one win, it's no wins. It's 2 seasons of SPS, Season 2 and Season 3, not a single win on the board. And I mean, yesterday would have been their first. I think they came very, very close to actually toppling for esports. I think that they played really, really well. I know giving them some stick, but at the end of the day, I do feel like they have got a very solid chance here. But Nouns are looking pretty fierce. When they took down Zeta Division, I mean, how many teams can even say that they've done that?
That's the thing for me. If you can beat Zeta, you can beat anybody in the European region. And I think Team Queso, they're very solid at the moment, but they're not the pinnacle of EU. That's the thing. And, you know, Nouns have beaten the pinnacle of EU. So what's stopping them now? I feel like they're going to have a pretty good journey through the European region throughout the SPS Challenge season. So it's going to be a very, very tough thing for Team Queso to be able to win. But the roster of Javi, Boss, Black Sea, and then Dance, obviously, as the coach. That man likes to bounce around, doesn't he, a bit? Whatever team's in a competition, Dance will be there.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Ark, but I believe in the last 2 times that these 2 teams have met, in one in Cup 5 and Cup 6, these teams have won apiece.
Yeah,
so both making it, you know, into the grand final in Cup 6. This is a little bit of a grudge match in the making, possibly.
Yeah, quarterfinals in Cup 5, it was actually Queso that got the win, 2-1, but then it was Nouns that returned the favour in the grand finals, 2-1. So I think arguably, you know, in that sense, Nouns have got a little bit of an edge, because the grand finals are where things get a bit more hot and heated. You've got to get a bit more in terms of composure on the board, but you know, they are head-to-head, 1 apiece. I think that does say quite a great deal, and when you consider the fact that Nouns, you know, coming from the LATAM South region, you know, we haven't really got much really in terms of past score lines to even go on across the board. I think that does say something to me about Team Queso. Of course, the format in the qualifying cup stages is a best of 3, so there is little time to catch up. I think today, of course, that might go for them, or it could go against them. Nouns yesterday, as we saw against Zeta, did kind of fumble things a little bit. 2-0 in terms of sets at the beginning, looking very, very dominant, but they did then start to stumble, and Zeta capitalized. They couldn't bring it around full circle in the 5th and final set, but Nouns have got a bit of a weakness there. They're not always as consistent as some of the other teams when they have that early lead.
It did seem like that they ran out a little bit of steam, especially when they got into hot zone. Zeta, maybe Zeta switched it on just a little bit later in the game, and they managed to kind of pick their momentum back up and push Nouns back. But I feel like Nouns need to do the same here. I feel like they need to come out of the gates hot in order to kind of put Queso on the back foot, because once Queso gains momentum, we saw yesterday, it was literally pipped at the post, right? Kenny, sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, for Zeta, or excuse me, for Nouns here, they beat Zeta, huge accomplishment, right? But we did start to see some blunders here and there. I think if we want to see how legit they truly are, I think they need to step their foot on that gas pedal and not let go. This needs to feel like a 3-0 or 3-1 to me, right? And I think that will really, really prove to me that these guys are contenders.
Yeah, I feel like Queso have the point to prove at this point, right, Trav? Queso are the ones that are going to have to prove to everyone that, you know, they're in this to win. You know, well, as we like to keep reminding them, their history here isn't so great. So I feel like this is their chance. This is their moment to go 0-2 at the beginning of the challenge season, joining SK. That's actually, it's outrageous. I can't believe it. I mean, it's just... You know, what did Queso do? How do you go up against a team like Nouns who can come out of the gate swinging with such aggression? Do you do what Humble do and kind of leave the pace off a little bit and maybe just pick your moments rather than just going head in?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think just run it. I think just run them. I think that's the best way to do it. Play that kind of aggression back at them, and I think that's the only way Team Queso are probably going to be able to win this one. I'm just going to throw out a prediction as well. I think 3-0 Nouns.
3-0 Nouns. I mean, I'm liking the draft for Queso. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I think 3-1 Nouns.
3-0 Nouns?
3-1 Nouns.
3-1 Nouns?
Yeah.
See, this is unfortunate because I want to
do it.
3-1 Nouns.
Go for it.
I'm gonna get different. Let's give Queso some credit.
Yes.
3-2. Let's ride.
Ooh, okay.
3-2. Sorry, 3-2 Nouns. 3-2 Nouns.
Oh, I'll go 3-2 Queso.
Almost.
I don't know why. I might end up having the frame change. You guys head on over. Thank you so much, Trav and Ark. Please take us into our 3rd match of the Challenge Season 4, baby.
I am still rooting for Queso, though. You know, I keep
of course you are. We've heard what you've been saying.
I give them a hard time, but it wouldn't be great for them to get a win in...
Well, it'd be a heck of a point to make, wouldn't it? When they've got to make a point, as Banks was saying, this would be the point to make.
It's just, for some teams, the SPS is a bit of a curse, isn't it, sometimes?
He's like, you know, I love Queso, but, you know, SPS, they're just bad at it.
It's like the same as Navi. I love Navi, but they always struggle to make those challenge finals every single season. But this is a very good draft. I do like the 8-bit, the Power as well combo in Last Stop, a map which is relatively new to the mix for many in the competitive scene. And for that reason as well, some are still learning how to play it best. But certainly, the Shelly, you can't really go too far wrong with that. With Hypercharge inbound, Blacksy, though, double teamed by both Motip and Firecrow, goes immediately down. Boss on the right-hand side, doing some good work onto Pekka. Now forced into the realm, and that's going to be the decision maker.
Yeah, and that is a great start for Nouns so far. I mean, Blacksy found the pathway through and finds the pathway through again, gets the super off, and Clay Pigeon as well have the slow down thanks to that star power. But Pekka dominating this right-hand side actually drags him into the realm at the perfect time to avoid a shot being provided onto him by Javi. Wants to pick up a couple of these mushrooms to get some heals back, and Firecrow dominating the mid once again. Marks up Javi as well, and this is domination from Nouns.
Yeah, it's a very slow start for Queso, absolutely struggling against the Bell, going between his ricochet shots onto the damage booster, onto the healing station. Pekka, though, low HP, and again forced out into the realm as Blacksy, getting the mushrooms again, healing up. I do love that strategy when it comes to Cordelius, just to slow down the pace a little bit, but then assuring the takedown regardless, and that's just only going to increase the pressure onto Queso. 8 gems, 9 now to just the 1, and Queso have not made a mark on this game so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is surely got to be a Nouns game, and we get Pekka with the jump away with that gem, starting the countdown for Nouns Esports. Motep gets taken down by Blacksy, and Pekka in a tough position, but brings Javi into the realm, picks up a couple of those mushrooms, gets the heals, but now Blacksy wants the super onto him to slow him, and that's evaded as well. Nouns Esports start with a bang and destroy Queso in game 1.
Yeah, Blacksy really didn't have the best of games on a Shelly pick. You know, it's normally a pretty solid one to have. It just felt like Nouns were definitely communicating around the threat more often than not. I've got to say, you know, that was a really commendable start from Nouns. And I think Queso have got to make some adaptations very quickly so. I mean, I didn't necessarily feel like, you know, Blacksy was missing many shots either. It's just simply that Nouns are expecting those moments to happen, and you've got to be a bit more, you know, yes, that's the way to play it. Just be a bit slower to the mark. Be giving a few more question marks on your positioning and try to whittle down over time. Pekka, though, in the right-hand side, super aggressive, getting boss low, and now just going to heal up and be in a really difficult spot for Javi to do much about it.
Oh, the slowdown onto Firecrow, but I mean onto Javi, but Firecrow was too low to follow up with the kill. Blacksy managed to win that left-hand side now, but Motep going to pull up the shield. Actually, we're going to see a flank from Blacksy. Beautiful from him. Gets his super, gets the hypercharge back as well. Boss going to set up another turret along with that one from Javi. Going to provide him with some good stuff. We're plugged in, and they actually got the takedown on the gem carrier up top, but not going to get any of those gems out. But Team Queso starting to make a move.
I'm loving the game that Pekka is playing right now. He is just the thorn in the side of Queso at the moment, and getting to that deep right-hand side pocket as Blacksy goes in with the hypercharge, gets one, keeping the pressure onto Firecrow with the back of the gadget there, with the Clay Pigeons. Firecrow just surviving on, but really only just. It's a better game, a better start for Queso now, 6-4, but can they hold on to this?
I think maybe he hit that mark on Javi there. No, he did manage to get away from it just in time. Firecrow's low with the jump in from Motep. Does get that turret up, and Boss is taking barely any damage at this point, healing so much and not having too much wrong with him. Firecrow's going to go down, gems on the floor, but Boss chooses not to go for those. Seems a bit unusual for me. Could have started the countdown, but choosing to play it a bit slower.
Yeah, maybe it's that early game nerves into the series. I think that was a great time for it, though ultimately the Cordelius was a bit tied up on the left-hand side, and there was respawns coming in. I would have gone for it myself, but nonetheless, I'm on the casting desk, not playing the game for good reason. 10 seconds on the clock. It's time for Nouns for a reset. It's going to be Javi or nothing, and they're going for it. All 3 members are alive, but now Blacksy comes in with the support as well. Boss there as well. Should be all good now. They will take the game. The set's still up for grabs, but that is a great way to return the favor, because Nouns in that first initial game looked scary. That was a much more convincing way to approach things.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, we said Team Queso needed to start doing something. They need to start playing. We didn't really see them in that first game, and they did respond well by showing us what they are worth. Now, this is such a big game for both of these teams. Both of them want that early set dominance. Team Queso do manage to win it. It's going to be huge for them. Double right-hand side, though, coming in from Nouns Esports. Boss is going to be taken by Storm. Might be hiding, but Blacksy surely communicating that nobody's on his side, but Boss still doesn't realize it, and Nouns start well.
Yeah, great adaptation, because realistically, Blacksy there on that left-hand side in the previous game had a great start. Motep is kind of in a bit more of a vulnerable place against him in the early outset, and that was a great idea from Nouns, and it paid off big. Pekka forcing Blacksy into the realm again. It's going to be all very close, but Pekka just about comes out on top, jumps away for good measure. 5 gems, now 6, into the pocket of Nouns. After this flying start, there can be potential for slow, especially now with some utility down the map for Queso, but time is ticking there, Trav.
I was going to say, Queso starting to get started there with those turrets, but Motep just comes in and sweeps them up instantly. Pekka might be able to get two. He does get both of them. Beautiful from him. As you said, he's the main man showing up for Nouns at the moment. Boss going to get slowed out there. Bounces should be coming through. Nest egg hits as well. Turret should surely go down here, and that's 8-0 so far. Javi finally getting that second turret, but it got swept up quite quickly in that last, and Pekka looking to try and do something similar again.
Yeah, Boss choosing to value his own life there, but it might have been better to go down, come back in with the turret, and then everyone try and contest the mid, but now it's a 3 versus 2. Boss is low at the top right as well. Black see him as well. Javi's marked up. That's not great going into the contested gems, as Nouns are 1 away from countdown, and that's going to be it into the pocket of Pekka. They are split. That's the only saving grace here for Kesso, and they've got to find one of them.
But it's the second time he's done this now, going in and grabbing that Gem Clay Pigeon activated there, but Motep deflecting some of these shots nicely from Boss. He comes out of that shield and dominates him as well. Big damage coming down, but Pekka's low. He needs to stay alive, and he can't. Firecroaker going to pick up that 10th, restart the count. But this isn't bad for Queso, I don't feel. Damage boosters there, plugged in. Javi's a bit faster, and only one more reset needed to get it from the mid.
It's got to be Firecrow there. They might be able to reset this just one more time. Blacksea popping the gadget there, but Firecrow going to the far right-hand side. Will he be able to connect in time? Boss going over the top. There's no time. 432 HP, and the gems are held. Nouns will take the set.
I mean, surely no escape for him, even if he gets the kill there, but they needed that reset to be able to grab it from mid. Just not happening for Team Queso. So close, and that was a much better performance in games 2 and 3. Game 1, they couldn't keep up, but after that, it seems like Team Queso have really showing their worth, and now in the esports, they've got to be a bit more scared going forwards.
It was so close. There would have been still much more work to do even if they got the reset, but you know, Queso aren't taking this lying down. You've got to give them credit for that. It was very much a slow start in game 1 for them, and Nouns were punishing them for it, but then they sort of picked up the pace, got things a bit more in order to tie out the set. But Nouns eventually just with a much more aggressive adaptation. I really did love that right-hand side lane swap up, and I think Motep and then, you know, Pekka going that right-hand side, doubling down on the odds. It made a lot of sense.
Yeah, it did. And I mean, even if he did get that kill as well, as you said, there was a long road to be able to get out of there, because we saw the Buster take down the gem carrier as well, which I didn't realize Javi also fell. So they had a lot of gems on their side. I mean, the launch pad to the right could have been an option, but I think even at that, it's going to be very difficult for Team Queso in that position. So it was a decent performance from both teams, but obviously Nouns, as you said, just made that aggressive adaptation in the third game, doubled down that right-hand side, and there clearly wasn't that much communication, because Boss, Blacksea saw nothing on the left-hand side, nothing at all, and it wasn't communicated that nobody was there clearly, and he got swept up quite quickly. So a bit of a difficult one for Team Queso, but I still think they're definitely in this game more than we thought they were.
Well, as we saw yesterday with Nouns versus Zeta Division, 2 sets in, Nouns were looking unstoppable, and then they kind of just seemed to get a bit too relaxed, and the game wasn't kind of flowing in the same manner, and Zeta really kind of punished them for it until that 5th and final set came around, and it came full circle. Let's see how Team Queso going into dry season kind of adapt around this draft, banning out the 8-bit, the Carl, and the Mortis. Early draft of Nani, quite like that. The people certainly going to have a good time of things. If you do find yourselves having to aggress their spawn side, you can just kind of cycle that in and keep the pressure on. Shelly, Gale, and Jean banned out for Nouns Esports in the early draft of Cordelius. I mean, ultimately, we saw yesterday Bull, you know, with Hypercharge, it's a really troublesome thing to have to deal with when you are in that spawn side. So Cordelius is just going to be able to eradicate that into the zone, into the Dark Realm, and that's definitely a consideration now that maybe Queso might have to adapt around.
And that's the thing as well, how well Cordelius played in that previous set. Give Pekka that brawler and you're going to be dominating a lot of the time. RT to go along with that as well. I like that pick a lot. Nani, very solid first pick. I feel like you've got to kind of reach for that on a long-range map like this. But also it kind of provides Nouns, especially with these bans, a lot of those long-range options. RT still there. Obviously, we saw Carl and Mortis banned out, Shelly banned out, Gale. So a lot of the shorter range kind of tank defenses have been banned out in the Shelly and Gale, obviously, by the side of Nouns. So that might be the option they're going for the last one. And that means now Team Queso kind of have to account for that.
I'd like to see Ruffs coming back in on dry season, to be honest. It was always such a great brawler pick, and over time especially, you know, one that can really add some utility power. A tick is always going to be a troublesome thing. You can't really kind of sit back and relax in your spawn side if you're continuing, you know, to feed into that kind of brawler, and eventually those tick heads will come in. Thick head, no doubt, to be on that mythic gear side of things, and adding that tankier HP to those supers. If you're able to cycle those in, it's definitely a much tougher thing to have on the defense. But ultimately, again, you know, with the Ruffs idea, I do like the idea idea that you can then increase that HP over time. You know, in maps like Dry Season, it can get a bit stalematy, so being together can be quite a great idea. Buster's available here as well. Bell for safe measure. I don't necessarily mind it. Kind of prefer Brock a bit, but the Bell is going to get a lot of value if you're able to aggress that spawn side and everyone's clustered together. Those shots can really be a troublesome thing, and they'll ricochet and lower your opposition down.
Yeah, I feel like this comp from Team K, so it's just very default, isn't it? It's just like,
A little bit.
It's kind of what you expect, and I'm sure Nouns might have expected that as well. Obviously, they do still have this last pick, and I don't feel like we've seen that much accounting for the tanks for Team K. So considering what we saw Nouns play in some of the previous game day, it's going to be a Fang. So there you go, there's the tank. Not really the tank that I expected, but I think at the same time, it's good to have that lungeability you can get from one place to another quite quick.
It's a bit similar to Mortis, though. You know, it's that kind of risky idea that can either feed stars or gain them and bring them back for your team. But you know, Fang is in a great spot. I really feel like it's a good idea from Nouns. It's certainly, you know, going on the more aggressive side, whereas Team Kiss are going for the more control, slower paced game, and that's kind of where it's either going to work out well or they're going to crumble, and Nouns can kind of overthrow it. And certainly Fang, you know, if marked up, can't really come out with the goods as much. So I would suggest that Team Kesso really kind of focus on landing those on the Bell side consistently, so you know, making him less of a threat in the process. And you know, when the tick comes to defend, you know, it's gonna kind of have last hurrah as a gadget. It's gonna be a tough thing when, you know, looking through the players, it's gonna be Motep who's gonna be taking on that Fang. You know, it's gonna be a really tough thing to defend.
Oh, I mean, look at Pekka already. We said you got to watch out for him, and I don't think Team Kato are listening because he is dominating already. 2 kills and the blue star. Make that 3, as they're just not really doing anything against him. Make it 4. Can he get 5 instantly on 7 stars in less than 30 seconds?
That is absolutely ridiculous. And he's still going. He gets Javi as well, jumps away unscathed. Motep on the right-hand side. I mean, this game is pretty much done. We've barely even started, and now they're just tearing it down. I mean, Team Kesso have got to respond with something. This is going to be all over immediately.
I mean, he just gets Javi and they win. Does go down, but it's actually closer than I thought it was going to be now. Javi getting 5 over his head, and that could have been the fastest bounty game we've ever seen. But now Team Queso fighting back, and this is what we love to see.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is a ridiculous game. We've barely even started it, so it feels to be, and yet this is what the situation is. If Team Kessa now can just play a bit more of a reserved moment and just gradually push forwards, they can actually turn this around at the very last moment. But with the stars out there, no one can fool, otherwise Nouns will take the first game.
Yeah, they can't step out of line at all, and Motep has this lunge as well. Pekka just going to be looking for a super to try and add to that. Oh, I mean, he goes down. I think it was the hack as well. The gadget comes through, and I mean, that's a sad way to end it for Team Queso, but I think Nouns kind of deserved that one after that start.
And I think we found our play of the day already. We haven't necessarily got to see the final match for me to be convinced that that is it. Pekka on an absolute tear there. I mean, it did almost come back a little bit to haunt Nouns. They got a bit, you know, overconfident, and that does seem to be their kind of style. But nonetheless, I mean, that was just ridiculous.
We'll see if they're going to let it happen again. Instantly domination. I mean, he's going forwards again. He gets, I mean, Ficro's the one getting the kills, but Pekka's the one going forwards. Mushroom's going to be able to pick up there, get some heals back. Motep going aggressive. I mean, they're just not stopping. Team Kids have got to start reading what they're going to do and account for it. Now going forwards, Tick's not going to be able to help out Javi that much, and that's one. Gets the Realm as well, but it gets knocked back. Mushroom's going to heal him up. Boss goes down, and this is 9-2. Pekka's going to fall to make it within 3, but still, Nouns just seems so dominant.
But soon as Pekka goes down, the stars then start to align, quite literally, and it's 6-9 at the moment. I mean, there's only a singular takedown realistically in it. If they get Firecrow, they've got a healthy lead as well. I mean, this is kind of what Kesso have got to focus on now, is, you know, making this comp work, but Motep goes in double stun. They're helping happen. Firecrow as well. 12 now to 8, and just Nouns are on an absolute tear. Even when the scoreline gets quite close, they come back with more goods.
Yeah, it was a positive trade there. Blacksy just using this peep out in the open, going to provide Motep with a super, but then return to sender at the perfect time, coming out of that. Beautiful stuff, and now within 2, Firecrow's got 5 over his head, and TQ in a good spot. How quickly things can fall apart.
Firecrow's low, one little tick mine, and he will go down. He manages to evade it. The peep is intercepted by Motep, and he still stands. Unbelievable. That would have been the moment for Team Kessa to get such a great lead here. Peck on the right-hand side, stunned out. He is targeted, and he goes down, but the blue star remains with Nouns, and Team Kessa still need to get one more takedown before this is then their lead.
Well, Firecraft's still got 5. It can be absolutely anybody. Peep goes in, gets him low. Javi's got to follow that up, I feel. Got to try and make something happen. But they're waiting for the late game, hoping Boss can bring some people low. But he's just not finding that many connections. Nouns can't run any further back. They're on the back line, but the super's there from Motep. He doesn't want to use it, though. No return send. He's going to bring him into the realm, bring Boss down, take 20 stars. 2 seconds on the clock, but they won't be used up as Nouns takes set number 2.
It was tough for Javi. He was low, but at the same time, maybe that's a bit of miscommunication to go into that moment, and just, you do need to follow up with those peeps. There's no doubt about it, but it was a really tough moment where he had to make a very split decision. But, I mean, that could have easily been a Team Kesso set, regardless to how it looked. I mean, visually, I mean, the aggression was all Nouns, and the momentum, surely, absolutely theirs to be had, but there were moments that Team Kesso just couldn't quite come back from. That moment there, that singular gadget pop on that RT, just very punishing in that moment, but that could have been a turnaround. I mean, if they'd managed to land their shots successfully so and really pushed in, that could have been a moment which they were able to come back from, and that as well. You know, Team Kesso are making some good plays, having some good moments, but now they're just inching forwards that little bit more.
But that's the thing, are they getting the option to come back because Nouns are just so confident? That's what it seems like to me. It seems like they can just go aggressive. They can give Team Queso kills because they feel too confident in the end anyway. And I mean, yes, Team Queso are getting the kills, they're getting it close. But when they start to get it close, Nouns are like, okay, right, time to stop messing about now, let's win this thing. And then they do, that's the thing.
You're not wrong. It's like they are playing with their food, but you know that can also lead to their downfall, as we saw yesterday. You know, Zeta couldn't quite finish the job, but we saw a definite shift. And you know, I don't think that was the case yesterday. Maybe it's the case today, but if Kesso can just start to realize that that's how they feel about this game and just try to, you know, not let the mind games take their toll, you know, let Nouns get aggressive and make them overly aggressive and just then punish them along the way. It just feels like they weren't really necessarily intimidated from what I could see. It's just like the draft wasn't great. Against such an aggressive team, you can't really be going in with brawlers like Tick. I mean, you're asking for trouble. They could have probably handled the Cordelis if they had somewhat of an answer, but they just didn't have that, and it was a bit too little too late.
So I mean, it was just too much of a default comp. It's just what you expect on that map with no real pivots throughout the draft either, which I think kind of what did hurt them. Hot Potato is going to be up next onto the heist then between these two teams. We've seen Nouns are the more aggressive teams so far. We'll see if that continues throughout this heist set. But Bull is going to be banned out of the way. I can't blame them for it. Nita as well, obviously having that gadget, the gear change, sorry, with the pet has definitely helped Nita out quite a lot. Cordelius, another one of those bans. Who would have thought? Carl and then the M's and Nita on the side of the bands of Nouns. It was an Otis first pick and a return of Brock, which doesn't really line up with my first pick on Hot Potato.
Not really the go-to idea, but if they want to break open just the entire map, I mean, we've kind of seen ideas from LATAM that kind of reflect that same idea. I mean, Griff combined with that and B, it does make a lot of comps look just really quite hard to work with. It just depends if they want to really double down. See, that's interesting to me, and I prefer to not see the Brock and just keep the Rico. I mean... They're going to be
accounting for throwers,
ideas.
though, right? They're accounting for throwers. Like, they like Rico. They can leave some walls up if Team Queso don't go for the throwers. But, you know, if they do, then they're going to have that Brock, and I think that's kind of the mentality that we're going for here. And I know you usually love a Rico, but as you say, it's a bit conflicting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I kind of prefer to almost have a Dynamite to break and have that thrower as well on their side. Daryl, I mean, ultimately they're going to be replacing what the Ball is able to achieve. So, I mean, I always like Spike on you know, any kind of heist map as a defensive measure, and with Hypercharge now in play for that particular brawler, it's going to do a very good job with the Cordelius being banned out of the mix. I think kind of all the Shelly, I think you kind of have to pick one of those two on the defense. It is going to be throwing the gauntlet down a little bit onto Nouns to have that answer. But certainly, you know, I'm feeling a bit better about the Kesso comp now. I'm not so much of a fan of the Otis, but they're just kind of having that early on to just be able to lock it down. I mean, it's better to have it and not need it, but ultimately it's probably my least favorite pick. They're going to be doubling down, taking the Shelly away from Nouns. It's quite smart. I quite like it, but
I think Nouns are just out to impress us, Ark, picking some of our favourite brawlers, to be honest with you. But,
yeah.
I mean, the turret, it can work. You get support from Leon on the safe, it does really well. Obviously, against the Daryl, it's going to be decent. Against the Shelly to tank, it's going to be decent. You can tank the Mute from Otis as well. But I just feel like this Nouns comp doesn't really work together, you know, and that's my kind of stance on things. Otis, very weird first pick, clearly accounting for some tanks, but the tanks aren't always guaranteed to be coming down on this map. So, especially with Bull out of the way, I'm not sure if that's something I've kind of reached for. But I think at the same time, I think, you know, it can work if they just do a bit of a respawn cycle on the side of Team Queso with that Daryl.
Yeah, one too many tank counters for me from Queso and the Brock first pick. I'm hoping that for that reason, Nouns have got some sort of strategy up their sleeve to make this idea work, but certainly not my kind of first pick. Not a bad pick, but let's see, already Javi is handing over shots just for free over to Firecrow, who's going to be pushing forwards immediately. All three players in the safe, disastrous stuff. A Motive going down there as a one saving grace because those pets would have destroyed the safe, but Firecrow is still there, landing shots. It's actually quite tight on the other side of the field because Boss is doing work.
Yeah, I mean, Motep going down, as you said, was so influential for them. The pets would have done so much damage, but now reinstating themselves once again. Javi trying to take this to the left-hand side, but it's not too easy when Rico can bounce all these shots. Good pinch coming in, some wall break there as well, but Boss going forwards. Maybe it's better off just to leave the Tara on the defense and just allow it. Firecrow going to be rolled onto here, but does survive. Damage gear activated, survives a couple of shots, gets a couple onto safe too. That's huge. Pull available as well, and those pets still available there. Great super coming from Pekka on the left-hand side as well. Blacksea almost dies to the pet, but he goes down to Pekka's shot regardless. Javi traded out, and this is looking great for Nouns.
Yeah, 45%, and Firecrow going to be adding to that. I think on the right-hand side as well, yeah, Boss struggling up against Motep and just connecting there with the super and the pull. Spot on. Blacksea's got hypercharge though, and that could be somewhat of an answer, but at the same time, Queso looking far more the flustered of the two. Miss pull though there from Motep could be a bit costly. That is one that you'd prefer to keep now. Blacksea's going to go in, popping that hypercharge, but not really finding the value from it just yet. The Clay Pigeons is there, but that's a bit of a miss.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be done. Firecrow let his damage gear go as well, but it doesn't really matter. Nouns Esports heading on to match point in a dominant fashion. Daryl couldn't get the work done unless he was given the safe on a plate, but Tara defended him for the rest of it, and Brock dealt a lot of damage along with that Rico, having some great control.
The Brock does have a bit of a place. It can break up some of the bush, and we saw that take down the Blacksea. It was definitely opening up to a three-man push on the safe, so I'm not necessarily still a fan of it, but I don't mind it as much. If they're making it work, they're making it work, and that early break there with the rocket fuel from Firecrow is quite smart. It just exposes everyone on the earliest outset, so there's no hidden guesses. You can't really kind of go wrong a little bit in that regard. Blacksea goes down immediately. Rocket Rain available to Firecrow, and now all three members of Nouns pushing forwards. Queso are just like looking so deflated, and you've got to fight back in these moments.
I mean, what can Javi do down here, though? Pekka's absolutely destroying him. Super comes through from Blacksea. Should be able to get him the roll through the pull as well. But Motep might still come out on top. That's some damage coming down as well. Multi-ball launcher gets work done. Blacksea should fall as well here with a good pinch. Both damage gears on safe now, and that is a lot of damage coming through. Motep's getting the pull back onto Bob, and his pets will help him out. Keeps him alive, and only 1% dealt by that Daryl.
What an interaction there, and oh my word, the timing, the help from beyond certainly did get the upper hand over Boss. Wonderful stuff from Motep there on that Tara pick. Blacksea still really struggling again. Firecrow with the Rocket Rain just uses it every time to finish him off. 40% is all that remains, just the 2% dealt by Queso. It's not good enough. Nouns are running away with this. Firecrow breaking open that wall, just getting 2 rockets, and that is plenty enough. Pekka going to connect with the super. This one, Trump, is done. It's chalked. Nouns Esports come out on top with a 3-0 sweep.
I mean, that is just complete destruction. I feel like that meme where we're just poking Team Queso with a stick, telling them to do something, because at the moment, they're looking like they're continuing how they were in SPS from seasons 2 and 3. Kenny, what do you make of it?
Prediction did not go well, Trav. I am a little sad. And to be honest with you, we knew Nouns was strong, right? And before this, to kind of legitimize them for me, even further than they'd already had. They beat Zeta yesterday, one of the top dogs in EMEA, our previous champions. And Team Queso was a team last season that didn't have the best run at it. And I think Nouns proved today that they are certainly contenders. I mean, 3-0. Team Queso 3-2 versus Foot yesterday. I think Nouns are pretty darn legit.
It's true. Strong work from Nouns. I mean, it was always going to be an uphill battle for Queso. We already knew that, but that was dominance. Like, it didn't even look like Queso had a foot in the game, maybe in the opening map, but other than that, it was Nouns all day long, wasn't it, Trav?
It really was, and who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought it would have been Nouns? 3-0 as well, right, guys? 3-0. Listen, Arc threatened me quite heavily in the break, so I'm not going to gloat about it too much. And the thing is as well, right, I understand how it is. You guys would have probably predicted a 3-0 if I didn't get there first, so I'll give you a bit of leeway on this one.
All right, Kenny, you may receive the frame of shame unfortunately. I'm sorry. You can leave it on your seat as you make your way over to the telestrator to show us a spicy clip that you have chosen. I feel like we all kind of know what this clip has the possibility of being. I feel like it could be a cheeky bounty. Let's have a nice little a jingle as you go on over there. And while you do that, Trav, once again, for winning, you get a Halloween sweetie. There you go, mate.
Halloween Sweet V2.
Good catch.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, man. It has to be one of these matches. It has to be this guy right here. This play is crazy, right? I mean, Art called it out mid-time, though, but we are going to see Pekka do some crazy things. We see Nouns Esports once again going with Cordelius. This was a brawler that we were looking at coming into today. This guy right here is a little scary, and he's going to do some nasty stuff. Normally, Cordelius is a brawler that I feel like is meant to be less aggressive. He's meant more for his defense, right? Not this time. We're going to see Cordelius absolutely pop off here. He's going to get one, piece up another, go for this right here. I mean, look at this. He's already piled up 2. He's got options. He can just back out if he really wants. Pekka has 4 stars on him right now. And no, he's not going to stop there. He's going to keep being offensive. He's a Cordelius. He has such short amounts of range. So he's taken out 2 guys over here, and now he can kind of navigate through here and dive his way into going for Bell. He's got Blacksea over here if he can follow through as well. He's got options, and this is really where the pop-off play happens. This is what makes it a big play of the game. Pekka navigating the situation, charges up another super, and look at this. Takes out 1, takes out 2, now adds on a team wipe as well. That's absolutely insane. To take such a defensive brawler, one that does so well into tanks, and turn it into some pure offense. I mean, he was a star player in that. Pekka, a brawler and player that we highly distinguish as being great for this team. I mean, that's got to be the craziest play we've seen this season.
Thank you so much, Kenny, for all that breaking down. It's absolutely fantastic work as well. And what we've got to say is, you know, we talk about MVP a little bit. Pekka, what are we saying, Ark?
I mean, 100% Pekka. I mean, there's no question in my mind. I mean, you know, from pretty much every set, he was the man that really shone for me. I mean, there were definitely you know, some team effort moments, no doubt about that. But, you know, he just the star of the show. I mean, when you look at that bounty match, yes, Kesso could have had some moments to bring things back around. As, you know, Nouns, as we've seen them, they get a bit confident. They get a bit overly so. But I mean, when you're making plays like that, how can you not just marvel at it? It's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, confident, and rightly so with that one, Kenny. I'm really appreciating that you're embracing the frame of shame over there. I'm enjoying it. Trav, let's touch a little bit on Queso. Now, what are they going to need to really work on? I mean, we saw that 3-2 yesterday was margins, but today, obviously, they got dominated by Nouns. What were they lacking? I'm assuming it was probably a little bit more on the aggression side that they were lacking, but even when they took it to Nouns, Nouns still had their number.
Am I allowed to say everything?
Absolutely.
Everything then, because they just did not seem like the team that they have been over the last month or so. You know, we've had a lot of faith in Team Queso. We've been saying they're coming back, they're doing well. The past couple of seasons hasn't been that. Neither's BSC. They haven't done that well this year. Recently started to pick it up, but it just seems like every single shred of pressure that lands on them, they just collapse under it.
Yeah, they've got a week to prepare, so I mean, who knows? Maybe they can pull something together and come back swinging. They're going to have to if they have any chance of making it to the Challenge Finals. Arc, very quickly with you. Any brawlers that we're seeing underused? We talked about this yesterday. For you, I believe it's a little bit of Pearl, right?
I think Pearl's in a pretty decent place. We saw a little bit out in the open today for Knockout. We saw Lenam playing it yesterday in Hot Zone. I think there's definitely more places where it can work out because ultimately in competitive, a lot of teams playing that kind of like more defensive, slower pace, and that's where Pearl gets stronger. I mean, certainly there's the countermeasure of just going in on the aggressive, but I think with her hypercharge, being able to close the gap in that regard, I think she's got some better places of use. Certainly, I think that the star of the show is definitely going to be Shelly and Bull for the most part, but I'd like to see a bit more of her, yeah.
Yeah, let's see a little bit more of Pearl, guys. You're listening to the studio? Maybe even me? Don't listen to me, listen to Ark. Well, our final match is fast approaching. Day 2 is almost over, and this could almost be make or break for our reigning champions. We'll see you soon, right after the break.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and our first 3-0 is in the books for Nouns in the challenge season. What a spicy match it is. And we've just got one best of 5, best of 3 remaining, and it's an iconic one to round out the day. A rematch of the Season 3 Grand Final. Zeta Division are taking on Foot Esports. Kenny, you can bet your bottom dollar that Foot Esports are going to be digging deep in this one, aren't they?
You gotta think, right? They've been looking forward to this one for a while. This has been a heated rivalry. They had one match to kick off that grand final stretch where they didn't look so well into Zeta, and then when it mattered most, they drug them down to a 4-2, still losing. But I think Zeta know that they have to value their competition here. Foot with a real opportunity as well, I might add. Got a big win yesterday, 3-2 over Queso. And if they take down Zeta here today, they're gonna be feeling pretty darn confident.
Ark, the match stats are rattling around in your brain. I know they are. Give us the lowdown on their history, and if you can utilize that information to predict the future, I'll give you a sweet.
Well, it's an interesting one, because looking back at the BSC, you know, these two teams did not face off. It just didn't happen. And the same as well in SPS Cups and the qualifying stages. Didn't happen. But again, Challenge Finals is where we saw it, and of course in the Challenge season of Season 3 also. But, you know, for esports, you know, didn't really kind of get much against them. They've lost every single time in the SPS. You know, it was a close grand finals though, you can't deny that. Day 2, going the distance, ended in that 4-2 scoreline in favor of Zeta, of course, and then they were, you know, crowned the season champions. But a very, very close matchup in that regard. In day 1, it was a sweep against Foot in the group stages, so Foot were able to bounce back and give them a better fight. It's actually kind of in Queso Cup where, you know, Foot have been getting successful wins over Zeta, and they've been looking more often than not in that particular matchup the better of the two. It's like it's kind of shifting slightly as the course of the year has gone by, and I think that Foot could give them a good run for their money. I'm going to say that they will get the win. I know it might seem like a tall order, I know, but I think maybe a 3-1. In their favor.
Well, we're going to go to an official prediction at some point. I'm going to ask a couple more questions, but I'm liking your thoughts. I think that it's nice to see a little shift as well, and I think that Foot, you know, showing their improvements. Zeta are on the back foot coming out of yesterday as well. Trav, Kenny loves a mental game, doesn't he? And Zeta took an L yesterday, like I just mentioned. Foot, off the back of a very good victory as well. Both went the distance. What are you thinking?
I mean, you know, Zeta, they're pretty much just robots, you know? They don't really... They don't really... it sounds harsh, but they don't really have any emotions when it comes to Brawl Stars, do they? They win the challenge finals, straight face, no smiles, lifting the trophy. They just... I don't think it matters to them if they lose or win a lot of the time. They bounce back really fast and just play every game as it comes, you know, and I think that's something that Zeta Division do really well. So I don't think the mentality is going to be that far down after yesterday, whereas I think that for esports, regardless of the win, I don't think they'd be too pleased about a 3-2 against Team Queso yesterday. So I think maybe they need to still come in with a bit of fire.
That Season 3 Grand Final, Kenny, you know, there weren't really any sweeps. Each map was pretty tight, as Ark has already mentioned. So, you know, that was a little bit while ago. So do you have faith in Foot like Ark does?
See, the problem is I think I know which way Trav's gonna lean, and at this point, I have embraced the family photo. It's it's a part of me now. I'm not afraid, and if I can go against the grain and still pick Zeta, it's hard for me not to do that. I'm leaning Zeta a little bit here. I know yesterday wasn't their strongest day, but both of my co-casters, I think, they haven't put an official prediction, so I don't want to speak too soon for them, but I think my gut's saying they will go Foot. I think Foot is still a good bet. If there is time that Foot's going to win, it could be now. But you know what? Zeta have done this a lot. They've gotten this win. They haven't proven me wrong yet, at least against Foot, so I'm going to hold firm, and I think I'm going to lean Zeta.
Well, we're talking about predictions a lot, so I'm going to have to kick things off. Ark, you're going to go first, my friend. Talk to me. I want to know who your prediction is for in this Titan clash of a match.
With Foot, I think it's going to be a 3-1 scoreline. I think that if Lenan gets those really aggressive pop-up brawlers, I mean, yesterday we saw him on that ball. I think Zeta are going to be attuned to banning that more often than not. It's depending on, of course, with the maps, but I think that certainly they'll be very much on the money when it comes to their draft. Nonetheless, though, Foot are looking dangerous at the moment, I feel. And yes, 3-2 yesterday wasn't great against Kesso, but I think over the night, some learnings to be had there. 3-2 Foot.
3-2 Foot.
Sorry, 3-1.
3-1. Okay, yeah, Kenny, talk to me.
I will go 3. Let's go 2 Zeta.
Okay. Here we go. The man who basically claims to know everything.
There's no claim.
No,
Self-proclaimed prediction master.
Self-proclaimed jinxer, possibly. Here we go. Trav, what are you saying, my friend?
I'm going to go 3-2 to Foot, I think, is the fair bet in my eyes. Could go either way. Zeta could win it 3-2, but I think Foot have got it in the bag.
I saw you were nodding your head along when Ark was talking about Foot. They're making leaps and bounds, and so it seems like they might have Zeta's number in this one. But the draft is beginning. We've got the bans in so far. Trav, why don't you take us away and tell us what you see?
Well, bans. Zeta Vision going to get rid of the Pam, the Brock, and the Eve. Squeak, Brock, and Fang going to be banned out from Foot Esports. Nanny as that first pick. And it seems like, Zeta didn't really listen to you, Ark. They're not going to be banning out on any of those tanks, but it is out in the open. So you can't really blame them for it, but it was actually Foot Esports who got rid of Fang, which kind of surprises me a bit.
You can't really go in with a bull on this map.
Hey, don't tell the name that you can't play a tank on a map. He'll prove you wrong, buddy.
I mean, I hope so. I mean, there's been nothing more exciting to see, but I think you kind of have to play that. I mean, the Nanny's a perfect pick for me. I'm still not necessarily too sold on Meg. I think there's still some options that can kind of counteract her, and especially in those later stages of knockout, in a potential kind of outnumbered scenario, if you're just out of mech form, it's not what you want to be. So it's a risky idea from Zeta in that regard, but certainly there's still some options there. Bell can get a lot of value here on this particular map, but the wall break for the Peep, I mean, they get that on the side of Foot, you can just break open the mid. Gene, I think from Zeta, that's a solid idea. They've got to have some heals to combine with these tankier options.
Yeah, this is a really interesting one. I mean, Meg and Gene, it doesn't necessarily surprise me, but it's hard to go against a powerful Nani, right? I feel like Nani on this map is somebody that does really well into opposition as well. It kind of eliminates the idea of going somebody like Piper, those single-shot brawlers. So for me, Nani's going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think. So it's hard to go wrong with that at Foot, and it kind of makes sense as kind of the textbook #1 pick there. Well,
Ark, Kenny, about stand, please, my boys, and make your way over to the casting desk.
Who can't play a tank? Who can't play a tank out in the open?
Well, you got your jingle. Give us a wiggle as you go over to the casting desk, please. You can hear it in your ears.
I was expecting Sam, actually, to be honest. I mean, that can get a lot of decent results now in the open, but Buster, I mean, I didn't mind it. Piper, certainly more of the riskier options that Foot would have gone for, and one that they haven't really played that often either, so I'm kind of surprised to see it. But I mean, I'm kind of hoping that it's kind of semantic on it, because I know that he used to tap very much so back in the day. Shelly coming out for Zeta, I mean, it's going to give Buster a much tougher time, isn't it?
Yeah, this just got a little spicier. Shelly going into Buster, two of the more aggressive brawlers in the meta. I think this is shaping up to be a good one. We've got Piper who gets ended up selected there as well. I mean, I think if you're the side of Zeta, you kind of have to remove it a little bit, or at least it's further down your board list, just because going into Nani, it's pretty much a counter matchup, right? I mean, the return to Cinder still does a ton of damage, and it's going to be very difficult for Piper in that situation. So as an advantage, Foot can kind of select it on their own. They take Buster, a very meta brawler. And now we have two pretty solid, but very different, I would say, compositions.
Buster works very well on this map, no doubt about it. If you get that super, you can just force forwards everyone back into the spawn. But at the same time, Zeta can choose to break and just, use the Shelly super if needed, really. And let's see how they fare in the opening statements. I mean, Meow's already out of mech, and that was, oh my word, the most powerful gadget that he could have used there to body block that shot. Meow was going down there. I mean, Drake was hitting that shot. He dropped a toolbox, and it was perfectly timed.
Yeah, now they're going to have a wall break option here, too. They're going to disrupt that mid. Now they have access and a clean one for their sharpshooters in Piper and Nani on the side of Foot as well. Zeta holding strong in the mid here, too. Both sides trying to establish some control in the Non, doing a great job on the left-hand end here. And they need Meow to get back into the giant form. The mech can go a long ways for Meow. He's just got a little bit of a pea shooter unless he's in the giant robot, so going to have to try and put together some shots. But unfortunately for him, he's going to be a very low HP brawler in that process.
Well, pace slowing down just a little bit here. Drage does have jump as a bit of an escape mechanism. Now the push through from Lenan. So be cautious. Yeah, but he went with a shot there. The ball, though, in return, is going to see his demise. In the meanwhile, Meow just gets him in the nick of time. Drage is going to have to go into the gas as well. Semantic too low to do anything about it. And Zeta will take the round.
Well played there, and I think just calculating that time very well. Waiting for the precise moment to send the unit, get the kills necessary, but it took a long build-up to get there, as Naui is just going to hide in that grass, actually, and just tank that Nani peep that was definitely being targeted elsewhere, I think. Naui now destroying this wall here, obliterating everything in its path. It's going to put Lenan in a further back spot. Drage gonna have to hold the line, and right now things looking very difficult for Zeta Division. Well, it was, and then they hit a nasty pull. The Gene Shelly combo, now the hypercharge on the Brawl as well. Goodness gracious, Zeta Division piling up some numbers.
Solid stuff. Semantic now falls. This is going to be a game going the way of Zeta, no doubt about it. I mean, Drage, even on his best of days, to 1v3 this, it's going to take the champion of plays of the season, no less. And that will be the first game going the way of Zeta, looking pretty solid. I think the foot comp has got legs, though, but it just wasn't played to the same extent. Zeta looking very strong on the early outset.
Yeah, I think there's still hope for Foot here as well. I mean, they have, like we said, been playing better. They've been competitive against Zeta in the past, but Zeta has been so far so good in this rivalry. So a restart here and a clean opportunity now for Foot Esports to try and reclaim a few kills. Lenan once again on the left hand, and Drage in the mid. Semantic already with a super as the pool goes down. Now he punishes him for it, though. Goodness, it's a big buck blast to get that takedown there as Nani charges up the peep. Not going to connect to Meow. A beautifully placed gadget there, and Zeta Division just looking like the team on top right now.
It's going to be another round going the way of Zeta here, I feel. I mean, it's going to be some attempts made by Foot. If Drage can just get some taps on here, make it 2 versus 2, it will go such a long way. Now he gets the return to center there. Semantic so low as well on that top left-hand side. Everyone on the side of Foot low, and Zeta's just going to play it slow, heal up, and why not, you know? Meow, though, does tank a big shot from Semantic. This is not unwinnable here for Foot, but they do start landing these shots.
Yeah, they're going to have to hit some big-time snipes here as the fog starts to close in. Jiro now moving down the left-hand side. Drage punches him with it. It's a nice shot here, and now a response from Naui as well. Semantic going to have to hit some very clutch shots, but I think sees the writing on the wall. Walks it into the zone. Piper got me very excited there. I thought maybe an opportunity there for Foot to make a big-time play, but not quite.
Yeah, a lot of shots were missed. I think that could have been around for Foot if they just kept their composure a bit more. Peep there going to connect, but again, no follow-up as they're not quite in the position to do so. Now he's creeping, he's lurking, the hypercharge pop, pushing forwards. He's going to find another left-hand side and gets the smash, gets the super. Drage too low, everyone wiped out, and Zeta finished the set in style. Wonderful stuff, and what a difference a day makes for them. That was looking far more convincing. A slow and sluggish start against Nouns yesterday, conceding 2 sets. Not the case today so far, 1 on the board.
Yeah, that's some convincing stuff right there. I mean, impressive, and like you said, it's seeming like they're coming into the day with a new mentality, but the same old Zeta that we're used to seeing. I think the Shelly for me was a big part of that. I feel like there were a couple instances at least where Buster would make a pull or they'd land a nice shot, but now he would charge a massive hypercharge, go in, fire that super, pop that gadget, whatever it was. I mean, look at this. Now he's trekking down the sideline and blasted Lenan. That matchup's just going to go Shelly's way every time.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, Foot was struggling to really keep an eye on it, and then, you know, as soon as you pop the hypercharge, you know, and you're in someone's face, you're going to get so much value for it. You're pretty much guaranteed a trade at least in those situations, and, you know, it's a really tough thing to go up against. I think that, you know, in terms of the draft, I didn't necessarily mind it. I think that if, you know, Drage was hitting more shots than Semantic, you know, as well, in that respect, there could have been some rounds going the way of Foot, maybe some games there as well. I think that Zeta didn't necessarily have the most insane draft. It was certainly a very good one, but that wasn't unwinnable a lot of the time. I think Foot now just needs to kind of recollect a bit more and, you know, try to, you know, just be a bit more patient with how they approach this, because Zeta are that team that are very unforgiving. You know, they're so accurate a lot of the time, and they just turn the screws along the way, and I think that the best teams are those that can come into those scenarios quite calm, quite patient, and just have a bit more fight.
Yeah, Zeta Division has been nothing but consistent this year. I mean, whether BSC, whether Snapdragon Pro Series, they've really shown up to every occasion. And it feels like we don't too often call out a loss for them, and more than anything, call out just a huge mistake or just a bad set. And that was anything but. I mean, like you said, I'm with you. The draft felt pretty good for both sides. I didn't feel like it super leaned one way. I definitely think that Zeta played theirs a little better, so it's going to be left afoot here to try and change things up. And they do have the man that we loved seeing yesterday. Bull is back and he's in Foot's hands.
It's a tough map, though. It's very open spaced here, and if Zeta break open some more of the grassy areas, then Lanana's, I assume he's going to be Lanana. It would be very weird for it to not be, right? That's his champion brawler at the current moment in time. I mean, certainly, if he's able to find the space to maneuver and makes that work, I mean, Zeta could well be in trouble, but there's going to be some greater answers, I feel, on Kaboom Canyon as opposed to Safe Zone. I mean, much more longer open spaces to try to whistle him down over time. Combining with the 8-bit, though, I think the 8-bit here can work. It's definitely troublesome to work your way forwards on this particular map, but, at the moment with Colette out of the mix, her hypercharge being that which is a bit too recent to really come into competitive, at least we'll see it probably next week. I think that 8-bit, as providing you can work your way forwards, can get a ton of damage on the save.
Yeah, and I like how you said the key being if he can walk forward. He's a slow arcade machine, right? It's really tough. He has a lot of HP, he can take some hits, but it takes him a very long time to get to the other end. But once he does, you're rewarded handsomely for it. And I think the balance between 8-bit and Bull is kind of nice, right? Bull can just kind of charge up, get the quick damage, and 8-bit can walk behind him and slowly walk his way forward. Gale on this map as well. It's not, at this point in Brawl Stars time, shocking to me. I mean, we've seen more teams try and use this launchpad strategy to get in the mix, and also I think it's their kind of way of stopping Bull, and now they're also going to need it on Buster.
Gale can certainly have that quick approach into the map, but I just don't know whether it's necessarily worth it for that very reason. It's certainly going to be bringing Zeta into the mix quickly, but I'm not too sure. I'd like to see it combined with a bit more of a tankier approach. Buster, we saw, I mean, going back to LCQ, STMN, combining that with the Jesse was just phenomenal. But I think the Buster, it can be, again, troublesome, I think, as a pick. To really have your super to hand and get the value from it. Certainly, though, if you can combine it with the 8-bit and that damage booster, you're going to get insane damage. But Zeta are going to be very attuned to that. And actually bringing in the Chuck as well, I mean, that's a very interesting idea. I mean, that Brawler we know can do some work, but I mean, if it can just keep that Brawler at bay, it might not get the value that they're looking for.
Yeah, so an opening debut for Chuck here, and that kind of changes my mind on some things a little bit. I mean, I'm still kind of with you. The Gale is not my favorite. I think in terms of long-range options, it's not going to cater to be the best. A lot of HP for Foot and a lot of damage as well, but now on the Chuck certainly has some big pop-off potential, especially in this game mode as well. Meow picking up one, and they're going to leave it to Jiro here on the right-hand end. Lenon, it's the win anyways. Goodness, that was a big moment there, as now we going to go ahead and travel back down to his side. So let's see what Chuck can do here alongside Zeta.
Just wins the trade on the right-hand side. Dre's going to come out on top on the left. The Spirit, though, is still going to keep pestering him. He just about manages to clear it up. Quite a close call, though, for him, but for Esports are in the lead, and Drake now has the shielding as well. Now we're going to get some damage on the top side of the map. They're going to choose to leave it, and that could be troublesome for Zeta. Damage on the bottom coming in very thick and fast for Foot. Semantic there with the extra credits onto the safe, getting a ton of value, and Foot stay in the lead.
This is getting intense here for Foot. They're still good for now, but we saw what Chuck can do. He has easy access to the other end, but one big pop-off from Lenon can do the trick. It's going to be a trade as well, and I think that's one that Foot are willing to take in that moment. And here he goes, trekking up the middle of the map, right into the faces of the opposition. 22-49 now, but Semantic laying down some heavy fire. Lenon flanking left as well. One final shot from Semantic will do the trick, and it's Foot Esports responding here in set number 2.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be one of those moments where Foot are going to be able to take the lead in this particular set, because ultimately the Chuck is since the nerf to it, it's just not as good as it used to be, and I think a Ball is always the better choice, and if they just choose to leave the Chuck, the Ball is always going to come out better on top, and 8-bit as well, if left untouched. It's one of those things that Zeta have got to be much more on defensive, and ultimately that then means they can't go more on the offensive either, because they're just going to spend their entire time back. And Foot can then cycle and rinse and repeat. I think that it's going to be very tough for them to turn this one around.
Yeah, I think that's a great point as well, that Chuck's not at his prior strength. I mean, even before he can make a debut here in our competition, he was nerfed as Grage, Lenon, and Semantic pile up so many kills, and more importantly, so much damage. It's already down 85%. Lenon just walking to the Heist safe in what might be the quickest sweep of a game I've seen on Heist. Foot Esports walk away in style.
So 39 seconds?
It had to be.
What was that? I mean, I felt like it was going to be a first set, but I did not expect it to be that convincing. I thought Zeta were going to be able to find something of a bit more of a strategy, because the first game wasn't unwinnable, but it wasn't great, but that was just a steamroll. And now, Foot going into this third set, off the back of that, this could be where these ties start to turn. Zeta needs to do a lot better regardless, and it's just left all three members on the safe. It was just over so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, look at this right here. This is where it all starts to crumble. Drage, Semantic, Lenon, all three of them standing. All three of them certainly capable of doing some insane damage. And I mean, look, they even skipped a beat there for a second. Semantic hadn't moved an inch. He was just laying down fire because Bull was in their faces. There was nothing they can do. If you're Zeta here, it's 1-1 now, but that strategy was so unique. So I don't want to say quite out there, but obviously there's a little unknown with Chuck. We weren't in love with the Gale as Gale's self-proclaimed strongest warrior. Didn't love that matchup for him. I just don't think Kaboom Canyon is going to work out in that situation. Bull in the state that he's in is way too dominant right now. I think Foot just did what was easy, and Zeta, maybe in their own heads, maybe overthink it a little bit. Maybe in scrims it worked out. Maybe when Chuck is stronger, that works out for them. It did not right there.
It just felt like an old-fashioned draft. You know, it didn't really feel like a meta moment, really, on my side. Foot, I mean, absolutely just nailed it. And, I mean, you know, the Chuck, it's just so throwaway. I mean, with the Gale as well, Bull, if they want to break open that bit to get into the map faster, they can do that as well. I'd much prefer what Foot brings to the table here, and this is where Foot can really thrive. Their draft game has always been very much on point, and getting inside Zeta's heads now, going into field goal for Brawl Ball, I feel like they're going to be in a very good spot, banning out the Shelly, banning out the Barley, as well as the Nita on their side. For Zeta, banning out Dynamite, Barley, and Willow. I mean, Foot are the first to bring in Barley, even as a first pick, so I don't mind those bans just eradicating throwers, and they clearly don't want to face them. So the first pick is going to be B, and they want to have, obviously, that tanky counter because of that eventuality, but why? Why do that when you could just ban Bull and leave one of those throwers on the map? I just feel like, you know, we saw yesterday when Eski doubled down, they had the Otis and the Gale, and the Bull couldn't really do that much. But even so, I mean, isn't it just far better just to get it out of the mix regardless?
Yeah, this is interesting, right? And I think you bring up a great point. I mean, you can go B here, right? Clearly they wanted B, I think. You take out 3 throwers, something that B can't do well into, especially with no wall break option unless you got the teammates. This is clearly a long-term strategy thing for them, but I'm with you. You know, maybe instead of one of those throwers, let's just toss out the Bull, and now they're going to get a little spicy here too. They're not only going to have Bull, somebody who's been really good in their hands the past 2 days, they're going to pair him with not as meta of a brawler, but one that I think is going to feed the Bull and make him stronger, keep him alive longer. I am officially nervous for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, Foot like to bring in Byron more than most, and I think a lot of teams kind of forget that Byron is relatively decent now. I mean, it's not necessarily in the forefront of the meta, but I mean, in combination with some ideas, it can work. They normally sort of pair it in Shooting Star, but I think in field goal, it can have a place. Sandy coming in for Zeta, I do quite like the way this is shaping up, though. Sandy of field goal is very, very good. I mean, ultimately, the Sweet Dreams gadget can just ensure a goal that, you know, might not otherwise be there. And certainly in overtime, you know, you get a sandstorm, very hard to do much around that kind of scenario, and you're kind of left guessing quite literally. So I like to see Foot kind of combine something with this, something of a more aggressive stance realistically here. And Byron can do a lot on the hills, but in the way the map is kind of situated as well, you do need to get those lines of sight, and that's going to be quite key for them. Jackie for Zeta. Jackie's definitely very good with Hypercharge. You can get some pop-off moments, but it has got some weaknesses in that regard. It's probably one of the more weaker, I would say, when it comes to Hypercharge. I'm not sure whether it's the play for me.
It's tough, too, in terms of matchups, right? Because Bull is a shotgun brawler, and Jackie has no backup in this situation. Bull does. He has a Byron who's going to be feeding him heals, who's going to be in the middle, almost playing that point guard kind of position, if you want a basketball analogy. He's going to be dishing it out and just trying to power up his teammates. And now they go along with a Cordelius, which is perfect for Jackie. I think this is another one where Foot kind of nailed it. I mean, on paper, at least, it looks great. You know, before this, I did see Jackie end up in several scrims today, and this was one of the maps where she definitely showed up. But again, until I see it, it's really hard for me to believe in it.
It's kind of why they kind of went for the thrower bans as well, because Jackie can sit there and wait, and it's very hard to push into sometimes. But ultimately, when you've got Hypercharger's ball, you can just break open those moments of choke point, and then what do you kind of do there? You're going to have a really tough overtime with Jackie. I mean, the Byron is certainly going to have a lot of shots into that, and of course, as you mentioned already, the Cordelius as well. So, I mean, if Foot played this one right, then I think they've got a solid chance. Let's see how they fare in the early outset. Good stun from Meow on the left-hand side, and Naui on the right-hand side going in super aggressive. It's a team wipe for Zeta, and a goal in the first 15 seconds. Foot needs to be a little bit more on point in the early outset of that game.
Yeah, Meow utilized a gadget there, and now he took on a shotgun brawler. I mean, that was really impressive, as now Lenon has some utility charged up, dives in, goes for the takedown, and the heal's not coming in time. So now Naui going to be able to dribble here, looking for a big-time play, and can't quite get there. Drage will survive alongside Semantic, so it's going to be a fight at midfield for now, and Foot are still looking for their first offensive opportunity.
A nice gadget from Drage there as well, just showing up Geru, but does go down himself as a result of that. But then going to make a hero play here. Hypercharge goes down, Zeta will ready for it, and that's what you need to have on your side. Bull is not invincible, although it might feel like it with Hypercharge. Ultimately, if your teammates are ready for it, it can be taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, the Hypercharge in a 1v3 is still strong, but I don't know if it was worth it right there. Lenon charges up another super, but now they're playing goalkeeper as now he looks for one of his own. They managed to play defense, and Semantic barely holding on. Will now be dribbling down the right-hand end. Naui, Jiro will have to play defense. Meow there to respond as well. So once again, it's ball control now with Zeta, but Foot at least looking better than they did off the start.
Yeah, now he is causing problems, absolutely so, but everyone's low. Semantic might have a play here to go forwards for. He finds the ball. Zeta haven't spotted it, they haven't seen it. He's going to jump and then evade the shot along the way. Unbelievable stuff from Semantic, and we're all tied up.
That was a mistake. I mean, it was a wide open lane for Semantic. They lost track of him. Just a tough one there. Semantic in prime position. Way to pay attention and make a veteran play there. And a nasty super alongside it. He's going to be in the Shadow Realm there. Now he's going to be fighting up top. And it's a back and forth right now. He's going to come out of this and just perfectly target Naui there. So all of a sudden, Foot with a weak start, but now the heal's coming through. Semantic in position. Lenon with the ball and now charging forward as well. Immediately eliminated though, but Semantic there to respond as well. It's Meow and Naui who have to play defense here.
Yeah, Foot going to try and stay in this position here in the final closing seconds before we go into overtime to try to keep the control. Now we're going to waste his super there as well. Lenan's still got Hypercharge, no super to combine with it, but the heals from Drage are huge. Now he goes in, gets the take on a Geru. It's all three members of Foot there available, but can now get a stun. Only there's any available, and Foot are going to come out of that game on top against all the odds. When you consider just how quickly Zeta opened it, it was Foot though that closed it, and that's what matters most. That's what gets games on the board.
And I think this is what makes Foot more special right now. They've been good this year, right? They've been competitive, and BSC, fantastic. But Zeta's kind of had their number. It's moments like that for me that define this team. You know, the opening of that game was a disaster. They lose every lane. It's a team wipe, easy goal for Zeta. They hunker down, they fight back. But unfortunately for them, it's looking like a repeat of Zeta's last game. If they're not careful, it could be an early goal here as Meow walks forward. The Shadow Realm going down. Now he left to play defense, but has enough HP to walk it through. Repeat of game number 1, but it still ended up being Foot last time, so I'm not ruling him out.
It's these early moments that favor Zeta. You know, these early kind of rattled hives there from Geru, but once they all go down and the Sweet Dream stuns are gone and all that is, you know, exacerbated, Foot know that the late game favors them, and Semantic going in, gets some great value. Drake can heal along the way and keeping Naui in the realm. They're gonna have to slow the pace though, because they can't really force this one through, and it's still not a bad spot to be in. Once Lenon joins the mix here, this could easily be a goal, and now he knows that dropping them the Hypercharge as a more defensive measure, it's kind of got to be done at this point.
You know, Sandy is not one in my mind that I feel like is a counter to Bull, but he's slowing down these pushes with the gadget. It's actually really intelligent, because then the team can focus it, and dress it immediately. Now he barely surviving here, and it's going to be a difference maker as well. There's not going to be a cheeky opportunity for Drage to progress up, but it's still Foot with map control. A super going down, misses Nowie. The pull goes through. Semantic dragging Giro down to the realm as well. Lenon diving in, now pushing forward, has so much HP to work with. A bounce shot off the wall for some style points, and we're right back to square one. Tie ball game here in game number 2.
I love that confidence from Lenon because he's just trying to get super just a little bit more towards it and just knows that he's not going to mess it up along the way. But the Sandstorm is down. The unpredictability now. Good strike for Zeta. Now he pops Skadget, pushing in, gets the super shot as well. It's going to land in Gary's arms. And as quickly as that, Zeta return the favor. We're all tied up in this set, and what an important set it is for both sides here. There's been moments, great plays, but, you know, it was Zeta that let the ball drop and they let Semantic through earlier. They seem to have eradicated that, but I've got to bring it back around because that's not the first time that Zeta have done that, by the way. I've seen them many a time leaving a player open. They can't go back to their old ways. They've got to keep those winning moments counting. Already a good start. Gary there hits the rattle high to Lenon, forcing out the heals from Drage, which keeps then Drage low as well. But it is a much slower start for Foot, and it's paying off better.
Very different start than last time. This time it's Foot in the driver's seat. 3 brawlers standing, a kick forward just in the nick of time to Lenon as well. Threads the needle, and now we can't get there. We knew this match would be special, and now it's Foot taking a lead here in game number 3.
I mean, now he dodged the super to the realm, but then it meant that the ball was going to be able to be scored with the opening being bigger. Now he will get the trade on the right-hand side. It's a 2 versus 2 now, and so far, Drake's been landing a lot of connecting shots onto Geru. Semantic goes on the aggressive, gets him taken care of. That's going to open things up massively for when Lenon comes back into the mix, and with Semantic now having the ability to put him back into the realm, he's going to do just that. Now is taken out of play. Foot are starting to creep forwards. A bit of an emergency sandstorm from Meow. It might be able to deflate it. We'll see. But the ball was popped to the right-hand side for now. Semantic gets it. He might be low, but he might be able to push forwards gradually here. He gets it. Super shot. He's not going to go for it, though. He's going to walk it through steadily and surely and ensure it.
That was so impressive because he could have super shot that, but he knew his teammate had his back with the heals. Insane. Bull went on an absolute tear at the end game of game number 3. And it all started with the Mushroom Man, the one I pointed out in my highlight play earlier, Cordelius. I knew he was going to be good going into today. He was a problem yesterday. He was all over the ban phase. But what he can do and how much he can change a match is so important. We saw that with Semantic making a big play. He removed Jackie from the playing field there at the end of game number 3, and it allowed for Bull to go on an absolute tear. Once now he was out of the picture, it was all Foot Esports. And to think, too, game 1 and game 2, Foot gave goals so early. And in game number 3, they finally got one early on their own, and here's the big pock-up play from Lenon. I mean, this is just insane.
It was very, very close all the way through. I think Zeta, though, made a couple more mistakes for me. I think that Drage was landing a great deal of shots from that Byron pick. And again, it's one of those brawlers that's so often forgotten about. Against the B that can pack such a sting, I think it's a really tough thing to make work, and that kind of synergy which it provides with that ball as well. I really like the way that Foot are drafting these games, and I think Zeta have got to take a bit more care and approach to banning out some of these heavy hitters. You know, they've allowed Foot to get Bull in 2 consecutive sets, and 2 sets of which Foot were able to win. They're not going to ban it here for Canal Grande. It's arguably not the best map for it anyway, but let's see how it fares. Banning out the Nita, the Shelly, and the Cordelius on the side of Zeta. For Foot, the Willow, the Barley, and the Dynamite, just no throwers. Foot do not want that, just eradicating those. And they're going to pick Jackie themselves. I don't mind it on this particular map, but I do worry in the later stages if they have something on the side of Zeta, and they've got plenty of time to draft for it. Let's be honest, they break open those bushes, get some wall breaking as well. What can the Jackie realistically do?
Yeah, I'm just going to take a moment here. I mean, it's 2023, and Jackie just got selected first overall arc. I don't know if that's happened in a long, long time. I mentioned it earlier, too, though. There were maps where I saw Jackie being scrimmed yesterday and today. You know, they're practicing things, but it's another thing to bring it into action here. And Jackie is going to be a first overall pick. This is a map to do it on, though. We've seen her work historically here. We know that Rosa's not in play right now either, which is another tankier option, but there's still a lot of good ones. So I'm still kind of surprised that they take this with the first. This seems like a pick to me that they would want to take later down the line, see what the other team takes. And Zeta's going to take advantage, and they're going to grab Eve here, who not necessarily going to deal easily with Jackie, but that's kind of a free supercharge. You can traverse over the water. There's a lot that Eve can bring to the table here.
Yeah, I really like it. I think Carl historically is very good at getting that blue star, but also Eve and the Bull. So Zeta are actually going to go for it. I mean, I prefer it over the Jackie. I mean, somewhere I can hear Trav kind of like giving a silent, sigh of relief because, I mean, he predicts the 3-2 in favor of Foot. I want the 3-1 to prevail. And I mean, Jackie, I'm hoping that Foot have got a battle plan here in play. I mean, to be that confident to go in with it first picked, you kind of have to assume that they do. But I mean, Bull can be very difficult to handle. I think that's already, I'm preferring the Zeta comp. If we're going to combine Sandy, I mean, it's certainly not going to be a bad brawler to have, but earning that super in the first place is where it's going to have a lot of troubles. I mean, the Sandstorm surely can then allow a more aggressive push to get those kind of Jackie brawlers into play, but Otis, that's a good answer for the Bull. I still don't know whether I'm entirely convinced on this compared to what Zeta are cooking.
Yeah, I feel like Foot are going to have to live or die by this draft. I mean, it's pretty clear to me, at least, that they were very much targeting a specific strategy. At least that's my guess. They banned 3 throwers, all the same archetype, same similar style of brawler. And they picked Jackie first overall. That's very unique. And maybe it's just how the meta is going to shape out to be. It's still early, right? We don't 100% know. But I feel like we've seen multiple instances now of teams trying to figure out how to address Bull, and Foot have taken advantage of that. Last time we saw Sandy as a way to try and address that with the Sweet Dreams gadget. It worked kind of, but he was still popping off. And they're going to grab Squeak as well, who I believe to be still a pretty good brawler. Obviously, he was in the balance changes recently, but you still get 4 attempts to make a cutoff on the map. I kind of like Zeta's draft, and again, maybe it's that recency bias. Maybe it's just the big pop-off plays we've seen from Bull. I like Bull. It's kind of that simple. And we'll see if Otis and Sandy and Jackie are enough, and if it is, Foot are going to be very happy.
I like Bull. Sums it up for me. I mean, like, it really does. I don't know about this Foot. I kind of want to see something prevail here, but I don't know. But Sandy, I get. I mean, Foot have used that a lot in the past, and it does give them some good results. Already, though, 4 stars in Foot's favor. Dracious low, though, here, and the body blocking on point. Zeta are bleeding stars right now. We've had a couple of seconds of play, and there's already 6 and the blue, and not a single takedown on the side of Zeta.
Yeah, and now he has a super, so they can at least open up some avenues for themselves. A nice gadget and connection there as well. It's going to slow down Semantic. Now he's trying to take advantage, but Lenon has too much bulk. Meow with a pickup as well, so 4-8 strikes Lenon as well. A double for Meow, and all of a sudden, things looking a little brighter for Zeta Division. They have map control and are now down only 1 star.
And it really is the map control for me that counts the most in these scenarios, not necessarily always the star. Drake's going to be on his on the right-hand side left alone and slowed down by Meow as Semantic and Lenan teaming up. There's the hypercharge from Lenan, though, and that's going to put Naui in a terrible spot. 5 stars above Semantic's heads, and the lead back over to Foot. Blue star with them. Very close matchup regardless, though. It seems like both comps are sort of having a moment to show some legs here.
Yeah, both of them are clearly legit. It's looking like both are going to work out to a degree, but the combo Semantic Lenon are prevailing right now as Meow is taking over this right-hand side. They're traveling together here as well. One can mute, and then Lenon can jump in and just be the aggressor, and I think that's what they're going to try and do here against the big bad Meowie. It's going to be a mute, and on top of that, they grab a kill, piling up kills on the left-hand side, and now he's trying to respond as well. Low HP, gets muted again! They halt his push, but he still gets the kill anyways. I'm not sure it's going to matter, though. It's 19-14. Foot Esports still have 5. Well, make it to 15 seconds ago, Ark. It's going to be a close call.
It is indeed. I mean, the flashy plays are happening on the left, but Drake came out on top against the Squeak on the right. I can't believe that he was able to actually do that. 4 stars above his head, 5 seconds remain. Semantic is low, though. The push from the top as well coming from Meow. A huge super, 22-20. It's going to be Foot to take it, but my word, it was close match point for them. My predictions are looking good, Ken. I'm not going to lie.
And you know whose aren't?
I know!
That photo might be my favorite thing. Accept it. I'm just going to accept it early, Ark. But Foot Esports are earning this. They're doing it the hard way. They kept it close. And well-deserved so far, but they still got a lot of work to do. This rivalry has been intense for multiple seasons now. It's stretched through the entire year, and it's been a well-fought battle that may come down to one final game here. It's still a fight for this blue star, and both sides getting some chips in. It's going to be Drage picking this one up, receiving a lot of damage as a result, as now he's just looking to charge in here. I think he just wants to get on the action immediately, but Lenon's there to respond as well. It's going to be a toughie, as now he's going to be forced away, and as a Bull, that's not something you want to see. A little tag team here, but Lenon still prevailing. Semantic now walking it forward as well. Meow is in trouble. Semantic with a kill or response as well, but it's not going to matter too much. And after all that chaos, it's going to be 10-7. Foot Esports with the lead.
Drage is playing this Sandy so well. I've got to be honest, it's such a tough brawler to make work on this map. I mean, you're kind of making it look easy at this point, and it really is not. He's getting so much value for his team, as now Zeta collects on the left-hand side. Good value there from Semantic, but now he has Hypercharge as well. There's supers as well with Meow, so if they combine this in a good way, then it might be foot there falling. Drage slowed as well as a result there of the residue from the squeak. Now he could be timing his strike, and he's going to do just that. Muted out, Lenan gets it. How? A foot holding up to the heat here.
They're picking good ways to respond to Bull, but they're still going to have to hold on for dear life. 2 stars is all that separates these two teams as Lenan goes for the hypercharge as well, gets the pop-off play and survives with well over 3,000 HP. Semantic there once again to back him up. This duo has been so strong in this set. Now he, though, knows that he's weak. Semantic goes down as well, and now Zeta Division are up 4 stars.
A really tough spot now for Foot to get even out of this spawn. Lenan's trying to push the left-hand side alone, but it's just feeding into Meow even more. Slowed as well. The follow-ups are going to be there, and that's surely going to be going the way of Zeta Division. Perfectly done against a lot of pressure as well, because Foot were looking unstoppable. And for Zeta to be able to turn it around and actually gain the game, they're still in this, but it is still match point in favor of Foot. We can't forget that.
It's only game day number 2. And we have another, what feels to be special match on our hands. Zeta Division facing a rival they've faced all year long. And I can't help but wonder if Foot possibly gonna let go of this one. 1-0, Zeta Division with the blue star lead, and Foot so close to revenge. 1 game away, a second opportunity at match point, and in prime position right now.
Oh, look at this pinch here from Foot, but this could go badly wrong if they're not careful. Now he is muted out here. He might trickle down with the poison, but the shield is going to keep him in the mix. That nest egg there from Garo just going to come in with the hatchlings, and that's going to help deflate things just a little bit. If Garo can push through this mid here and just open up some space, it'll go such a long, long way. But at the moment, Foot are not moving. They are not budging. Good connections from Meow, but again, Zeta are just hanging on for dear life here.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to navigate out of. Now he also clipping that wall is a tough beat. A wasted Bull super is not something you want to see right now, as Zeta Division already has little leg room. It's Drage and Lenan. Once again, we've seen Jackie be paired with another brawler this entire time, and now's the moment to strike. A double kill as well. Picks up 2, walks away as now he looks to get aggressive, and Drage hits him with the gadget play. Nothing going right for Zeta Division right now, as Nowie is going to fall once again.
I mean, who would have thought the value of that Sweet Dream stun from Drage would just completely eradicate a Bull with hypercharges? It seems to be like the one thing that goes against that very broad in the current meta at the moment, and who would have thought to see it? Sandstorm goes down, that's going to help out Foot considerably, because now he's in a very tough spot here for them. He'll find Drage as well. Blue Star still with Foot, but it's 5-6, and Semantic on the left-hand side could go down here, and he will. Zeta now take the lead, 10-6.
Foot Esports, 20 seconds to claim the prize. I'm sure they're looking for revenge, and they're gonna have to pop off here. Lenan holding on to a hypercharge. Drage flanking right. Nowie, the big target right now with 4 stars, as Lenan picks this to be his moment.
Oh no!
It's close, goes down though. Now he survives, runs away. 3-6-3 and survives. 13-9. Zeta persevere and push us to a set number 5.
What did we just witness? What an ending! Oh my word! I mean, I need to double check, but I think from memory, I mean, the ball was on like 300 HP, and Drage's shot just came a millisecond after the clock. I mean, that wasn't it. I mean, the ball had 5 stars above his head. I think it could have been enough to turn it, but it happened so quickly. I mean, Lenan got the most amount of value from that Jackie pick at that moment in time, but Zeta somehow, some way, I mean, that was utterly stupendous.
I talked about it earlier. I mean, Foot Esports had a special moment, especially in that Brawl Ball set. They took advantage. They were in a bad start off games 1 and 2, but you know what? They got the job done anyway. They stayed disciplined. But now it's the reverse. Zeta Division, a team defined by consistency. Despite Lenan popping off early in this game, they fought their way back. They clawed in, and look at this, just milliseconds away. 363 HP away. And it could have been Foot walking away with a win in this one. We're going to a set 5, and you can already feel it. It's only day 2 arc, but this is something different.
That's looking great for you and Trav. I mean, you're both saying a 3-2, going one way for Zeta and the other way for Foot. I mean, someone's looking like they're going to be holding the frame at the end of this one. Not going to lie, it's going to be me. But, I mean, I kind of wouldn't want it any other way at this point because the way this series is going is so enjoyable to watch. Both of these two teams really are going the distance, and not just in terms of the sets, but in terms of how much they're pushing themselves and their brawler picks. Because, I mean, with a hypercharge, you can just see how much more excitement it brings into those big play moments. And, like, you know, in Bounty, it's always been one of my favorite modes to watch, and that was perfectly timed. It could have gone one way or the other, but for Foot, now going into this 5th set, what a tough moment to really bounce back from. I mean, they've got to feel so deflated going into this next draft, and I hope for their sake they can stay focused on it.
This could be a season-defining moment for both of these teams, but especially Foot, right? In the face of adversity, just moments away from a win. 2 match points. They could have taken it. They could have gotten that sweet, sweet revenge, but instead, they now have to get the job done in a set number 5. I think both of these teams seriously legitimizing themselves. I mean, it's only game day 2. I know I keep saying it, but this is incredible. I mean, this is some of the best Brawl Stars, and it's something I say every year, but there's something special about November Brawl Stars. It's a must-watch every single match, and all these teams putting on a show for us, and it's going to come down to the wire here. Last stop. Going to be our map of choice. We've got Shelly in the band stage, so no hypercharge madness from her. Pam, Nani. On the other end, no Squeak this time. Crow, and an Otis removed. 8-Bit, the first overall pick.
What is it about Zeta at the minute? I was saying this yesterday. They are becoming that team that take it to a 3-2 scoreline every time. I mean, look at the Split 1 Open finals. You know, they were able to qualify through it, but in that that lower bracket stage, 3-2 against Kessie, 3-2 against VNE Sporting, 3-2 yesterday against Nouns, and a 3-2 today, no matter what way you look at it, against Foot. I mean, they are playing a risky game here. I mean, the Zeta comp so far, I like the 8-Bit. The Piper, though, is a solid response. I would kind of prefer maybe like a Bell, simply because it's tougher to really handle on the side of Zeta. Against the Tara, it can get more value. But, I mean, I hope for Foot's sake that they can play the Piper better than they did in Knockout, because it really didn't work for me in that first initial set, which makes me a little bit concerned. Now that Tara comes in, I'm feeling a little bit more alleviated in that respect, but I think the bans are stronger. I would like to have seen the Pam maybe not banned, but clearly in his position at the moment, it's a very risky thing to leave open, so it has forced the 8-Bit hand on the side of Zeta. But, I mean, I'm already preferring the left. I mean, 8-Bit on gem grab is always a good thing to have. Tara, though, it can make those plays when it matters most to really kind of have those gem steal moments. And in the 5th and final set, I mean, those are really champion play moments, aren't they?
Yeah, I think 8-Bit here, it's hard to go wrong. And not only that, but Foot draft the Piper into the 8-Bit. We saw this yesterday with, I believe, Nouns as well. It can work, and maybe they're going for the long range, the big pop-off plays. You got the gadget. Maybe they're trying to break open some walls. There's some validity to it. This isn't just out of nowhere, but it's not an easy matchup, and it's a lot of the times going to be that 8-Bit versus the Piper. And Piper dishes a lot of damage, but it's going to take maybe 4 shots, 5 shots to kill an 8-Bit, and he's also got 4 teleports away a game. He's a perfect gym carrier. Tara can have those big boomer bust kinds of plays. If you hit those Tara pulls, it's going to be nice for you, but a nice response into that is this Sandy. I will say the Tara pets, if there was an option for them, are going to be eradicated by Sandy.
I mean, you can try and literally hit shots in the dark, you know, with the Piper against the Sandstorm, but you are doing just that. It's going to be very difficult to really kind of keep their positioning power when those Sandstorms come in. But the Bull, the final pick coming in from Foot, as we know, I mean, I'd love to see their win rates with it. I'm pretty sure they've always been able to come out on top with it, but I mean, it's a tough map to make it work, no doubt about it, but they can see the entire comp. They're feeling confident that it can go into everything that Zeta are placing on the table. And if Lenan is playing it, which he will be, let's be honest, at this point, there's no doubt in my mind. I want to see it pop off. If it doesn't, it's going to be one of those moments where it's going to be a bit of a wah-wah, you know, for
I agree. And once I saw that Sandy pick, I knew Bull was an option. And I think they could have taken the Bull for themselves. But Sandy, we've seen the Sweet Dreams be an option to kind of halt Bull in his push. So I think that was kind of a double target there. I mean, it addresses the possibility of a Bull at least a little bit. And then it helps against the Tari here, too. You're going to see Meow take on this lane immediately. It's actually 3 Zeta Brawlers more on the right-hand side, which means easy walking for Lenan here. And you definitely don't want that Brawler in your face. But now he not scared of the aggression here. Multitasking, in fact. Throws up a giant shield for his teammates. Some piercing shots go through. An easy pickup and complete map control right now for Zeta Division.
Yeah, and there's not really anything Semantic can do with regards to the gadget. No doubt running support from beyond he is. Meow's going to shred through it immediately. Like that. It's just a really, really tough thing to make work. You're going to probably have to swap lanes realistically here, and that's not going to be great having the ball go into the Sandy either. So Meow really is going to be quite key, quite crucial in that regard for this comp. And now we'll clear up the left-hand side, going to go down if Gary finds the shots, which he doesn't actually. And now Drake finally landing some shots because they have been a little bit spaced between them in this game so far. I'd like to see a bit more accuracy in that regard and placing a bit more pressure. And speaking of pressure, Lenan goes in, fires Gary, fires 6 gems in the process, and gets out. Sweet Dream Stun though is huge on the side of Zeta, but the pull is equally so for Semantic. Now support is there from Drake in just the nick of time. Wonderful plays from Foot.
It was looking so bleak for them, but Lenan dove right in on 8-Bit and his teleporter. There was nowhere to go. 8-Bit, again, a victim of the aggressive Bull. And now they're walking all the way to the other side of the map. 8 seconds to go. Now he's doing his best, but Lenan there to play defense. The pull going through and the kill as well, but a bigger, better Tara pull hits the map as well. Foot Esports can right the wrongs of that previous set and will once again be on match point.
You just have to ban it against Foot. Every single set, just ban it. It's not worth the risk. That man is too good with that brawler to leave it open. I mean, it's wonderful to watch. It's moments like this when a brawler comes catapulted into the meta that when you see it in the hands of a player that would never normally play it so well. It's wonderful stuff to watch. Now Drake finds Naui there on the right-hand side, gets a nice little tap there, and Lenan survives with 92 HP on the left. Zeta looked to be crumbling at the moment.
Just when they thought they'd won that lane, Meow couldn't survive, was out of shots. Lenan just walked it forward, survived with 92, and is now regenerating to well past 10,000 HP. Meow can't dish enough damage to deal with this. Lenan diving in, the Sweet Dreams goes through, and somehow he survives by the skin of his teeth, but Piper there to respond as well. It's going to be 2-4 right now. Semantic has a pull, and I think they were anticipating that, so they teleport away for now, but now Semantic's prowling on the left-hand side. Bull on the right. 2 supers that can change a game, and that is going to be a major block right there from Naui and could change the shape of this as well. Lenan causing trouble once again. It's not unusual for him to be a problem as once again he survives. Drage now with 7.
Wonderful pinch there between Lenan and Drake, and the prediction super prior to that from Lenan into the Sandstorm was beautiful to see. Now we're going to take care of those gadgets, but now we're just kind of utilizing those gadgets as a way to seek out, and then Drake will follow up with the shots, and they kind of have to do that because Buster will shred through it, as will then as well the Sandy. Good for Semantic, the healing shade will keep him in play. Lenan on the right-hand side as well, being in a really difficult position for really realistically Zeta to do much. 8 gems to Foot, 4 to Zeta. It's a very close one though this time round, but if Lenan gets a steal, it's going to be all over.
Drage just needs one more. Map control for Zeta for now, but Lenan causing a ruckus on the right-hand side. He's just making his presence felt. He hasn't dove in yet, but he does have a super in hand, and now he's going to choose the moment to go in. Jiro going to be in trouble. He goes taken down. It's going to be a trade on both sides as Semantic gets the pull. Now he picking up these gems, but they have to be careful. They have 8. Now he weak, and Drage with complete control gets a red team countdown.
Now he is not the person that you want to have with the gems. If he goes down, it's going to be all over. 10 gems remain with Drake. And Lenan going on the aggressive. Now he 45 HP, but the beams are there. There's not going to be any time. The Drake is far away, but there's 2 gems in the mid. It's reset. Zeta now have got a fighting chance, and this is now such a crucial moment. It's on a knife's edge.
It's neck and neck right now. Drage falling weak. He somehow survived the right. Lenan been a problem the whole set, but right there he goes down. No teleporter for 8-Bit, so he's gonna have to slowly walk up this map. 2 gems in the mid now. 12-11. Drage holding on to a super. Lenan with a super. Semantic all locked and loaded with supers. A dive in now for Lenan. It's not gonna be enough though. An easy stop there and a reset of a countdown.
A tough one to call. The timing wasn't quite there for me. I would like to have seen Lenan actually go for Naui instead, but he chose to go all the way, and that allowed more time for Gary to land the shots. Now continuing the aggression. 13 gems for Foot to 13 of Zeta. It could come down to the final one if they keep playing this way. Drake just escapes in time, but can this go the distance? 14 now going to spawn in as well. Who's going to go into the hands of Zeta? Final gems spawning in. Lenan going into the aggressor, and he gets it! What amazing plays from Foot! There's running away 22 gems with them, and Zeta have got to reset. There's going to be no time for it. It's Garo in a 3 versus 1. The spins are out. Foot, no, it's done, and they managed to get it. Foot Esports will take the win against Zeta Division in the 5th and final set.
Revenge has never tasted so sweet. FUT Esports, after a long wait from last season, were finally able to pick up a pivotal win in this series. And I know who's going to be feeling the best about it. It's your day, Trav. How you feeling?
Hey, every day is my day, Kenny. We've come to learn this. I know you're a bit of a newcomer to the European region, but I'm always right, and that's something you'll learn. Just trust the process, and at the end of the line, you'll be there with me. But FUT Esports genuinely played that so well. Some of Linane's pushes, but Drage's taps as well. Kind of fly under the radar when Linane's making all the big plays, dashing in, getting this hypercharge, but I mean, all of the FUT Esports players played that incredibly. Zeta Division 2, and what a display that was from both teams. It really was incredible.
Yeah, the loss streak is finally over for FUT Esports. I know, in Snapdragon, okay? No, don't come for me in the chat. I know what you're all thinking. But what an incredible performance. The back and forth, amazing. I felt that tension once again, like we were feeling in the match with SK. Absolutely fantastic display from both teams, but FUT really, honestly, they dug deep and they put out such a good performance, didn't they, Kenny?
They earned that one. I mean, they were the better team today. It is what it is. Zeta Division, this isn't the start to the season they were looking for, but I think it's safe to say that they're still a really darn good team. I mean, FUT Esports just might be at the top of this region right now. I think they're playing like it. I mean, they've really legitimized themselves. They've done all that they can do. They've gotten the job done. They made it out of Split 1. They've now beaten Zeta Division. This is exactly the start you want. 2-0. I mean, it's wild. It's a huge turnaround, especially considering last season, as good as this team is, people forget they got second last season, but they were the last team to even make it to the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to touch on later on in the match because we could talk about that a little bit more later on, but Semantic in Brawl Ball was absolutely phenomenal. Changed the pace of the game, made it his own, evading that final shot, being able to then slot it in. I mean, Ark, you were calling it. The noises you made were hilarious. How did you feel about that Brawl Ball, mate?
Ridiculous. I mean, honestly, for all intents and purposes, I mean, both sides, you could see, were just bringing out every trick in the book. And that's the level that these guys are at. You know, they are really pushing the boundaries of what's even possible in Brawl Esports. And, you know, it's just amazing to watch go down. Brawl Ball was insanely close, but they managed to top it going into Bounty, which, you know, after that, as a performance, I just didn't think they'd be able to do. But, you know, they already are the gift that keeps on giving. For me, at the moment, FUT could well be the team to beat in this competition.
Kenny, you are holding firmly onto the frame of shame, my friend. And Trav, you may exit stage left and walk your way over to the telestrator. It's Trav at the telestrator. You know what, Kenny, I feel like you deserve a sweet because, you know, you've been a good sport today, but the frame of shame is yours.
Right, guys, listen. I know I'm going to get, you know, don't shoot the messenger. But at the end of the day, we know Trav doesn't really like to highlight good plays. He likes to highlight absolute domination. So we're going to watch this one right here. A little bit early on in the game, so I did make my decision before a lot of those incredible plays came out from Bull, but we're going to look at some domination today, and this is what we absolutely love to see. I absolutely loved some of these plays coming in from FUT Esports here. How quick this game finished was absolutely incredible. Drage cycles is super. You know, he was blocking out a little bit before that, and let's just watch this safe get absolutely destroyed. This is the in-depth review I know everybody wants from me. But it was just genuinely incredible, and it's just going to come around the back. Nothing else to be said about this other than absolute domination, and that's exactly what FUT brings to the table in Heist. Just the aggression that those guys do is just unparalleled by any team at the moment. And this man right here, Linane, you always know he's going to bring something good to the party.
Telestrator Trav goes hard in the paint, doesn't he, Ark? I tell you what, have these past two days of matches in the challenge season, have they at all, you're not allowed to shift, but have they shifted your perspective on, you know, these teams that have come into the challenge season, how they're performing, and, you know, ultimately how you think the challenge season is going to end going into the finals?
Certainly so. I mean, you always go into a season kind of thinking that it's going to be more or less the same from the previous, but just slightly different. I think Humble, for me, are really impressing me at the moment. I can't wait to see how their journey continues to grow and develop, and whether they run into some stops along the way. I think for esports as well, really looking very, very strong. I think for SK, they've had a really tough start. I mean, unusually so. I think the scorelines don't necessarily reflect what we've seen. I think they've been really close matches, but I mean, this is exactly what I wanted from the start. start of the season. Nouns as well. Like, I mean, you know, who's going to topple them as we go forwards through? But I mean, some really just incredible plays. And next week, the second hypercharge batch is going to be playable. I mean, that is when things are going to really get spicy. Rose coming back into the mix, Colette coming back into the mix, and many others to combine with those. I mean, we're going to have a much tougher time when it comes to draft that players are going to have to adapt to.
We love throwing a spanner in the works here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, don't we? Kenny, standout player, I'm going to throw it in for the day. I've got to go with Lenan. That was absolutely outrageous, wasn't it?
I think that's a great shout. I was actually thinking of a different foot player, in fact. Drage is somebody that stood out to me. I feel like amidst all the chaos, you know, it was in the mid-fight every single time. It's Drage leading the way, man. Whether it was Piper on that last map, he was still popping out, tapping. I mean, yesterday he was hitting sharpshooter shots. Today he was doing the same thing. He's been consistent. He's been insane. I think it's a big reason, along with Lenan, of course, and Semantic Heck too, you mentioned him yesterday, of why Foot have been at a different level this season.
You know why, Kenny? It's because he's a Brit. That's what you're saying. You're outnumbered here, so you can't say anything against it. Right, we've got the leaderboard for you from today onwards. As you can see from our matchups that we've had over the past 2 days, Foot, Humble, and Noun sit firmly in the top 3 spots, claiming 2-0. But the real story is down towards the bottom in 7th and 8th. Zeta Division and SK Gaming going 0-2 at the beginning of the challenge season. Team Queso, we knew it could potentially be a bit of a struggle simply because of what we've seen on paper so far. And Trav, I mean, I'm assuming that that's probably the most surprising thing for you as well, right? SK at the bottom.
I do think so, and I also think that they haven't even had the toughest of roads either. Like, it's not like Foot Esports last season. They faced the best 3 teams undeniably early on and then won 4 in a row. I feel like they face teams that SK should be beating, and I think that's their biggest problem right now.
It's a difficult pill to swallow for sure, but I'm sure we're going to see them come back swinging because they've got a week to kind of figure out what's going wrong, and you know that they're going to do it. Right, let's have a look at the quick schedule. Kenny, I'm going to want you to take us through this because this is going to be our play day 3, which is going to be next week. Which of these matches are you thinking is going to heat up the screen?
I literally couldn't help but chuckle right out the top. The 2 teams in my mind after today, I was wondering, and the 2 I feel like we've mentioned being a top, along with Humble, of course. But we see Foot and Nouns top of the leaderboards right now. One top of the region and one that we're kind of claiming might be at the top of the region right now. It's Foot and Nouns going at it. Match number 1. Day number 3 is must-watch Brawl Stars. And alongside that, Zeta Division Reply Totem at match number 3. Oh my goodness, that is going to be a crazy day.
Yeah, I feel like Zeta versus Reply Totem is really going to be a big one. But obviously, kick-starting with Foot and Nouns. Trav's nodding his head. He knows what's going on. Ark, let's go over to you, buddy. Next week, how are you feeling about cosplaying again?
I'm always down. When have I not been down to cosplay? In fact, yesterday was the first time I cosplayed a male character. Let's be honest. That's a record as far as I'm concerned.
I'm still yet to cosplay a male character. Happy to do either. I don't mind. Kenny, you've been absolutely fantastic to work with for the first time for myself. How have you enjoyed these past 2 days?
I really appreciate being invited back. I mean, genuinely, you know, obviously I've worked with some of these guys for a long time, but this region is something special. This competition is something special. November is the best time of year for Brawl Stars esports. So just being a part of the party has been a lot of fun, and obviously great to work with you too. So I appreciate all the love and support, and I'm really excited for you all the rest of the season.
Yeah, we can't wait to see more of you, and I'm sure we will. Trav, other than being the best at predicting here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, have you had a particular highlight of the past 2 days? Other than getting to hang out with me?
Being the best at everything is my highlight.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Trav Talks. Through and through. Thank you so much for joining us here for the past 2 days of the challenge season. There's so much more action to come your way. Thank you so much to all of my fellow talent. You've been absolutely brilliant. Production, you've been fantastic. And of course, to all the players for all of your hard work. And most of all, thank you to all of the viewers at home for watching and supporting all of your favorite brawlers. Next week, we're going to have day 3 of the challenge season kicking things off. We'll have 2 days back to back. It's going to be spicy once again, and we cannot wait to see you all there. And with that, my name is Barney. And in the words of Trav Talks, until next time, we'll see you next time. Gotcha.
Gotta put him in his place.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here.
here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.